Hello and welcome to day 2 of CubeCon 2024. You can see the hall is packed. People are filing in for day 2 of the event. It's a nice start of the weekend. And we have a wonderful setup for you today. A wonderful first cube coming up. A huge rally of Planeswalkers. We'll get into that in just a moment. First, introductions. My name is Rondez Green Mage. I'm joined by Lord Tupperware. We got Ethan alongside me. How you feeling this morning, bud? We're getting into day 2 of the event.
I'm excited. I haven't seen a draft before noon, and I need it. I need it in my veins right now.
That's right. We have an exciting show for you all today. We're going to get into an overview of today's festivities, as well as a little bit of background information about what you're going to see today. So first up, we have an overview of what is CubeCon. First off, this is the 3rd iteration of a celebration of everything we love about the Cube format. The Cube format will give you an overview of that as well, but all the players in attendance are provided cards, lands, tokens, and play pieces. They don't keep them, but so that these cubes can be reused, recycled, and played forever. Updated and nicely with new cards. We got lots of Duskmourn cards in this set as well. You see some of our feature players and invited guests for the weekend here. Sam Black up on your screen at the moment, and it's going to be a wonderful show. So, what exactly is Cube? Cube is a collection of cards meant for limited play. Again, we're drafting. We'll get into the first draft of the day here in just about the next minute or two, consisting of 15 cards that are randomized from a larger pool. So all the players sit around a table, they shuffle them up together, and then they begin their draft alongside a judge who keeps careful watch and keeps everyone connected on the game rules and settings and such. This is a wonderful artistic expression, a creative endeavor that people embark on when they're putting together a cube. Hundreds and hundreds of cards, all carefully curated around a certain philosophy and with some house rules implemented as well for some cubes in order to enhance that gameplay. We will keep you abreast of what those look like for each matchup. Some powerful cards, some cards that you might not see very often will pop up on here. You know, there's tens of thousands of cards at this point in this game, and it's 30 years of life. So we'll make sure that everyone has a nice overview of what those cards do as well. So, Ethan, I think now is a good time for us to review the first cube of day 2 for CubeCon.
It's impossible for me to not talk about this cube and do a sort of monster truck rally kind of announcement for it, because we are doing World War of the Spark with 100 planeswalkers. That's right. That's what we're doing here today. There are 100 planeswalkers in this cube, and another twist to it is that every player starts with the land Interplanar Beacon on the battlefield tapped. This is a real mind mess for you, Rondez. You got to wrap your head around any single pipped planeswalker, even if it has 2 pips of different colors, is effectively colorless in your deck. So you can cast it. Don't get locked in to a 2-color pair and think, oh, I can't play that card. No, a red-black drafter can draft a green-white planeswalker, okay? Interplanar Beacon is really going to be sort of a lifeblood of this cube. The other nice twist about this is we may see some players choose to be on the draw intentionally because of this, because they're going to want to say, hey, I actually want, instead of starting with Beacon tapped, I'd like to untap with Beacon, play my second land, and do something on my first turn with 2 mana.
Yes.
So that's a nice, interesting twist. You can see here on the list on Cube Cobra, we do have 100 planeswalkers here, sorted by their monocolor, and then we get into the 2-color planeswalkers down here. Planeswalkers are going to be mostly respected in this cube, but there are going to be some cards that really wreck planeswalkers. Specifically, I'm thinking of the Elder Spell is in this cube. I mean, destroy any number of target planeswalkers. Choose a planeswalker you control, put a couple of loyalty counters on it for each planeswalker destroyed this way. That can have a massive impact when the designer is telling us we may end up with 10 copies of a planeswalker or 10 different planeswalkers in our pile.
That's right. And planeswalkers, they occupy a very particular design space where cards like those in black, where you can just straight up destroy or exile them, is a huge deal. So now we're going to get into our main event structure for the day so y'all can understand what's going on. Again, the prequel was yesterday. Now we're getting into the main event. Drafts 1 and 2. The first one will be World War of the Spark. Lots and lots of planeswalkers, as we mentioned. The players that you see competing today, it's 3 points per match win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. This is different from what we saw yesterday. When you drew, there was no point. When you win, it's 3 times as much for your point count. This is going to be the same for tomorrow as well when we get into drafts 3 and 4. The top 128 competitors of this weekend will advance to our final Fortune draft. And Ethan, can you tell us a little bit about sudden death and everything as we get into Sunday, our final day of the event?
Yeah, players with a 2-1 record or better are going to advance to top 64. We'll see that on Sunday. We're going to be featuring a Pro Tour Cube. Sunday is a top 64 draft. That's single elimination. It's firm but fair. It's harsh, but that's going to give us our cut to top 8, where we'll be doing a Magic Online Vintage Cube draft to crown a champion here of CubeCon 2024.
That's right. And again, this is our 3rd iteration of the event. This is my first. Several other commentators we've had here have been here a number of times. These are the wonderful faces that will be guiding you through the event. We will throw to Niall, who has offered up her time for a number of wonderful interviews with our Cube designers just this weekend. Also some players, competitors in the hall with us here in the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin. Once again, this is our third year in a row, and I mean, just the energy is palpable in the room. Just seeing the start of the weekend, bringing in a whole new wave of people just getting into town for the weekend for the show. It's going to be a really, really exciting day.
Well, and there's not just stuff happening in the hall. There's a lot of extracurricular activities as well. I went to the Bar Cube last night. I went to the local game store, Misty Mountain, on Wednesday when I got in. There's going to be karaoke tonight. There's the farmer's market tomorrow morning. There's a lot packed into this weekend.
I'm excited to see you perform karaoke. I need to see what you're going to get up on stage and do for us.
And that's not going to be on stream, folks. You got to come here live if you want to see something like that, all right?
Yeah, sorry. You got to pay for this show.
That's right.
Well, we got something up on screen here for you here in just a moment. We're going to review the main event draft. We're getting straight into the action. We're looking at the wonderful left shoulder of Gavin Verhey. Gavin of Wizards of the Coast is going to be our feature player here for the draft. As you can see, cards all shuffled up, separated by packs, 15 in each of them. And we're going to take a look at our first hand. Contorious Can, we're seeing the Wanderer, we're also seeing Ajani. These are the faces of Magic. Angrath, all the way over to Kaya. And again, Planeswalker removal is going to be at a premium. We're not seeing too much of it just yet here in this pack, but we are seeing some powerful creatures that can get into your face. Heart of Fire is going to be some solid removal in this pack as well. And again, as you had mentioned, Ethan, it's okay to have a multicolored deck. So lots of these hybrid costs and multicolored spells, you can put them in your deck thanks to something like Interplanar Beacon that will start on the battlefield tapped.
Right. So just to wrap your head around it, Eternal Wanderer is actually the hardest to cast based on its color requirements of the Planeswalkers we're seeing here. Everything else, any player can cast thanks to that Interplanar Beacon. Plus, I chatted with the Cube designer right before, a few minutes before we went live, and I said, any last-minute tips? And he said, Planeswalkers are fun, and don't forget to gain your life, because Interplanar Beacon is also going to gain 1 life every time you cast a Planeswalker. You see a couple cards that Gavin is lingering on. Obviously, the Eternal Wanderer is there. An extremely powerful card in its format, Phyrexia All Will Be One. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out in a Planeswalker-dominated environment here, because how many creatures are folks going to be having? How many creatures that aren't just tokens made by Planeswalkers?
Right.
So perhaps that -4 not as impactful. Still a very powerful card. The other one we're seeing him lingering on here is Karth the Lion. A very, very strong card. Enters the battlefield, or a Planeswalker you control dies. You look at the top 7 cards, and you can reveal a Planeswalker. He elects to go with the Eternal Wanderer. I like the pick.
All right, starting straight off with the big, fat Eternal Wanderer, the biggest one, probably the one that sees the least play in many other formats, but a powerful one at that, as we said. And in this pack, we're seeing Calyx, we're seeing Oath of Kaya. This is something that you can use to deal damage to any target on the battlefield. You'll gain some life as well. I didn't see too many flicker effects outside of blue in this cube, so it'll be interesting to see how they can, abuse some of these enters the battlefield effects, like you mentioned, Karth the Lion. And Oath of Nissa as well could be nice in case you need to get some land in your hand.
Yeah, it's interesting. You see him lingering on a Chandra's Magmut, a kind of innocuous, inoffensive 2-drop, 1 on a red 2/2, tap to deal a damage to target player or Planeswalker. That's going to have massive implications in this cube. You can perhaps finagle a way to have the board state have your Planeswalker left on 1 loyalty. Well, Chandra's Magmut says, I'm going to finish that off. In Bolas's Clutch is also being pulled to the front. Another 6-drop. might be a little worried about moving higher up on the curve there, but being able to steal your opponent's planeswalkers is big game. You know there's going to be some big, powerful effects on the other side of the board in permanent fashion that you can grab within Bolas's clutches.
That's right. And myself as a player, I'm leaning towards the blue and black spells in this cube. I mean, they're just so powerful. Like there's just there's no ambiguity about straight up taking your opponent's permanent or straight up destroying or exiling your opponent's permanent. Planeswalkers who are otherwise difficult to deal with, like that's just something that's all the way, right? Like that's pedal to the metal. It's over when you cast the spell. Rather than something like in these red spells, they'll do some damage. Maybe you have an extra cost of sacrificing a creature, and so we do see that Gavin Verhey does opt to take the in Bolas's clutches.
Yeah, not too worried. I would say it's early in the draft. You are going to want to be mindful of your curve. If this is anything like the original limited environment War of the Spark, board presence was of the utmost importance. You needed 2-drops and 3-drops to not only protect your own planeswalkers, but to pressure your opponent's planeswalkers as well.
That's absolutely right. And so I think something else that will be important here is some of the flyers in the deck, in the cube, like this Battlefield Raptor. Because as you said, a lot of these planeswalkers, they create permanents to put on the battlefield that can chump block, or some of them that will die and do another thing. I'm thinking about Engrath. First and foremost, creating those devil tokens.
Sure.
So, a flyer would be nice. Jace Mirror Mage is an interesting pick. He's kind of favoring this one. This is something with kicker, so maybe you can get multiple copies. Being able to scry and get some, generate some card advantage with drawing your cards is going to be pretty big with Jace. It's also low cost. It would be the lowest cost spell that he's picked so far in the colors of blue and white.
Yeah, he's sticking in Azorius at the moment. He's got Jace, he's got the Serra Disciple. There's a lot of cards that break Singleton in this cube, Serra Disciple being one of them. As a nice way, a nice evasive, cheap threat, as you said, to pressure opposing planeswalkers. He's brought Dovin, Hand of Counsel, as well to the front, though I have to imagine if he's deciding between these 2 3-mana planeswalkers, and it does look like he's trying to talk himself out of it, it almost seems like, of taking Jace Mirror Mage. But a nice planeswalker that is flexible on the curve with the kicker cost. You get a second copy of it. Going to provide some card advantage as well, and that is what he selects.
So in this pack, more Faces of Magic, we're seeing Tybalt. We're seeing Narset, shuffling through some interactive blue and black non-creature spells as well. There are a lot of spells that amass, meaning they create an orc or what is the other other token?
Zombies.
Zombies. Yeah. I guess there's not many Lord of the Rings cards in this cube, so it is mostly just creating zombies. Lazotep Plating is another spell in blue. Give all your cards hexproof and yourself, and create a zombie token. Creating tokens is going to be a big thing, and luckily we have lots of the tokens on hand, so you'll be able to see and follow the action easily there. Tamiyo, a recently completed Planeswalker. I have not yet gotten to see this Tamiyo cast, but it can be pretty powerful, the things that Tamiyo does with the graveyard, Ethan.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's, no shortage of walkers that he's pulled to the front. A card I want to shout out, Gatewatch Beacon. He's got there as well. That's a sort of mana rock in white, but it comes in with 3 loyalty counters, and then you can distribute those loyalty counters among planeswalkers as they enter the battlefield under your control. So a nice buffer, perhaps a way to ramp out some planeswalkers, and a nice buffer for them to get an additional loyalty right off the bat. I also want to shout out the Karoo lands. There's the cycle of bounce lands from original Ravnica. You can see Selesnya Sanctuary in that pack as well. That's going to be absolutely massive when you already start the game with a land in play, right? So you can keep a hand that's just 1 land with that Sanctuary, pick up your Interplanar Beacon, and now you're off to the races.
That's right. So looks like he's favoring this Basriket a little bit here.
Yeah, he took the Narset of the Ancient Way out of the last pack. I like it. It's going to be, again, pretty easy to cast. As long as you're in blue, red, or white, the other 2 pips come along with Interplanar Beacon there. Another Planeswalker here in this next pack, Nissa Steward of the Elements. And you can also see, as I was talking about early board presence being impactful, that Cruel Celebrant is drawn to the front here. So 2 mana, 2/1, when it dies, deal 2 damage to a creature or a Planeswalker an opponent controls. It's a really nice way to, protect your own walkers, and while trading off or even chump blocking, getting to throw some fire on the opposing side of the battlefield as well.
That's right. So on screen right now, you're looking at Nissa, Steward of Elements. Seems to be the card that Gavin is favoring at the moment. Something important to note, in case you're unfamiliar with the mechanics of Planeswalkers, because we're going to see a lot of them today. They're going to be able to activate these loyalty abilities once per turn at sorcery speed, so expect to see this happen during the main phase, unless, of course, you have something that bends the rules. Cards like Teferi, Master of Time, is able to activate its loyalty abilities on either turn, your opponent's or your own. And so that's something that's going to be important, is the way that blue spells are able to disrupt and subvert the typical priority of how Magic is played, as well as something else that's an advantage in blue here, as we're looking at the largely Azorius pull from Gavin very so far, is the scrying effect. You're going to want to be able to scry and filter out your deck to these cards that support and protect your Planeswalkers.
So Cruel Celibate's the selection there, keeping his curve low, trying to pressure and protect, and I think that's a really good name of the game. Looks like a whole glut of white cards here. Oath of Gideon, Prison Realm is a way to remove Planeswalkers, and Hero of Precinct 1 is a really strong 2-drop in this cube. That's going to create 1/1 tokens every time you cast a multicolored spell, and we're already in the market for multicolored spells thanks to that Interplanar Beacon helping out our mana base.
That's right. So proliferate effects aplenty in this format as well. Oath of Gideon is sort of a pseudo proliferate type thing, allowing those extra loyalty points. Hero of Precinct 1 is a big pickup though, because like you said, you're going to be casting lots of multicolored spells. You'll create many tokens each turn. You need all the protection you can get for your Planeswalkers.
Kaya's Ghost Form, kind of a stinker in the original War of the Spark limited environment, but extremely powerful here. When the Planeswalker dies, it just comes back.
Yep.
A nice way to rebuy it. Certainly with those powerful tick down abilities we'll see on Planeswalkers. And a Mobilized District as a creature land here, 4 mana to turn into a 3/3. A nice way to get a threat out of your mana base for those opposing Planeswalkers.
That's right. And in this pool as well, we're seeing Kamal's Druidic Vow, one of the many legendary spells, legendary non-creature spells that we're seeing. You need to have a legendary permanent in play in order to cast that, which should be no problem at all in this cube, of course. That one in particular, Kamal's Druidic Vow, is a ramp spell. It's going to allow you to look at the top several cards of your deck, drop some lands and legendary permanents onto the battlefield.
He does land on the colorless land there. Again, not too big of a deal thanks to Interplanar Beacon. It's going to be doing a lot of work here. See a Triumph of Gerard, a Bioessence Hydra, keeping him in that perhaps Simic, Bant space with his previous picks. A large threat that plays nicely with Planeswalkers. And not much else to speak of in this pack. You know, Triumph of Gerard, there's a lot of these cheap sagas. I believe Song of Freyalise is in this cube as well. Right. I'm not sold on those cards as being impactful, or at least I think you want to shift your thought about them as, yeah, they cost 2 mana, but I think these actually live a little bit higher up on the curve because I need them to take advantage of board presence before I can fire them off.
That's right. So Bioessence Hydra selected will wait patiently for the next pack to make its way towards Gavin Verhey.
I'm not waiting patient. I want it now.
Oh, well, good, because we got it right here. I know you need a little instant gratification. In this pack, we do see the Karn's Bastion. I mentioned how powerful proliferate effects would be. Why not do it? Have it on a land where you could do it every turn. Get into these ultimates that are often game-ending and offer you such massive advantages. We also have Contorius Kand, one of our newer Planeswalkers, newer additions to the Planeswalker team, a new face of Magic. He's able to discover, able to create some tokens, some flying tokens, which again is very important. Those spirits are going to be big for getting in some damage. I think they're 3/2s too, so you know they pack quite a punch.
I think not to correct you, but I do think they're 3/2s, but they are spirits, but they don't fly.
No, you're right. They don't have flying. They are they're spirits walking along the ground here.
Yeah, they are on the no-fly list. I think Gavin seems to really be talking himself in and out of a Johnny versus Quintorius here. And it's tough. I mean, I would lean towards a Johnny personally. Like, I think Quintorius is powerful, but again, a Johnny, because of the Phyrexian cost, can live a little lower on the curve. And in a deck full of Planeswalkers, that uptick, being able to find more Planeswalkers is extremely powerful. We're going to see effects in this cube that buff loyalty among all of your Planeswalkers.
Right.
So if you're going Walker into Walker, find more Walkers, and then you can add loyalty to all of them, you're going to be able to pull pretty far ahead from your opponent.
That's right. And again, with all of the proliferate effects in here, as you mentioned about Ajani, it can be really quick to ultimate.
Right.
Getting from 4 to 6, and then every time you cast a creature or planeswalker spell, your opponent gets 2 poison counters. And that's a big deal in that you will be casting a lot of creature and planeswalker spells, and if you're already proliferating, then that can get out of hand very quickly. You don't need to worry about combat. You just kind of pillow fort and keep playing your game.
Gavin does select a Johnny Sleeper Agent, and we do see Calyx, Destiny's Hand, another Selesnya Planeswalker, but don't get locked into color pairs, folks. You don't need to worry about it. Gavin selects Liev Sky Knight instead. I love that as, again, that sort of protect and pressure kind of thing. Lock a creature down while you're trying to pressure in the air. Flying, as you mentioned, being really impactful. Liev Sky Knight as well, going to be a good follow-up on curve to the hero of Precinct 1. A lot to like about that pick.
Absolutely. Almost all flying creatures so far here for Gavin. I'm only between 2 green cards. That Arboreal Grazer can be good. It's got reach, and I don't think there are many creatures with reach in this format. Having 3 toughness is a big deal. Also, of course, getting the land into the battlefield, ramping yourself ahead. But I think the defensive nature of that card is very powerful.
And if you think about it in conjunction with, and there's the Selesnya Sanctuary on the wheel, and he snap picks it,
yeah,
especially off the back of the Arboreal Grazer.
Right.
What's really nice about thinking about Grazer in conjunction with Interplanar Beacon in the cube is that on turn 1, you've got your Beacon tapped, you play Grazer, you get a 3rd land. On your 2nd turn, you're going to have 4 mana.
Yeah.
That's huge.
You drop a Planeswalker turn 2.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of kind of duds for him here on the wheel.
Right.
Don't think Gavin's going to end up in black, certainly not for a Lazotep Reaver. We're going to start the review process here. We're going to start the review process here after a Flood of Tears makes the pick and see what we've got. So he's playing in Bant space, looks like primarily. Yeah, I think we're just full Bant at this point. As if we're thinking about these double blue spells in Jace and in Bolus's clutches, because we've got green and white low on the curve. Arboreal Grazer in 1, Hero of Precinct 1 on 2, but haven't seen Arboreal Grazer brought to the front just yet. So perhaps Gavin is thinking more of blue-white, green is the splash at the moment.
And I think that's a really smart way to go. I think those colors are among the colors in the game when they're combined together that play the most defensively. Especially when it comes to protecting your permanents, and planeswalkers will need quite a bit of protection. Again, they also play nicely with the proliferate effects. Blue and green are filled with them in this cube. So leaning towards Bant early on is a pretty safe bet here.
Yeah. Yeah, nice review. I mean, I think despite I'm a little, I'm always worried. That's going to be my whole MO the whole weekend is I'm worried about curve. I feel like it's very easy in Cube to get excited about the big flashy spells. Hey, this was a bomb in its original limited environment. This was a bomb. Yeah, they're all bombs. They're all good cards. These pools have been extremely curated. So it may feel a little less fun, a little less exciting to grab a 2-drop, to grab a cheap removal spell. But that's the kind of thing that's going to make your deck function in the matches against your opponent.
That's right. So looking at this next pack, we're seeing Rhythm of the Wild there, giving creatures haste. Could be a big deal if you need to get some damage in, get some creatures out of the way. Vraska there is a hybrid cost spell, so we could see some assassin tokens come down.
Yeah, Arlen Court as well, a double-faced planeswalker.
Right. The other Arlen, the Gruul Arlen, 4 mana cost, that has the werewolf on the backside, would have been really cool to see in this as well. Something that turns into a creature. This is Arlen Court, so this one will not do that.
Doesn't do
Gives him haste and vigilance, +2/+2. The other one creates a bunch of wolf tokens, which is nice. Your creature spells have flash, but this one could be powerful as well in terms of like just powering up your creatures, and you still get to leave behind a blocker. You're giving it vigilance, which is a big deal for protecting your planeswalkers once again.
Thrash Threat is a bite spell / make a 4/4, though Thrash can target planeswalkers, so that's nice to think about. He's eyeing Arlen Court. He's also eyeing Simic Growth Chamber, another bounce land from original Ravnica. Though if I were him, I might say, hey, Selesnya Sanctuary wield last pack. Maybe I'm at a table of people who don't know about the bounce lands, and I can pick this up on the way back. I have to imagine that's what he sees. Like, what I want to do, I think Simic Growth Chamber is a better card for my deck, but if I can get it on the wheel, how great would that be?
That's right. So that Thrash Threat, oh so tempting. The modality of it is nice, but that front half is so powerful. And we're going to go with Arlen Cord.
I mean, it's the Planeswalker cube.
Yeah.
If you're not drafting the Planeswalkers, you might be doing something wrong.
That's right. So Estrid is up next here. That's a Bant spell.
Yeah,
Our first Liliana.
Red Horde General. I have to imagine that, while tempting, is a little far from where we're at.
Yeah, another 6 mana Planeswalker to add to your collection.
Yeah, right.
Repudiate
in a different color. Yeah, Repudiate.
Repudiate and Replicate is nice. You can counter a Planeswalker's activated ability. This is one of the cards, Teferi Master of Time, where I mentioned you can activate abilities on your opponent's turn. We're seeing Professor Onyx. That's our second Liliana of the day. Liliana has Magecraft. Liliana is also that's from the Strixhaven set, where she was pretending to be a professor. Well, I love a good scam, and Liliana's full of them. Just an excellent liar.
These two colorless spells that Gavin has pulled to the front are absolutely premium in this cube.
Manticore
Revoker just shuts down a Planeswalker your opponent controls, full stop, until it's off the battlefield. And Spark Hunter Masticore, protection from Planeswalkers, pay 1, deal a damage to target Planeswalker. There's no limit on that. That's not a tap. That's not a once per turn. These two cards are, I mean, you hate to have to pass one, but you love to have been passed both and have the option.
That's right. I think the Masticore is premium here.
I agree.
Even if, at the very least, keeping that out of someone else's hands is very, very important.
Oh, that's so true, right? We're in pod here, of course, at CubeCon for all of these cubes. No cross-pod play happening, and it does look, well, he can't. He's not sure. And I'm not, I mean, a 2-drop, there's really something to be said about it costing 2 versus 3, but I think I agree with you that Spark Hunter Masticore, and Gavin does as well, is the more powerful option of the two.
Okay, and so taking a look at this next pack.
Cryptic Spire is another card that breaks Singleton in this cube. Quite a few copies, 6 or 8 of them, I believe. And that's one, it basically is a build your own dual land. Before you get to select the 2 colors on the card, say these are the 2 I'm going to do.
Right.
And then it gets to be a dual land for you there. There's a Canker Bloom, perhaps some proliferate. Oh, we buried the lead here.
Ooh, Heart of Kirin is huge.
Heart of Kirin, 2 mana 4/4 flying Vigi, crew 3 or crew by removing a loyalty. Again, with that pressure and protect, the vigilance there, being able to remove a loyalty on your opponent's turn, to be able to block. Heart of Kirin's a huge pickup there.
It sure is. The rest could be a big pick, even though he's not in black here. Snatching a Planeswalker for 1 mana before it can even hit the battlefield is a big deal. You're always going to hit something good with that. However, there is also Oath of Teferi. Activate, and it's in his colors too. Activating your Planeswalker's abilities twice.
Well, and you were
massive.
talking about a flicker effect. You were like, there's not many. That's one of them.
Yes, hold on to it.
Oh, let me get my Planeswalker down to a precarious 1 loyalty. Boom, it's coming back.
That's right. That's right. So I think Oath of Teferi is where you should be leaning here. We're also seeing the Skyclave Apprentice. Skyclave Apprentice could be a good pick as well. But I think I just got to say, that Oath of Teferi stands out more than most of the cards in this pack. Karn Silex is cute. Having a flyer seems nice. Tail's End to counter an ability is cool.
Yeah. Or just counter a Planeswalker, right? Counter a legendary spell.
Right. But you're going to get Planeswalkers on the battlefield, and Oath of Teferi is just good at every stage of the game. It's not going to be bad to play.
It's hard to argue with double loyalty activations on your Planeswalkers when the cube designer has told you you're probably going to end up with about 10 at the end of the draft.
Right. 5 mana is big, but the effect is just... The game of Magic in general really gets out of hand when you start copying and doubling and tripling things. That's where the game just kind of gets turned on its head.
Yeah.
All right, so we are going to go with it.
Yeah, Oath of Teferi in, says Gavin.
Next pack.
Ral and the Implicit Maze is interesting. And, not an effect that you often thought about in Modern Horizons Limited, but the Chapter 1 deals 2 damage to each creature your opponent controls and also each Planeswalker they control. That is huge in this cube. It's not in his Bant colors at the moment, but a very powerful effect.
That's right. We're seeing Mu Yenling, a Planeswalker that to me is probably one of the weaker ones in the game. It's such cool art too. I can't wait till Mu Yenling gets a good card. But it's able to create some tokens, which is relevant. If you get to that ultimate, your islands tapping to let you draw a card could be a big deal. But It just seems like it's quite a bit of investment. Weakening creatures is cool too, I guess, but they're going to make so many tokens. Like, how effective is that ability really going to be? What I'm looking at is that green-white enchantment. It's a ramp spell and a removal spell packed in one, and that's pretty strong.
Buried in the Garden. Colors is a really tempting pickup. Vanish to Eternity is also pretty tempting as a removal spell that, normally you thought about that in Limited as, this is going to be 6 mana most of the time. But the 3 mana mode on that card is really going to come up a lot as just a one-shot, kill a non-creature permanent, boom, that's going to get a Planeswalker gone. Cryptic Spires, that singleton break, dual land, brought to the front here. Perhaps Gavin's starting to think about his mana base a little bit as he has only picked up the Selesnya Sanctuary in addition to the Interplanar Beacon that he will start every game with tapped in play, as all players in this cube do.
And so there are almost 10 copies of the Cryptic Spires in this cube, but so Gavin here actually opting to pass up on that premium removal and ramp spell for the Cryptic Spires.
Yeah. I think that's okay. This is about the time you want to start thinking about your mana. He's kind of rounding out what he thinks his colors are going to be. He seems to be happy playing in the Bant space at the moment, and Cryptic Spires is going to help him there. Speaking of Bant,
Nico, right off the top, it's got an X cost in there as well, so you can have it come in with a number of tokens according to how much you pay for it. Vraska's big with the proliferate effect, and again, that's something that could just straight up end the game if you have enough proliferate effects going on.
Vraska is nasty in this cube,
yes.
And need I remind you, it's colorless. Oh, Vronos.
Vronos is going to be something that you can use to phase out your Planeswalkers when you're done activating their abilities, so your opponent can't touch them until next turn.
And that's an uptick on Vronos, so he's saying, hey, I'm getting big, and then as someone maybe needs a timeout, he can tuck them away. But Vraska being castable here, it's so hard to argue with draw a card, lose a life, proliferate when you've got a bunch of Planeswalkers in play. And imagine with the Oath of Teferi getting to activate that twice a turn.
You're going to Emblem with multiple Planeswalkers at that point. And so passing up Vraska, especially if there's someone someone else at the table that's primarily in black, taking this away from them is a big deal, I think.
But you don't need to be. Anyone can cast this.
Right.
Pay 2 life. Interplanar Beacon has got you covered.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And of course, the Phyrexian cost there, you can pay life.
Vivid Creek, if Gavin wants to think about his mana here a little bit. Karn Scion of Urza. Not a ton of artifact support in general in this cube.
Yeah, not
Certainly
much.
not in Gavin's pile so far. Confront the Past is interesting as a lesson. When I saw it, I was like, ooh, are there learn spells here? No, it's just good enough on its own as a way to snipe a Planeswalker.
That's right. And we're seeing a counter spell in this hand as well, one that lets you scry at the end too. We haven't seen Gavin pick any counter spells, but that's one good way to keep Planeswalkers from making an impact is to stop them from hitting the board.
Absolutely, absolutely. I am kind of surprised to see him considering the Karn Scion of Urza, and perhaps even more than considering selecting here, as the uptick is fine, but I don't feel like Gavin is at a loss for card advantage from his Planeswalkers at the moment.
Yeah, and dedicating that, that's really all you're going to be using for this Karn here is putting a card in your hand, exiling one with a silver counter on it. But when Karn's gone, those exiled cards are gone too. Something to consider. You're not going to have another way to get them back from exile.
No shortage of 2-mana threats here for Gavin. A Johnny's Comrade that can grow. A Merfolk Skydiver with the coveted Proliferate text on it. And it has flying. I would love to take the Skydiver here personally. There's also a Sky Theater Strix. That was a nice threat at common in War of the Spark in its original environment. And there's also Experimental Augury as an Impulse Anticipate variant that also proliferates. But I think Gavin's going to favor a threat here as all 3 2-drops are at the front of the pack.
And so thinking more about how Gavin has drafted so far, very removal light. I think part of that is because of just how much advantage is quickly accrued by these cards once they hit the battlefield. Maybe he just plans to just blow someone out. And if you want to remove a thing, that's fine. He's got 1 permanent that's going to make 2 more impactful ones the next turn anyway. We're seeing a land get drafted. We mentioned some of the bounce lands and such. Repudiate and Replicate, I think I'm really liking that. If you know something's about to ultimate and end the game, that's one of the few cards in this cube that has a stifle effect.
Oh, that's a really good point. Callous Dismissal as well here. That was a rock-solid way to remove something from your opponent's board while affecting the board yourself, and he's going to select that as a sort of 2-mana mana war. Kind of a stinker of a pack here, though. You know, you can't expect to get a gem out of every single pack on the wheel. Tyvar Kell. Spectrum Sentinel is interesting as a 1-mana 1/2 protection from multicolored. So perhaps a way to avoid some damage from Planeswalkers or to be able to stave off opposing multicolored threats.
Yeah, and this Tyvar Kell is it's nice that it's in his colors. He's able to create some dorks some elves that can give him black mana, cast more spells. So that could be something that's worth noting. I don't think that we saw 3-mana Tyvar in this cube, but that would be nice to pair with each other because you can give those tokens haste. However, they will have to wait a turn before they can be used.
Yeah.
But again, like you said, that pack was not packed with too many great cards at this point that people have gone through it. We go with the Tail's End.
Snap pick the Tail's End. That's a nice. After seeing that last pack, it's nice to get. That is a gem on the wheel there for
absolutely.
Gavin. It's just you talked about he passed up a removal spell earlier. You know, Tail's End is effectively going to be a removal spell in this cube. Oh wow!
Oh,
and
it came
speaking of
back.
Removal buried in the garden on the wheel. He has to be thrilled.
Oh, absolutely.
To see that here.
Ramp spell, removal spell, all in one. I mean, of course, they can remove the enchantment and get their permanent back.
Sure.
But there's enchantment removal is quite challenging to find. You might be able to bounce it unless you're in white. Maybe then you can remove it in this cube.
And there is Vronos on the wheel. I wonder. I mean, if Gavin is thinking he's base blue-white, which feels like true, though perhaps he hasn't picked up a ton of white. He may be thinking more about blue-green and elusive Spellfist. That could make his deck. I would be shocked if it did, but it definitely could as a way to have an unblockable or semi-unblockable, part-time unblockable threat to pressure Planeswalkers. And the 3 toughness can block okay. But aside from the Hero of Precinct 1, I'm not sure there's a ton of white that Gavin got this
Eternal
pack.
Wanderer.
I think nothing blue. He's all blue-green this pack. So we'll see.
Ajani, the Eternal Wanderer, Narset, some relevant white spells. Again, keep in mind, if you're just tuning in, each player will start with Interplanar Beacon tapped. So these picks might look a little silly, and and that's because they have something to facilitate it.
The Heart of Kieran is that has to be one of the more premium cards. He's got that, and he's got the Mastercore. You know, I was thinking all I'm thinking about as we're watching the draft is he's taking an expensive spell. This 5-drop, this 6-drop, this 5-drop. His curve looks pretty darn good to me right now, and a lot of that came on the wheel. He got the Theater Strix Slate. He's got Callous Dismissal. The Heart of Kieran's going to do work. I really like the spot that Gavin's in, and his mana may be good enough. 1 Cryptic Spires, 2 Karoo lands. His mana may be good enough that he doesn't have to. He may just be able to play the best Bant cards he has. He may not have to think about I'm not that base white. Hero of Precinct 1, not as good on turn 2, or not as good if I can't play it on turn 2. That may not end up mattering if his mana's that good.
I'm thinking the same thing. This was really well curated to stay within those colors and still play massive threats like Vraska outside of your core selection. All right, cracking open a new pack here. I'm seeing Rowan as our first Planeswalker. The other side is Will. The set of twins, new to Magic the Gathering as of Eldraine.
Savitri Dragon Master is here, a Dimir Planeswalker. Ultimate Destroy All Non-Dragon Creatures might be effective. And Luca Bound to Ruin and an Ickermore Gauntlet. This is one of the cards that caught my eye, partially because it was such a dud in Phyrexia All V1, but it's so powerful.
It is.
In the context of this cube.
Very unique effect.
There's a
very
cut
unique
short as one of the cards that breaks Singleton, destroys a Planeswalker. That's some nice removal for Gavin to pick up. He's got a lot of options. This Luca Bound to Ruin, he also seems to be giving pause to.
Yeah, with that Luca, something that's so strong about it. I don't know if I would take it over the Ickermore Gauntlet, but that Luca is effectively a board wipe, a repeatable board wipe for your side. But I mean, extra turns is just so tempting, and I think that's kind of the the challenge that he's facing here in selecting those cards and selecting between those two cards.
I mean, the -4 here, sure, Luca deals X damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures and or planeswalkers.
Yeah.
Where X is the greatest power among creatures you controlled as you activated the ability. It's hard to say no to another, as you said, it's like, it's not even a semi-board wipe, it's a semi-plague wind.
It is. It's excellent. But then you're handing someone that Ichor Moon Gauntlet.
Right.
So you're giving someone else the opportunity to have extra turns. I'm seeing the Yawgmoth's, not Vile Offering.
Yeah, no,
that was Vile Offering.
Yeah.
To bring all your creatures and planeswalkers back to the battlefield is a big deal. But to me, the Luca is the strongest card here. It's just a question of whether or not Gavin feels it's good to pass up the Ichor Moon Gauntlet.
Yeah, and he's also he's eyeing the Cryptic Spires as well, paying respect to his mana base and wanting to make sure that his spells are castable on time. Is Savitri still hanging out? Solhana Ledgewalker. I'm a little surprised to see that can't be blocked except by creatures with flying. So a sort of evasive hexproof threat. Perhaps always ways to dump some counters on that as the game progresses. And cut short, he says, I'm not thinking about that anymore. Now it's between Ledgewalker and Luca.
Yeah, cut short, destroying a target planeswalker that was activated this turn, or a tapped creature. I do think that we're quite light on removal, and doing something at instant speed that you can convoke your tokens with is quite powerful. So it could effectively be 1 white mana, or just a completely free spell with all your tokens, and get rid of a permanent. But there's also just so many other threats and bombs to pick, and yeah, still favoring this Luca.
Yeah, I think this has to be the pick. I think that -4 is too strong of an effect to pass up on.
Right.
And I think worth noting that Luca will probably not be coming in. Like, I think Gavin's going to often be paying the Phyrexian cost for this, as he doesn't touch red, so he's going to be relying on the Interplanar Beacon for that.
That's right.
Oh my gosh, Gideon Blackblade, Jace the Perfected Mind, and Ugin the Ineffable. The hits keep coming in pack 3 here for Gavin.
That they do, and Ugin being able to destroy permanents as well as manifest cards off the top of your deck is quite powerful and something to consider here in this pack.
I mentioned the Elder spell before we started the draft. There's also the Immortal Sun as just if you want to hose planeswalkers instead of playing them yourself, you can shut them down. Also an Elspeth Conquers Death in the pack as a way to remove opposing planeswalkers, where you buy your own planeswalkers 2 chapters later. This pack is stacked. Gavin hanging out with Gideon Blackblade. A more aggressive planeswalker doesn't do a great job of defending itself, but it does do a good job of attacking your opponent's planeswalkers.
Very Gideon.
Very Gideon indeed. There's his Triumph there as well, though I don't see Gavin eyeing that just at the moment. I am kind of surprised to see Dak Faden make its way to the front here. Perhaps he's got the Ichor Moon Gauntlet on the mind that he just passed and is thinking, well, if someone has that, it would be nice to steal it. And perhaps it's just some nice velocity through his deck to find his more impactful spells. But it seems like a lot of his spells are impactful and he won't have a problem there.
Right. So I'm leaning closest towards this Gideon Blackblade. It's the cheapest in the pack. We got lots of expensive spells in the deck, and this is something that you can use to swing and cause your opponent to have to put a chump blocker in front of it. Keep them honest. Make sure that they still have to have creatures on the battlefield. And it looks like Gavin is feeling the same way. Well, looking at this next pack, though, what are you thinking here, Ethan? The cut short is catching his eye, it seems.
Cut short, he's passed up on 1. He might like to have a copy. A Thrumming Bird is really nice. The 2-mana 1/1 flyer, if it connects with your opponent, proliferate. It's a sort of a double-edged sword with Thrumming Bird in the cube because it doesn't really pressure planeswalkers, and it won't trigger if it hits a planeswalker. It only will trigger if it deals combat damage to a player. So really more about buffing your own walkers than it is about taking out your opponents. There's an Elspeth Smite, another plentiful removal spell, and a Flux Channeler is quite powerful.
Every non-creature spell.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the God Pharaoh.
Wow.
Nicol Bolas having quite a unique effect here, taking all the abilities of all other planeswalkers on the battlefield. Really tough to cast, triple black, blue, red. But for something as unique as that, and it's just It's really, really powerful. And so whoever casts it today will be my hero for sure.
Yeah, I think it's a little far from what Gavin's
Yeah.
mana can perhaps reasonably expect to cast.
That's right. He'll bless someone else at the table with it for sure.
So Cut Short and Elspeth Smite and Thrumming Bird being the cards we're juggling between. I have to imagine Gavin's feeling a bit of a pinch on his removal suite and thinking, I'd like to have some cheap interaction if I can.
That's right. I'm looking at the Cut Short or the Cryptic Spires here. But because he's been able to stay so safely within his colors, maybe the Cut Short, just a 1-mana white removal spell, could be the most powerful pick.
I don't know if I'd have the discipline to not take Flux Channeler here. That card just seems so powerful in the context of this cube.
Proliferating every turn is huge.
I like this, we call it eating your vegetables sometimes when you're like, I'd rather take this other thing, but I know for my deck to function, I might have to lean into a removal spell. And we see Smite and Cut Short continuing to make their way to the front of the pack for Gavin.
Yeah.
As he looks back, he says, do I really have to? Do I really have to? I do. I'm going to take Elspeth Smite.
That's right. We're not at a shortage of ways to disrupt and destroy creatures in this cube, from the planeswalkers themselves to the modal instants and sorceries that interact with both creatures and planeswalkers. So something like Flux Channeler might be less enticing to play, even if it is a very powerful effect for what we're doing here.
We're seeing Angrath Flame Chain, Predatory Worm, Domri Chaos Bringer. Sort of like, obviously these cards are all extremely powerful, but in this cube, these are kind of the lower half of the planeswalkers that we have at our disposal. I might be thinking about Evolution Sage as another proliferate or possible proliferate engine.
Yeah, you're going to play lands anyway.
Off the landfall, exactly. Well, and he has 2 bounce lands, so he's going to be able to ensure multiple land drops even off of fewer lands.
I do like the Evolution Sage out of this pack.
And again, remember, we're thinking, Gavin's in Band. How is he casting Angrath? Remember the beacon, folks.
Right.
Remember the interplanar beacon. He's going to have no problem casting it. Boros Garrison, another bounce land that he's eyeing. There's a Squelch. Is that a Stifle variant?
Yes, that's exactly what Squelch is.
Counter an activated ability, draw a card. That's very nice to have access to.
It replaces itself, so it's not too bad. I'm leaning more towards the Evolution Sage. I know the bounce land is tempting, but it just becomes that much more powerful when you have the Evolution Sage here. So I feel like if I'm Gavin, I want to secure that and then just let that come back around to me.
It's such a narrow thing, but the one thing that is nice to like about Boros Garrison is it adds a red source to Gavin's mana base, which might enable him to cast Luca for full
Narset.
5. We can do Luca and then do the -4 if that's the thing. Whereas otherwise, if he's not running a mountain, he's going to have a tough time not casting it just for its Phyrexian cost.
That's true. So adding that land to the collection is a good call. There are a couple good decisions you can make out of that pack there, and that was certainly one of them. So new pack. Let's take a review.
All right, Lord Windgrace.
Not doing a whole lot with land in this deck.
Right. Proud Pack Rhino. 3 mana, 3/3 proliferate. Nothing to sneeze at there. That looks to be the card he likes. Time Wipe.
Oh, a nice board wipe? I think that one's...
Blue-white was not a beloved color pair in War of the Spark. And oftentimes, when your opponent was blue-white, you just were like, you have to have Time Wipe. That's the only reason you draft that color, because that card is busted, and Gavin took it there. A nice 2-drop here in Sunlit Hoplite. Has first strike on your turn, so just another way to pressure. And a Dovin's Veto.
Oh, that's big.
As a way to counter non-creature spells, and it can't be countered itself. Azorius Mages Rejoice.
That can't be countered, Ryder. It is
no,
sprinkled on.
No stack wars with Dovin's Veto. Dovin's Veto says, we're done.
Yeah.
We're done here. The Hoplite... Does that care about... Okay, it doesn't matter. Gavin doesn't care about it. He takes the Dovin's Veto.
Yeah, the Sunlit Hoplite is the card that we were reviewing there, folks, and it can have first strike on your turn. It gets +1/+0 if you have an Elspeth Planeswalker. We're not seeing Elspeth in the deck just yet, and a 2/1 first strike is cute, but it's not going to get through. It's not super impactful, and certainly not in comparison to something like Dovin's Veto. Stopping a Planeswalker before it hits the board is huge.
There's a Nissa Vital Force, and Pollen Bright Druid I really like. A nice modal. You can put a counter on something or proliferate just for 2 mana, something that you can just have at the bottom of your curve, but something that's also not a bad top deck later in the game if you've got a bunch of Planeswalkers out.
All right, so we are going with Nissa Vital Force. Did we get the Simic Nissa in this pool from Gavin as well earlier?
Yes, Nissa
so
Steward of Elements.
So 2 Nissas and so far in the deck. There's a Nissa's Triumph somewhere in here, but I think he passed that one up early on.
Here we see right before the wheel, he's lingering on, what do we got? Chandra Legacy of Fire, which he can cast. There's also Medicine Runner. 1 Selesnya, 2/1 comes into play. Remove a counter from target permanent. So just kind of like basically comes in, deals the damage to a Planeswalker. That's nice to have. Oh wow, and he almost, it feels like he almost took it pack 1 when he saw this. Silhana Ledgewalker wheeled. And I have to imagine, yeah, Gavin is going to select that.
Get that unblockable.
Here, okay. Jace the Perfected Mind.
I don't know that it's a milling effect. You can also weaken some creatures. Like maybe someone else has something unblockable that you don't want to get through. But and it's cheap too, so that could be nice. I just don't know. I don't know. I almost would want to take the Triumph for the land over Jace here.
Yeah, Cryptic Spires number 2. A lot to like about that. Gavin does seem to be favoring the Jace here, as you talked about. It is like, it doesn't pressure Planeswalkers, but boy, does it protect them by saying, hey, that one threat, -3, -0, that's just going to hang out for a while.
So we are going with Jace. Offering a bit more protection to your Planeswalkers is important. Very, 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 very powerful in that effect.
Ashiok Dreamrender, we're playing Pioneer Phoenix again. And what is that? Teferi Temporal Archmage. I don't know if another 6-mana walker is what Gavin's interested in. We do see Gavin select, it looks like Ashiok. Oh, it's faking me out here. If he does select the Ashiok, I would imagine that's more of a sideboard card than anything.
It could be. Stop some graveyard shenanigans. We saw the Yawgmoth's Vile Offering. We've seen Elspeth Conquer's Death. There are a decent amount of reanimating effects. There's Golgari Golgari Finebreaker.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, we got there. That can put any permanent back into your hand from your graveyard.
Yeah. Just grabbing Kenrith's Transformation, expand the sphere. Here, I believe that'll be the selection.
Right.
Invade the City is quite far from making that work, as most players will be. And last but not least, Wandering Mind. So as we round out the pack there, I will imagine we're seeing Gavin in that band space. He's got some nice fixing. He's got 3 bounce lands. I am excited to see some turn 1 bounce lands picking up Interplanar Beacon. That is nice. You have the opportunity sometimes when you have those bounce lands, you're going to open a hand where you only see bounce lands and you go, I have to mulligan. I have lands, but I have to mulligan.
That's right.
You're not going to have that problem here.
No. Not when you have access to Interplanar Beacon. Being able to drop another Planeswalker for you is going to be huge. Again, in this cube specifically, now that we're at the end of it, you get to start with that tapped. Guys, we're going to cut to a quick break and come back to you soon with some gameplay.
Hey, this is Anthony Adams from the UberCube podcast, and I want to talk about the Monopoly featured at CubeCon 2024. This is my twist on the Desert Cube genre, where I'm utilizing treasures as fast mana and lands enter the play tapped, where everybody needs to draft their lands in order to find success with this environment. The idea behind the Monopoly was, what if I could take a board game that people either love or hate, Monopoly, and turn it into a cube? So I did that by putting basically cards that personified the idea of economics within the cube, where treasures are very forward, and the idea is the rich keep getting richer and the poor keep getting poorer, and this cube is riddled with Easter eggs. So let's start out with, how do you weaponize treasures in this environment? Cards like Revel in Riches, or Killer Service, or Dragon Spark Reactor, which is my electric company, or Fane the Broker, which is like a pawn shop guy. But then we can't have the Monopoly without the traditional game pieces, so how do we represent cards like the Boot, or the Dog, or the Race Car, etc.? Well, Spirited Companion is my dog, Bill the Pony is the horse, Fleetwheel Cruiser is the race car, and Sky Sovereign Console Ship flagship is the Battle Cruiser. If you want to see a top hat, Ethereal Investigator has one, but don't get caught and go to jail. Or you've got Mimic, where you can take a chance, or Community Chest. Or if you got to wear those boots from the game pieces, Zephyr Boots will do it. But you can't have the Monopoly without Pennsylvania Railroad, B&O Railroad, Reading Railroad, or Shortline. How did I do that? Well, Luxurious Locomotive, Renegade Freighter, Untethered Express, or Andara Express can take you to your victory. So buckle up, everybody. Use those treasures to either spend or save. Get those rogues moving forward and try to go for victory. This cube is a desert environment riddled with Easter eggs. Hope everybody has a great time, and other than that, happy cubing!
Warren and Gavin, okay.
No. What?
Hello and welcome back to CubeCon 2024. We are live from the Alliant Energy Center here in Madison, Wisconsin. CubeCon 2024 is brought to you in part by Warren Fish, an active member of multiple Cube groups, including East Bay Cubing. These folks, they're eagerly awaiting teleportation technology, so if they can make it to every local Cube event in a future year. Big goal. Let me know how that goes. But Warren Fish, thank you so much for your contribution to the event. We're getting right into the action here, folks. I'm Rondez, joined alongside by Lord Tupperware, Ethan. We're getting into a Planeswalker Cube. We're going to be looking through the perspective of Gavin Verhey, and we just finished the draft. This Planeswalker, well over 100 Planeswalkers, lots of creatures that are able to get through anyway, whether they're unblockable or flyers. It's going to be a wild one for sure. Planeswalker removal is a premium in really any format of Magic the Gathering, and even more so here, as both players will start with the Interplanar Beacon tapped. For those of y'all that don't know, Interplanar Beacon, whenever you cast a Planeswalker spell, you gain 1 life, so expect to see large swings in life totals in this game. You can tap for a colorless, or, and this is the most important part, tap 1 and then tap Interplanar Beacon to add 2 mana of different colors only to cast Planeswalker spells. So we'll see lots of multicolor Planeswalker spells. Unless you're Rachel, you're Boros with lots and lots of creatures and Planeswalkers that largely only care about buffing your creatures. So this is a very, very interesting matchup. One deck that's leaning more into playing lots of Planeswalkers and protecting them, and another that's just looking to blow you out.
Yeah, so she's going to lead on Dreadhorde Arcanist, some spells that she might be looking to copy, like Torch the Tower and Gideon's Sacrifice in her deck. And we are going to see right off the bat, turn 1, turn 2, a 3-mana Planeswalker in Jace Mirror Mage. That's going to tick up to 5 and scry 2. 2 lands revealed there, Island Plains for Gavin. And I feel like this is going to be a bit of a, I wouldn't call his deck control, but when I look at Rachel's deck, that's what I'm going to call it. We've got aggro versus control here, and we're going to probably know the outcome of the game around turn 6, I would imagine. I'm thinking so.
Rachel's going to be looking to turn her creature sideways every single turn. She's got the Dreadhorde Arcanist out front, so going to be able to pull some of those instants from the graveyard and recur them. Jace is one of the weaker Planeswalkers in Gavin's deck, but that Scry ability is going to allow him to get to the stronger ones much faster, drawing a card as well. Is going to be powerful. That's how Jace is going to lose those loyalty counters, as you can see, starting off with 5, thanks to the first use of the Scry effect, scrying 2.
So it looks like a top-bottom there. Unclear which, if it's Island or Plains. I see a Cacophony Scamp in Rachel's hand. I see a Saheeli, the Izzet hybrid that can make servos.
So something that Rachel's going to have to contend with here in this matchup is that every time Gavin plays a Planeswalker spell, they're going to get this chip damage right back that she's dealing to them.
Yep.
So it's going to be a tough hill to climb. We do see her first Planeswalker come into play. It's Saheeli Master Artificer.
Yeah, so that's gonna, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you'll get a servo, and then she can turn an artifact into a creature until end of turn. And right off the bat, Rachel is ignoring Gavin's Planeswalker. She says, have fun with Jace. I'm going face.
So we'll see how that pays off, as Gavin is going to have a quite clear, curated look at each card he draws every turn. And there were some real bangers in Gavin's deck.
Yeah, I mean, if we're thinking about pressuring, certainly if Rachel's choosing to ignore Planeswalkers, if we're thinking about pressuring, we're going to need a whole heck of a lot more than just a 2-mana 1/3.
That's right. One good thing about Rachel's strategy, though, as she's drafting these cards, there's probably not many people at the table going that route, right? These creatures that are quite powerful can get through will be picked up. But look, this is one of the stronger Planeswalkers that can disrupt that sort of strategy. Luca will have the ability to deal damage to all creatures and Planeswalkers on the battlefield, based on the power and toughness of one of his own creatures. So just getting a chump blocker out, this 3/3 is something that's enough to stall and to stop this Dreadhorde Arcanist from getting in.
Yeah, getting a 3/3 here right off the bat on turn 3, by the way, thanks to the beacon, is huge. We see Rachel draws Torch the Tower, which is nice. That can, right away, it could just finish off Luca.
I think that's the right call.
And goes to exile, which is great. The other nice thing about this is it can finish off Luca, and then she can cast it again from the Dreadhorde Arcanist attack trigger. How she's going to choose to do that with a 3/3 in play, unclear just yet. That'll also trigger Saheeli twice, so we're going to see kind of an explosive turn here from Rachel, just with the Torch the Tower alone, and she's got some other options in hand as well. Kind of a big turn here. The Cacophony Scamp, she's also got a kind of a cute artifact, though. If anything, if not a little underpowered in Dramatist's Puppet. It's a 4-mana 2/4 that can enter and remove a counter or add a counter to a permanent. So maybe pick off a Planeswalker, buff your own Planeswalker, etc. Gavin being very nice and reminding Rachel about that she's going to get a servo here.
Oh, yes. And the servo does not have flying, so this is a servo crawling along the ground, not able to get through that 3/3. So that's kind of the dangerous part with what Gavin's got going on, is you get a Planeswalker that creates another body. So it's 2 permanents that Rachel would have to deal with in order to continue their game plan, to continue her game plan.
And we see Elspeth Resplendent as a curve topper here for Rachel in hand that I think is going to have some really a big impact here. And what she's going to do, I love this. This is such a great play. Looks like she's going to
go in for the damage on. She hit the Torch the Tower on the beast.
I guess I was assuming she was going to sacrifice a token.
Oh, to deal 3 damage.
To deal 3
Bargain
to
it,
the
right?
3/3 and get it off the board. It looks like she just dealt 2 to it and said, hey, if you want to trade, go for it.
Yeah.
Gavin elected not to.
I think that would have been worth it to sack a servo. You're just going to make more. And this 3/3 doesn't stop being a threat next turn. It's still in the way.
So we have Cacophony Scamp here. When it deals damage to a player, you can sack it, and if you do, you proliferate. And when it dies, deals damage equal to its power to any target.
Right.
Pretty powerful to be able to turn some servos into Cacophony Scamp. It should Rachel choose with Saheeli's ability.
That's right. That's right. And I did mention something about this 3/3 still being a threat next turn. But should Rachel decide to play Elspeth Resplendent next turn, she could give any one of the creatures flying. And still be able to, or first strike, lifelink, plus that +1/+1 counter. So maybe it's not all bad. And here it is, Oath of Teferi comes down. So this is going to give Gavin the ability to flicker a permanent. It's also going to give Gavin the ability to activate Planeswalker abilities twice each turn. So Jace can scry twice. Jace could scry and then draw a card. Oh, Vraska right off the top. So we can see some good interaction coming in here shortly.
Oh, mama. Vraska's going to come down and be able to activate twice?
Oh, man.
Gavin. It's kind of cheat. Kind of a cheat. All right, so he's going to scry first, then draw. He draws the land, so no loyalty being removed from Jace.
Right.
And a Martyr for the Cause off the top for Rachel. Not extremely impactful play here. More something you'd like to see early as just a 2-mana 2/2. When it dies, you'll proliferate. Fine. I think she's got bigger fish to fry here, and I think Elspeth is going to be doing some of that frying.
I love shield counters and the fact that when you proliferate something with a shield counter on it, there's not many ways to be able to do that in a lot of formats. But when it deals damage, you only lose one of those shield counters. So destruction spells weakened a bit there. However, Vraska is a planeswalker that gets around that. You can just straight up turn the creature into a treasure. So should she decide to -3 with this Elspeth here, that shield counter, might just end up going to waste on whatever comes into play.
Gavin works in R&D for Wizards. I don't think he should be allowed to pick up cards and read them. I think he should know. I'm just going to say it.
There's millions of words on all these cards.
I'm sorry.
I am not in the least bit surprised that he's not. He might not have all of them in his lexicon from day to day. So, Cacophony Scamp is going to be able to get an oil counter on it thanks to the non-creature spell being played. Elspeth is going to, thanks to Elspeth using its +1 ability to get a +1/+1 counter. I don't know if it's going to have flying, first strike, or lifelink.
It might just be a +1/+1 counter. Oh, and a counter from
it gets
a
both.
Oh, of course
it does get both.
Hachi Machi.
Yeah, Elspeth Resplendent's a super, super strong, really, really cool planeswalker. I'm excited to see where it goes and in the next couple of years in terms of synergy. 5 mana is expensive, but just the -3 ability, both the +1 and the -3 are so relevant. The only shame is that the card itself costs so much mana.
Well, and Vraska, it's a powerful card, but it can't answer the planeswalkers that Rachel has.
Right.
It can answer some creatures, but it doesn't answer any planeswalkers. We now have 3 servos from Saheeli. We have Cacophony Scamp getting in, not being blocked. This 3/3 beast has not entered the red zone as of yet.
No, not doing a whole lot here.
And now, Elspeth's ultimate, we're not far off.
That's true.
-7, make 5 3/3 angel creatures with flying. I think that's where Rachel's headed.
And it's quite a powerful effect. You'll be able to take out some planeswalkers very easily with that. Mm-hmm. Gavin has a limited amount of flyers in his deck, certainly not 5 of them.
I just saw the Eternal Wanderer in Gavin's hand.
Oh,
this is such a savage board state and such a savage matchup for him to have that card in his pile specifically, because he is going to be able to. There we go. Thank you. It did get a flying counter. That makes sense why the Phyrexian Beast did not engage with it in combat. But Gavin just being able to say, I'm going to keep my 3/3 and I'll leave you with a servo. That's pretty brutal to see with Rachel building out this wide board.
Yeah, really nice board state on the side of Rachel, but a 6-mana planeswalker is known to disrupt exactly that.
Yeah.
So 2 options here. We can go Eternal Wanderer, wipe all of what Rachel's built up at this point, and it's going to be very difficult to build that back in Boros. Or we can go Vraska and draw twice, proliferate twice. But I think the most powerful play is to go the Eternal Wanderer.
Gavin currently sitting at only 5 mana. So Eternal Wanderer is not an option just yet.
Oh, he did not hit the 6th land for it. No, that's right.
So he looks to be scrying double bottom. Oh, nope, sorry. Scrying double top.
Was it the first scry?
Yes.
The first activation of Jace?
And this looks like land number 6.
Yeah, that's where. Again, this is the problem with Jace being able to stick since turn 2, turn 3.
Yeah.
If you have these issues with land, no, you don't, because Jace is here. Okay, so we're tapping out. Here comes the Eternal
6.
Wanderer.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is a heavy hit. This is a haymaker right here. Do it. Oop.
The slow roll here is impeccable. And the nasty thing is he's going to get to minus and make it 2/2.
Plus.
He can minus and 0. He can minus and plus.
Yeah, and so I imagine we keep.
Certainly keep that. We're going to keep the
flyer.
Cacophony Scamp, it seems, so as to not Because if he kept a servo, the Cacophony Scamp dies as a 2/2, deals 2 damage to something. It's going to deal 2 damage to the Emperor before Gavin has, or the Eternal Wanderer rather, before Gavin has a chance to uptick.
Right. So excellent call there to pick that card.
So he is going to, I believe, Wanderer should be on. So it looks like he minused and zeroed. So I believe Wanderer should be on 1. Unless Oath of Teferi does something I'm not clear on.
Let's see.
And I'm not sure what the reasoning behind keeping Scamp in play, because it seems like that's just going to lead to it killing the Eternal Wanderer, but we'll see what happens here. It's not a good look when we're here, turn 5, and Gavin is at a healthy 19 life.
Yeah.
If you're Rachel.
Up against Boros, your creatures are all gone.
And you're looking at a couple, I mean, they're role player cards for her, but you're looking at the Martyr and the Dramatist's puppet in hand, and you're saying, I can't compete with this. I needed the game to be over by now.
Yeah, and there's no card advantage. Rachel's just going to get buried. She's drawing 1 card per turn. Oath of Teferi and Jace are just going to, slowly push her out of this game.
All right.
Cacophony Scamp does get in to take out the Wanderer. But again, Vraska just comes down and can turn into a treasure if she wants. Elspeth cannot -3 just yet because you don't want to lose the Planeswalker that easily. So even if she gets this 1 blocker, Vraska just gets rid of it, and then the Beast and the Samurai comes through and kills Elspeth, the most powerful Planeswalker on the battlefield.
She's going to play Martyr. We'll get a +1/+1 counter and a something.
I'm assuming it's first strike, so that it can be a blocker.
To tussle with both the Samurai or the 3/3.
Yeah, but it's not gonna. It's not gonna survive.
Yeah, but neither of those will matter. Exactly, neither will matter. Thanks to Vraska, which we know about.
Vraska betrayals Sting for those at home.
And I believe that's also a tail's end in Gavin's hand. So even if Rachel were able to do something where she was making her way towards the Elspeth ultimate, Gavin would be able to stifle that.
I mean, the things that blue can do with Planeswalkers is just too powerful for a Boros deck, drawing 1 card per turn.
I am afraid to say that I think you're right. Dramatist, yeah. Oh, perhaps Rachel thought that she got to do it to multiple things. She does not. She only gets to do it to 1. Add or remove a counter from something. We're gonna uptick on the Scamp. Okay. Rachel, literally and figuratively, has all of her cards on the table at the moment.
Yeah. No secrets here, and...
I mean, Gavin's grip, he's got 5 cards, and he's got a Stranglehold on the top of his library, Scrying 2, Boros Garrison, so basically effectively...
No, drawing that one.
Effectively draws 2 lands.
Right.
With that. It's hard to imagine, looking at Rachel's list, the sequence of draws that she could find to turn this game around in her favor, and that's not included. Like, I'm talking about her being able to sequence her draws. Gavin is actually sequencing his draws right now.
I think Vraska's just going to come down and be able to ultimate before Rachel could stabilize and do anything here.
Yeah.
She's going to lose the Elspeth. It'll just be Saheeli. There might be some servos that get made next turn, but they can't get through the Beast and the Samurai.
Just no guarantee. I mean, she's at the mercy of the top of her deck.
Right.
So, Gavin's going to lead on Nissa instead. That's what, Nissa Vital Force?
This is a Nissa Vital Force, so 2 options. Return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Very powerful effect and bent here for what Gavin is doing with Planeswalkers. So the next one, untap the +1, what we'll see here soon as well, is untap target land you control until your next turn. It becomes a 5/5 elemental creature with haste.
This is gnarly. He could just plus ultimate here, thanks to Oath of Teferi. He's going to elect a plus, so that Plains will be a 5/5 until his next turn.
Oh, we're just gonna keep drawing cards.
But it looks like, no, we're just going to make 2 5/5s. Cards is not something he's at a shortage of.
That's absolutely
and,
right.
You know, it's interesting. Like, I would be so tempted to continue to spin my wheels here if I were Gavin, because he's got such a lock on this game. But you have to respect that he says, all right, look, I'm just going to make some 5/5s. Like,
yeah, let's close this out.
We can get this over with pretty quickly.
So it looks like we are going to send them. I think we're going to send them in to attack right away. Why not? They're both strong enough to take out both Planeswalkers. Rachel only has one blocker. Those Planeswalkers are all dead, right?
This Oath of Teferi may be one of the more broken cards in this cube.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's
the blue spells in this cube are really, really powerful.
You're going to change your name. Are you going to be Rondez Blue Mage?
It's sort of a coincidence that my last name is Green. It's more so I'm just Rondez a mage, but I like I do like the green. I'd say I'm secondary in green. I'd say I'm secondary in green. You know, maybe white before. I don't know, but either way, we're seeing Nissa send some elementals in the direction of Rachel Jones. So Elspeth, who has been one of the most impactful, I would say at this point, Jace has been the most impactful Planeswalker in the game, untouched and putting beautiful cards into Gavin's hands.
Gavin has drawn a couple lands off of it. He's been able to just really decide what he wants to do with his future turns, thanks to the Scry. I kind of thought it was a bit of a stinker when he picked it so early in the draft, but I've been impressed this game.
I think he immediately was just leaning towards, again, protecting these creatures, playing the long game, building up an untouchable board state, and he's certainly got that.
And I thought that the draw for turn for Rachel was a land, but she seems to be mulling something over with that top deck. So Nissa next turn can potentially rebuy the Eternal Wanderer.
Yeah,
right?
we just do it again.
-3, return any permanent from your graveyard to your hand.
So any Planeswalker that Rachel takes out and does not exile, we're just going to see it hit the battlefield again.
Yeah.
This one's looking real slow for Rachel's prospects for coming out on top. Drawing one card per turn. When it's a land, you're basically just, not doing anything.
It's a time walk, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially because, Saheeli as a Planeswalker, look at the Planeswalkers that Gavin has played. He's not playing any of those uncommons from War of the Spark, where all you can do is tick down. She's going to try to make something happen here by turning the Scamp sideways as a 3/3 flyer. Going to take down 3 loyalty from Nissa, and that's it. Holding back with the Martyr and the Puppet.
So I think here Gavin should just be removing creatures and swinging each turn. And you could close it out in the next 3 or 4 turns. Mm-hmm. There's not really anything Rachel can do about that.
Yeah, he's going to get back. I want to look at so many cards in hand. This is I feel so deflated for Rachel. This is just such a because her life total's high, right?
Right.
You look at you go, oh, it's anybody's game, but
it's not.
This is Gavin's game.
Yeah, for sure. So we get to enjoy the faces of Magic and how well they can work together, and Bant colors at that. So right on theme. The Eternal Wanderer is going to come in with 4 loyalty points. Let's see what we're going to do first. So we're removing yes, we are going to select a single creature on the battlefield of Rachel Jones and choose the other one to be sacrificed. And then Rachel is able to use Gavin is able to use another ability on the Wandering Emperor this turn. The
Samurai goes away. We're keeping the Beast. Cacophony Scamp stays. Martyr of the Cause dies, so we're going to proliferate up Saheeli to 6, the Scamp to 3, but now Gavin gets to finally do the nasty thing, which is flicker or exile until the beginning of Rachel's end step, the Cacophony Scamp, which removes all the work she's put into it. So now it's going to come back as a measly 1/1, no flying left. The Beast and the Plains as a 5/5 going to take out Saheeli, and Rachel's board has been reduced to effectively nothing. It'll have a scamp next end step, but that is far from enough. And look at Gavin's like, oh yeah, and I can activate Jace too.
That's right.
Oh, I forgot about Jace.
One on top, one on the bottom for this scry. What are we doing, Gavin? You can do whatever you want, so just let us know.
Interesting to note, Rachel does have a copy of Single Combat in her deck, which may be why she's not scooping it up here, because that can't, like, just choose one Planeswalker, the rest go away. It'd be a really big reset. It's sort of her version of the Wandering, or the Eternal Wanderer in her deck, as a way to say, oh, you want to answer my creatures? I'm going to answer all your Planeswalkers.
That's right. That could be really strong. The only issue that we're seeing here is the fact that Rachel has to draw one card at a time
Yeah.
to get to it. So we could see any number of other things, like the many wonderful land that Rachel has in the deck to cast her spells before we get to single combat.
She's got a Bloodfray Giant. I assume they will not be unleashed, so it can block. Won't be big enough to block the 5/5 lands that Gavin will be animating, but can tussle with the 3/3. Bloodfray Giant, bye-bye. Yep, Cacophony Scamp, bye-bye, because we can uptick twice. We're going to uptick Nissa twice, animate a couple lands. Oh. Gavin's getting excited.
I think Vraska coming down this turn is strong. Proliferate 3 Planeswalkers 2 times. Okay, we're going to go with Gideon. We could still go Vraska.
This is gnarly. Look at those big, beautiful, chunky dice we have in the feature match area.
I do like these. It makes it very clear to see how many loyalty points, which for those at home that might not know, is basically the life totals of these Planeswalkers. How much is left? How much is to be gained? We're talking a lot about Vraska as well. Vraska in hand, the proliferate ability allows you to manipulate those loyalty points. So actually, any counters on the battlefield, you can increase them by 1. Vraska being able to do it twice, though, thanks to the Oath of Teferi, sat just underneath that Nissa, between that Nissa and Jace at the top of your screen.
Gavin's got an In Bolus's Clutches on the top of his library as well. I do think it is single combat or bust for Rachel at this point, but she does have a hope. Spellgorger, we're not going to do it.
All right,
She's going
so
to
we are
say
gonna scoop.
we can scoop him up.
Yeah. Okay, so Rachel conceding game 1 here after Gavin was able to disrupt, stabilize, and then launch himself far ahead in the game thanks to the doubling effect of Jace's scry and draw abilities, just perfectly curated hands, just surgical removal spells and abilities to disrupt Rachel's deck. Who's, again, she's drawing 1 card per turn, and so as long as Gavin can keep up with that, it's a wrap.
Hope of Girapur is going to be the turn 1 play for Rachel. And Gavin responds with a Hero of Precinct 1 on 2.
Big sub blockers.
I hope that Rachel has a Torch the Tower or something to answer that, because Gavin is primed to clog the board if that sticks around.
Yeah, we're gaining life, we're creating blockers. Just this wall that Gavin is able to put up in front of himself in Bant colors is impenetrable for much of Rachel's deck, unless it's handled early.
All right, Spellgorger Weird. That's when you want it. You want that early. Can start to get some counters. We have seen some proliferate out of Rachel as well. Hope of Girapur. First Blood. And she has the option here on her turn to sacrifice it and have Gavin not be able to cast non-creature spells. I don't think that's what you want to be doing when you're trying to get your opponent dead. I think that is just going to be more of a Flying Men as a throwback. I think it's just a 1-mana 1/1 flyer for her at this point.
For the time being, absolutely right. And it's an interesting, bit of interaction that you've got in this Boros list. But when you don't have any way to replace this card, and again you're drawing only 1 card per turn, it's just Sets you back a little bit. Excellent time to draw the Torch to Tower.
Look at
That's supposed to
that.
go straight to the hero of Precinct 1.
Yeah, Gavin's taken this sort of crucial turn to set up his mana, it seems. Played the Growth Chamber, bounced to Plains, and Rachel has found the silver bullet here for Hero of Precinct 1 and Torch the Tower.
Yeah, I think we swing and before damage, Torch the Tower. I don't think he would block, but at least give him the opportunity, right? And then you could save the Torch the
Yeah.
Tower for something in the future. It doesn't really matter. Either way, we're getting in for some damage.
Yeah, you want to get that counter on the weird, get it growing. So I like that. And she's going to pass. It does look like, so she has a couple of Sorin Planeswalkers in her hand, as well as single combat.
Oh, that's going to be big.
So we'll see if Gavin is able to get out to that kind of, wide Planeswalker board, if single combat is able to clean up. Arboreal Grazer and Plains, a much slower game from Gavin here so far. I believe that's Planar Disruption, sort of a pacifism variant that can also shut off Planeswalkers. It's the draw.
And so the two Sorin spells in the hands of Rachel Jones in this Mardu deck, I suppose. We have Sorin, Vengeful Bloodlord. This one has a static ability. This is from War of the Spark. I guess that would be our first War of the Spark Planeswalker played this game. I don't think that Jace was from War, was it?
Saheeli was, though.
Saheeli was, absolutely right. We'll be seeing a lot of these powerful static abilities. This one, all your creatures and Planeswalkers have life link, so any damage you do, you're able to gain some life, which can be big for Rachel, who otherwise will not be gaining as much life as Gavin whenever he casts the spells. You could also return a creature from the graveyard to the battlefield, and it turns into a vampire. That's one Sorin.
Unfortunately, that Sorin has been cast and answered with a Tail's End from Gavin.
Yeah, blue mage things, right? And so again, this sets Rachel back quite a bit, drawing one card per turn and having to play at sorcery speed. So Gavin, that 2 mana expense or that 3 mana expense there is well worth it for him.
Well, Spellgorger Weird does get a counter. It's not for nothing. It grows to a 4/4. It attacks. Gavin's down to 12. This is going to be a crucial turn. I'm sure Gavin has something to do, but it depends what it is, right? He can't take the time, can't afford to play something like an Oath of Teferi at this point. Some of those more expensive spells are not so board impacting in Gavin's deck.
Yeah, Gavin, though, if he draws cards just 1 for 1 Rachel's creatures for a little while, that's more than enough. It's perfectly fine.
Right. I mean, the first order of business is to answer the Spellgorger Weird. Then we can talk.
Without a doubt.
And Hope of Ghirapur, of course, not being turned sideways because the Grazer has reach.
Folks, this is day 2 of CubeCon 2024. The first cube that myself and Lord Tupperware, Ethan, we were able to commentate yesterday was the Changeling Cube. Having house rule just like this one does. That one was all creatures, had all creature types in all zones. This one today, it was a bit more creature light. Lots of Planeswalker action going on with the house rule, the cube rule of starting with Interplanar Beacon tapped, and we're seeing that come into play right now on Gavin's side. First Planeswalker of Game 2 is Luca.
Yep.
Completed Luca.
There's
Luca. This is what was able to be disruptive for the first several turns of last game by creating a beast, which we're going to do again. That's a blocker to protect Luca. If you can uptick Luca a bit, you also have something that's able to deal damage to all creatures and Planeswalkers on the battlefield. Really big deal, Luca, the drafting of Luca in Gavin's deck.
Looks like Dreadhorde Arcanist was the draw for turn for Rachel. And she's going to be able to double spell here if she wants, right? She has sort of an option of playing the other Sorin out of her hand or Planar Disruption plus Dreadhorde Arcanist.
Right.
Disruption on Luca will stop a potential sweep next turn, though I'm not sure she's that worried about it currently, given that a 3/3 or 3 power is all that Gavin has access to, though I'm sure he has more in the tank. So we are going to see Disruption
nice.
on Luca. That's asked and answered at the moment. That's also going to trigger the Spellgorger Weird, growing to a 5/5.
Yeah.
Turn it sideways. And Gavin may be in chump territory here, as we do see Grazer jump in front. And there's Dreadhorde Arcanist.
Okay. And so something that I'm thinking about here with this matchup and Rachel leaning more towards these creatures is that these creatures are not coming in with haste. And so the problem with this is Gavin is going to have the opportunity then for these Planeswalkers to have another turn to activate their abilities, which are highly impactful each time they happen. So had Rachel also gone into green for Naya, maybe you could get Arlen Cord. You could get the Domri that's in these packs. Of course, you're not going to be able to perfectly curate your deck in such a way, but that's the Rhythm of the Wild as well to give all your creatures Riot. But unfortunately, we're not there. We're here. We have black spells, which does give her impactful Planeswalker, just direct Planeswalker removal on top of the white spells. But we are seeing the advantage of having these blue spells come in. You get flyers, you get counter spells, you get cards with proliferate, and we're seeing it right here.
We have Sky Knight's going to come in and lock down the Dreadhorde Arcanist for a turn. Reason being is Torch the Tower was fired off earlier in the game and could come back again if Dreadhorde Arcanist were allowed to be turned sideways. So Gavin decides that's not what I'd like you to be able to do, at least at this point. And I think I'm seeing a time wipe in Gavin's hand. I can't quite. I see 2 lands, and there is a single spell, and I think it is time wipe. I'm not sure though. Rachel, on the other hand, still has that single combat, and she's going to go ahead and attack both. Now, the option here, Gavin can double block or attempt to double block, trade with the weird 3/3 plus a 3/1. I'll trade with the 5/5, or could choose to get the Hope of Ghirapur off the board. Looks like he says, take it all. Down to 6.
Okay, dangerously low here, but Gavin's deck does have lots of life gain. Tapping 4 to bring in another Planeswalker. This is the second Sorin.
No, that's not a Sorin. That's a Dovin.
Oh, that is Dovin.
That's a nice Dovin. Dovin Bond? Is that right? No.
I thought that was Sorin, Lord of Innistrad, was what we were looking at, but no, it's going to be one of the Dovins. Let's see.
Now I'm second guessing everything. Chat, who is that?
The foil is what's making it challenging to. It is Sorin, Lord of Innistrad.
It's just a different art. It looks like.
Yeah,
I can't tell. Okay, it's an alt art. All right, we're getting a 1/1 vamp, and Sorin. This is very interesting spot and a nice time for Rachel to be deploying Sorin, Lord of Innistrad. Is because not only, okay, never mind. Gavin is recognizing that it is a threat, that it is a problem. This is what makes me think that he has time wipe.
Got a lifelinker.
Is that he gets to pick up Sky Knight here.
Right.
And sweep the board.
We're setting all the work on these creatures who, again, had to wait to even be able to come in and do damage.
But the Boros Garrison now does give him double white. All right, anyway, what I was going to say is that I feel like Gavin was having to protect his own life total. And Sorin ticking up pretty fast, right? Goes up to 5, goes up to 6, can ult and remove 3 things.
Right.
It's quite fast. Gavin has realized that and is, taking it out or trying to get it gone. And there is the time wipe. Gonna pick up Sky Knight. Oh, so brutal. I wonder what would have happened had Rachel sacked the Hope of Ghirapur last turn. There's no way to know to do it. But if you think about how do I lose this game, and it's if Gavin can Wrath. We saw the Eternal Wanderer already. I don't know if deck lists are public for these players. They probably don't have enough time to peep them if they are. But there's single combat. So that means Rachel would get to keep her Sorin, but she's not going to fire that off. Oh, Sky Knight locked down the Sorin. It can't be activated.
Oh. Azorius Mage things. Lots of really powerful blue interaction here, and you're seeing it in its most predatory state, I think.
Predatory is such an evocative word. It's quite
Gideon.
Quite visceral.
Gideon Blackblade comes down. Gideon is able to turn himself into an indestructible creature on your turn. Gideon, if you -6, is also able to exile a permanent.
Well, and such a huge ability here to grant lifelink.
Yeah, bring him back in this game.
Knight, yeah, it just has a little bit of new life here.
Oh, dear.
She's got time. She can let Gavin kind of overextend a little bit if she wants to wait one more turn on that single combat. But
Right.
she's going to be taking, what, Gideon's a 4/4. She'll be taking 7. Gavin adds to the board.
So, I mean, I suppose we just hold the planes in hand as a bluff that it's a real card. All we got that we can do is single combat, and I just don't know if it's too early to cast that. How many cards does Gavin have in hand?
You'd
Right.
like to be able for this to be more than just a 1-for-1.
Right.
But that's all it is now. Gavin will either choose to keep Gideon or the Sky Knight. I assume he'll keep Gideon.
I think that would be wise, having an indestructible creature.
So Luca and Sky Knight go away. Planar Disruption goes away. Gavin can't cast anything. I believe also Rachel will not be able to cast anything on her turn, right? Until the end of your next turn. So Rachel's just saying, okay, I take 4.
So,
And there's a Monastery Swiftspear, the haste you were talking about before, but she's not. No. No casting for you. Also, that's Gavin's second time reading a card, and I think it's illegal.
we got a reader.
We got a reader. I just don't think it should be allowed.
So I had to take a full turn off. Oh, and then Nissa comes down.
Oh my God.
Bring in the 5/5.
Sure, but also
could also
bring back
Luca.
Luca. Like, come on.
The recursion here really.
It's hard to overcome. I feel like, we saw a much better showing from Rachel's deck this game. And it's a bit of bad luck, I have to say, that she's playing against Gavin, who has both Eternal Wanderer and Time Wipe.
Yeah.
Which are just kryptonite for her deck.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do about it. There's no creature protection instance or other creatures in this cube that you could really use. No selfless spirit or what is the knight? The 3-mana knight with flash to phase out your creature. And even then, that stuff wouldn't even really be worth it for you to play.
Correct.
It would slow you down
And look, this is just she goes draw land for turn, Monastery Swiftspear.
For 1.
I guess you can't ult your Nissa, but holy cow.
Guardian of Faith.
He got there.
That's what that knight is.
Doubters in chat. He got there.
So we got Gideon plussing again.
Nissa goes
swing
down.
in for 4.
Here comes Luca.
All right. Luca right back into play. That 3/3 is more than enough to stop the Swift Spear from having any action this next turn. Oh, and Heart of Kieran.
Yeah,
Man.
Can I interest you in a 4/4 Vigilant?
Oh, no. This is where I'd shake your hand and say, good job.
Nahiri, the Harbinger off the top, it's just not going to do enough.
No, you can exile as target tapped permanent?
No, it has to be. Yeah, she can't even target Gideon because it's not a creature.
Right.
She's like, is that a creature now? No. Why not?
Oh, man.
And you can
loot?
She could cash in her planes for a fresh look, but all the while her life total is at a low 6.
So that is one of 2 cards in hand on the left side of the screen there. Nahiri the Harbinger, probably the most powerful card we've seen played this game too from Rachel besides the single combat.
I mean, let's remember that this is the 3rd Planeswalker she's resolved. Cast this game. Gavin did Tail's End, one of them, but it's just been answered and answered and answered.
That's right.
All the while Gavin is really just making work of these threats here. Best I can do for you is a plane, says Rachel's library. Oh, boy.
We got one blocker. Monastery Swift Spear will not be, well, Nahiri might survive here because I think Gavin's just going straight to the dome.
I would expect so. Yeah, we're just going to pick off the Swift Spear. We're going to animate a land. 5/5, 3/3, 4/4, plus Heart of Kirin if you want. You just activate. Gavin, what's happening here? Yeah, there we go. And there we go.
It's got vigilance, so you don't have to tap it, but it's okay.
He doesn't know what the cards do. It's not his fault. It's not his fault.
So that's game 2 to Gavin as well. You can see the overwhelming presence of the Planeswalkers, the faces of Magic, aside from the players, of course. Well, we are Planeswalkers, so it's us too. But anyway, the faces of Magic, they're really taking over. Blue Magic, a lot of those spells and interactions really launching Gavin far ahead from the largely Boros deck on the side of Rachel. But I think a really interesting draft anyway to go so creature heavy and really just try to pressure them out of the game quickly. It just wasn't enough here against Gavin's strategy.
And I wouldn't be surprised if she's able to defeat some of her opponents in round 2 or round 3, knowing that a couple of those sweeper effects, they're gone.
Yeah.
Gavin
got
those. I
most
already
of them.
lose to those. Maybe I can pressure my opponents and they won't be able to do that in round 2.
That's absolutely right. If anything, this is going to be one of the hardest matchups simply because of the archetypes of these two decks for Rachel, I should say. So we're going to go to a quick break. We'll come back with more action for you in just a couple of minutes. I'm Rondez. This is Ethan. CubeCon 2024, Day 2. Stay tuned.
Hello, my name is Bones and I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma. One of my cubes in this year's CubeCon is the Museum of Modern. This is a nostalgic cube focusing on the modern format as it existed from different points between 2012 and 2018, before the release of Dominaria and the Horizon sets. There are extensive singleton breaks in this cube, including 2 copies of each Shockland, 4 copies of each Fetchland, and 4 copies of 5 iconic cards, which are Path to Exile, Snapcaster Mage, Thoughtseize, Lightning Bolt, and Tarmogoyf. Some of the decks you can make in this cube are Burn, available in both Mono Red and Boros styles. Naya Zoo, also known as Landfall or Bushwhacker Zoo. Big Red or Mono Red Control. Classic combos like Splinter Twin, Kiki Jiki, and Saheeli Cat. Or use your fairies for tempo instead. Azorius Control, when its favorite win condition was a land. Or perhaps everyone's favorite verb, Jund. Or its junky cousin, Abzan. Or for Game Objects fans, Black-White Tokens. Speaking of tokens, it's Mardu Pyromancer. And even Smallpox. Take advantage of all the fetch and shock lands with Shadow, of Death, and Taxes. There's even a Stoneforge Mystic variant. Or just go with the classic humans. Other combos include Melirapod, Kiki Cord, and Spike Feeder. And many more. 3 of my favorite cards that I'd like to highlight include Harsh Mentor, who's especially potent at stopping combos like Splinter Twin and shocks the opponent every time they crack a fetch land, Sig River Cutthroat, who's great in Black-Red Burn alongside Blightning, or with the Shrieking Affliction deck, and Meddling Mage. Better here than most cubes because there's so many duplicates and there's so many ways to look at your opponent's hand.
Hello and welcome back to CubeCon 2024. This is day 2 of our 4-day tournament. We just finished up with Gavin facing off against Rachel. Today, we have a sponsor, one of our many sponsors for this event, Gamers Guild. Gamers Guild Arizona is a company based on a simple idea, creating a safe, inclusive, and fun gaming space for everyone. This is one of the sponsors who has brought this event to you this weekend, and we are so thrilled to have them a part of the action. They're creating fun, inclusive gaming space for everyone, especially minors, LGBTQ folks, people of color, and women. So thank you, Gamers Guild, for what you do. Thank you for supporting the event. And thank you to everyone at home for tuning in. We have another Cube coming up, another Cube match coming up for you in the War of the Spark Cube here at CubeCon. I'm Rondez Green Mage, and I'm joined by Lord Tupperware. Ethan, how are you feeling about that last matchup, and what are you looking forward to as we move forward?
You know, Gavin's deck, I think we were both pretty excited about. I think he drafted really well, and it performed. He kind of got handed a great matchup on a silver platter, having the 2 sweepers against an aggro deck. It looks like his next opponent, Jacob Bruns, is going to be doing something in the similar vein, though on a slightly different axis. Jacob has chosen Gruul Beats instead of Boros Beats here, with a couple little flavors. He's got a Huatli Warrior Poet at the top of the curve that he can cast, but a lot of Proliferate in Jacob's deck. Double Pollen Bright Druid, double Contagious Vorak. I'll be excited to see how the Proliferate plays out as a different way to sort of perhaps be going wide and tall at the same time.
Yes. Blue and green in this cube have tons of proliferate effects stapled onto other useful abilities. The match is ready. We're going to hop right into game 1. This is Jacob Bruns facing off against Gavin Verhey. Yes, that Gavin Verhey, part of the research and development team of Wizards of the Coast. If you're just tuning in, War of the Spark Cube has a house rule. You're going to start off at the top with a tapped interplanar beacon coming into play.
That's right, a good reminder that we're going to be starting things a little accelerated here.
Oh, turn 2 heroes, good for Gavin.
Yeah, that's nice. Nice to see.
So,
and we did see, I missed it. We got the bounce land on turn 1, right?
So, yeah, it's Jacob.
He picked up.
No, I was going to have to respond to that. There's the Rhythm of the Wild. So, creatures coming in with Haste and Riot. Maybe the tokens the Planeswalkers create will come in and be able to do some damage early on. Either way, like being able to pressure these Planeswalkers that Gavin can otherwise pillow fort around, especially with these tokens from Hero of Precinct 1, that's going to be a very big deal.
There's also no countering. Creature spells can't be countered. Not that Gavin is counter heavy. He does have the Tail's End.
Right. I think it's just the Tail's End in the deck, right? There were no other counters? Jace. Okay.
Perfected Mind coming in with the Phyrexian cost. The 2 life, not nothing that Gavin is paying. Now it's actually mitigated by the Interplanar Beacon. It's only going to be 1 life because he gains it right back.
That's right.
And it looks like we're going downtown. Target player mills 3 cards. And then he's going to draw a card. Very interesting. Gavin is under no pressure, air quotes, except Rhythm of the Wild is going to get wild.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Jace is not long for this world. Gavin has not yet gotten to make a token, but, I mean, just being able to draw a card right there and then, fade a turn of taking damage is a big deal.
Double Pollen Bright Druid, that Huatli, as we talked about before. So Pollen Bright Druid, I believe trigger. So and it won't matter here, but it might matter for the next one. Right, if that gets a counter, and then I guess that's going to get haste rather than...
Yeah, it looks like they've elected to give this haste rather than a second, like going for the proliferate. Oh, another Pollen Bright Druid, okay.
So this one, he can put a counter from Rhythm of the Wild and then proliferate, and they're both 3/3s. If that's what he wants to do. He might also just say, I would like 2 hasty 2/2s to finish off this Jace right now.
That's fine.
And that is what
Solid
Jacob
play.
is going to like to do.
Otherwise, Jace would be able to plus and weaken them each turn.
Yeah, you don't want that.
So good pressure early on. This is exactly what an aggro deck is going to need to do against Gavin's deck, especially with the turn 2 hero. This is where the tokens are going to start being created as Gavin begins to play these multicolored spells.
Well, and not only that, one of the keywords you were bemoaning Rachel's lack of in the last match was haste.
Need that.
Rhythm of the Wild going to supply that in droves this game.
Need that. All 3 major colors in effect through basics on Gavin's side here on turn 4.
Well, 3.
Turn 3. Turn 3, because we have the Interplanar Beacon that comes in tapped. Absolutely. So maybe this is where we start to see the first Hero of Precinct 1 token made. That'll be a chump blocker for whatever Planeswalker comes down. Looking into the hand of Jacob here.
Yeah, we've got the
Trying to get a
Huatli
good
Warrior
look.
Poet.
Right.
So that can make some dinos. They won't be affected by Rhythm of the Wild, which only cares about non-tokens. There's Lay of Sky Knight. Lock down a PB Druid, a Peanut Butter Druid, we used to call it back in the day. I think I was the only one who ever called it that. That's going to trigger Hero of Precinct 1 as well. We'll get that token sorted. There it is. Detained. It's rude. It's rude, honestly. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
A little bit of a flood for Jacob. I see Basic Forest, I see Mountain, and I can't quite make out what is the other non-Huatli spell. I can't imagine it's much better. Huatli is one of Jacob's most impactful spells at the top of his curve.
Yeah, and getting some dinosaur tokens on the battlefield can be big because of that Rhythm of the Wild. I think we just want to get as much out of that as possible before it is potentially removed by something in Gavin's deck.
Warrior Poet hits, comes in with 3 loyalty. It can be a Dino Factory, just 0 to make some 3/3s. It can also deal damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures. Creatures dealt damage this way can't block this turn. So could -2 pick off Sky Knight and the 1/1 if you wanted. Jacob doesn't want. He says, I'd like a 3/3, please. Pollen Bright Druid #1, no longer detained. Liev Sky Knight. Yeah, see, this is why I might have liked to pick it off, is that was effectively 5 mana 3/3 gain 3. Because Sky Knight just took Huatli out immediately.
Yeah.
So I might have liked to deal a couple damage. Sure, we're not answering. I mean, you could have just decided to kill Sky Knight plus Hero and say it's 5 mana Arc Lightning, and that's fine too. But here we are. And the first appearance, though we know it was in Gavin's hand a lot in match 1, the first appearance of Vraska, she makes her way to the board. And we're going to go up and proliferate. Draw a card, lose a life.
Something to keep in mind is also a minor correction earlier on about Planeswalkers creating tokens in the deck of Jacob runs is that Rhythm of the Wild does not interact with token creatures. It's just non-token creatures that you control that enter the battlefield. So
that's why that dinosaur didn't get a counter or
no
have
haste,
haste.
anything.
Okay, sending the whole team.
Vraska's got to go.
Oh, I agree.
Vraska's got to go. That's dangerous.
You're not welcome here. You can't sit with us.
Getting that life gain, almost negligible -1 life whenever you draw a card and proliferate from that first ability is quite powerful in this deck filled with Planeswalkers, and having access to remove a big threat with the minus ability is just something that needs to go. So we are going to see a block from the Hero of Precinct 1 onto the Pollen Bright Druid. Got the token still hanging back. Vraska's still quite healthy and could survive a little bit of a swing here.
I'm not convinced that Jacob didn't point to Vraska.
Oh, you think he's going face with it?
Well, now that we see the chump, I would be more inclined. And we have, I believe, Tyvar stand in hand for Jacob as well as Master's Rebuke. I think Rebuke is about to happen. So we're going to go 2 to the Hero from Pollen Bright Druid. And I think, I think those were all just going face. I think Jacob's got, it's kind of the right idea about how he's going to end this game, and it's not by letting Gavin draw cards from his Planeswalkers, then deploy another Planeswalker, all while having a healthy life total.
That's right. One thing's for sure is that he's just going to draw more heat. So The best way to prevent them from
Let's-
drawing cards is to cut that life total down to 0.
Exactly. Yeah, and Tyvar's Stand is the last card in hand for Jacob, potentially able to, win out of nowhere. That's another reason to start going face is Gavin may think, I can take this hit, and then Jacob says, +5/+5 to this unblockable creature. And then the game's
Love
over.
it.
So,
Love it. So it's
we'll
happened
see,
5.
but unfortunately here, there is a time wipe. Luckily for Jacob, he can save a creature, right? He can give it indestructible with the Tyvar Stand. Not what he was hoping to do.
Certainly.
And how lucky for Gavin that he's against these creature-filled decks back-to-back.
Yeah.
And finding his sweepers on time as well. But
Nice little ego boost to start the tournament with your best matchups.
For sure. Looks like Jacob says, no, I'm going to save the Tyvar Stand. It is some nice patience there. We're going to see, I believe that's
Bounce land,
another
Gruul bounce land.
Yeah, Gruul Turf, thank you. Rhythm of the Wild, this game, not really getting to pop off.
Certainly not. So Arlen Cord will come into play. No creatures for Gavin to pump just yet, but that second ability might be what we're looking at here.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to put a wolf onto the battlefield, you can protect your creatures because Jacob's going to send something in that might have haste. Man. 8 toughness on 8 loyalty points on that Chandra. All right, that is Vraska. Love Chandra
that's like
too.
6 slap on the wrist for you.
And here's the Manticore. Not super relevant in terms of the Planeswalker interaction, but still a creature on the battlefield. Little blocker for maybe some of the smaller creatures. Also, that first ability does allow you to hit. Or that second ability, excuse me, allows you to give it indestructible. So it can be pretty disruptive to the ground game here from Jacob.
We've got a 2/2 wolf thanks to Arlen. Vraska is 2 turns away from ult if we want.
That's right. Which will not immediately win the game, but will get us very close to it.
Yeah. All but 1. A Vorak. It's going to look at the top 4. You can pick a land, and if not, you can proliferate. I don't imagine that Jacob is in the market for lands at the moment.
Or proliferating.
Well, he can, if he chooses to put a counter, he can then, right, so that he gets the counter from Rhythm of the Wild if he wants to say
that's right.
no.
Okay.
The Vorak can be a 5/5. I'm not sure that is enough here.
No.
And it's interesting to see also, both Jacob and Rachel kind of chose to zag a bit from the cube, and I think it's definitely tempting to be like, oh, this cube is all about Planeswalkers, I'm going to go fast. Gavin really leaned in. He took a lot of 5-mana, 6-mana plays.
Yeah, sure did.
And it seems to be playing out quite well for him. I think when I spoke to the cube designer before we went live today, and he said Planeswalkers are fun, there's a lot to unpack there, a lot to like about him saying, yeah, Planeswalkers are fun, and part of the point of this cube is you get to play with them. They're going to stick around.
Absolutely. And you can just have Planeswalkers that make your creatures, and your creatures can support those Planeswalkers in making more creatures. So the creature-heavy strategy, at least in this specific matchup against Gavin, who's got a very, very defensive, pillow fort kind of thing going around his Planeswalkers, not paying dividends at the moment.
Yeah.
We're also seeing just 3 land on the side of Jacob runs here. Gruul Turf offering 2.
3 untapped. He's got another bounce land and a basic at the bottom there, tapped.
Oh, yes.
Casting
yes.
the Vorak. Yeah, I feel like he's just sort of on a wing and a prayer with this Tyvar Stand. Oh, you never want that. You don't. When someone starts counting their lands and they've got visibly 7 of them, that's when they're like, I got something to do with all these.
Yeah.
Actually.
So, waiting patiently. We are at the top of Gavin's curve for every card in the deck at this point.
Lots of lands. The Lee of Sky Knight can lock down the Vorak for a turn. That's probably where we'll start.
Okay, Sky Knight comes in. Put that 5/5 away. Thank you. Well, we got a response, though.
Hexproof.
Hexproof. Love that. Just one single green will do it.
Yeah, probably had some bigger plans and dreams for that Tyvar stand before the time wipe took away 3 of Jacob's creatures. Uptick the Arlen. Land for turn. I believe there's a Callous Dismissal as well in Gavin's hand. Possible bounce spell for the Vorak next turn should he choose to want to end this game quickly, but he's probably in no need. And wow. I wonder if Jacob's thinking of purchasing some apartment complexes because some landlord vibes happening.
Oh, don't put that on him.
I'm sorry. I mean, it's happening. I'm merely a spectator.
I understand. All right, increasing the counters on our creatures thanks to the planeswalkers, thanks to the proliferate from Vraska, Betrayal, Sting. Both Arlen Cord and Vraska are happy to have that. They got some protection on the battlefield. The Manticore, the Wolf, our flying friend on the top here is going in for some damage right here as well. Gavin at 11 life, able to gain some life off the interplanar beacon still this turn.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is looking quite lopsided even with Rhythm of the Wild in play. It's like a flash spell, perhaps.
So here we see a Daggertooth. This is a
Daggertooth.
4-mana 4/3. And then when it's dealt damage, you proliferate. So more in the proliferate space, though not much in the way of things to proliferate.
Right. I think giving it the +1/+1 counter here is...
Looks like haste. And we're going to block an indestructible onboard tricks.
Right. Oh, man.
Jacob can only shake his head. And looks like we're going to scoop him up.
That's right.
As he drops the 2 lands from his hand onto the table, and we'll go to game number 2.
So, name of the game so far for Gavin is resolve a 5-mana Planeswalker, don't let it die, or any 5-mana permanent. It could be Oath of Teferi. Any 5-mana permanent in his deck, if it survives more than a turn cycle, it's not going anywhere, most likely.
A couple of tap lands here. Loving the Karoo lands picking up the beacon on 1. See a Heartfire for Jacob as well as it's a Gruul Guildgate. And a Canker Bloom hitting the board.
Love this card. Tap 1, pay to destroy an artifact, enchantment, or you can proliferate. Very cool card. 2-mana 3/2. Not seeing a whole lot of action in many constructed formats right now, but the modality of this is really, really interesting design space for me. Jace is going to come down this turn, and it's going to plus.
The perfect answer here, right? Okay, it's my second turn. I'm going to drop a 3-mana Planeswalker. I'm going to get to uptick and neutralize your 3/2.
Yeah, perfect response here. And so I imagine the next turn we will also see a Planeswalker. We got at least a couple of 4-mana Planeswalkers in the deck.
I think it's a 2-drop and a Heartfire in Jacob's hand, and then it's Captain Crunchberry's Oops All Lands.
Not fun.
I am
on Gavin's side,
I don't want to call it before it's over, but it's not how you can do it against Gavin's deck. He just owns the late game as far as we've seen.
Yeah. And cards like Jace allows you to get there. We're just withering this creature down to nothing, -3 to its power. At this point, it's just a proliferate machine for something that might come down. I mean, there's some enchantments in Gavin's deck worth removing. I'm thinking of Oath of Teferi immediately. I'm thinking of the green-white Buried in the Garden enchantment as well. But we're not there just yet.
And this Ajani's Comrade that Jacob has played is a 2-mana 2/2 at the beginning of combat on your turn. If you control an Ajani Planeswalker, you put a counter on it. I don't believe Jacob has an Ajani Planeswalker.
Yeah, we haven't not yet seen that.
Looks like we're locking down the Comrade, and Jacob's going to decide to just hardfire it. And he's in top deck mode at this point. Okay,
Who's that?
that's Ren.
Let's get Ren on the battlefield. What do you think?
I believe that's Ren the Realm Breaker.
So you can create a creature, a land. You can turn a land into a creature.
Sure.
It'll run in there with haste, and it'll turn back into a land, so Jace can't hit it on Gavin's turn.
That's
so this
nice.
is a good response to the Jace that we're seeing here.
We got a reader. That's another. It's another card read by Gavin. Up goes Ren.
Get in there for 3. Gavin's going to need to draw something to disrupt this Realm Breaker here. But as we get closer to 5 and 6 mana, things start getting pretty wild on this Bant deck.
Yeah. Dovin's Veto in hand for Gavin. Prison Realm. So some spot removal here if he wants.
Jacob, because he has his Canker Bloom here on the battlefield, has to continue to hold up 1 mana if he ever wants to be able to use it at instant speed to remove something.
Something like Buried in the Garden, perhaps?
There it is. Buried in the Garden. We were waiting for this. This and Oath of Teferi are 2 good hits for the Canker Bloom. He doesn't need to do it right away, though. Might just wait to the end of turn. Oh. Okay.
I mean, yeah, you might want to do it on end step if you're thinking you're definitely going to do it.
If he did it on end step, then you would have the Realm Breaker here, and you would swing in for 3 and kill the Jace.
A card that I am quite dubious of, I was dubious of in its original printing, was just drawn by Jacob. This is Golgari Raiders. It's a 4-mana 0/0 with haste, but it has Undergrowth. It comes into play with
Oh, look.
a +1/+1 counter for each creature card in your graveyard, which is now 2.
Right.
So a 4-mana 2/2 haste. There it is.
So he opted to do this at sorcery speed. Maybe just wanted to see what was coming off the top of the deck, and just knew that based on the cards in hand, I suppose. Not going to make too much of a difference here as we untap and likely take Jace out.
Yeah, Jace out plus the 2/2. I think in a Planeswalker-centric cube, I think it's just a tough, with not like a lot of self-mill or graveyard synergy, I think this Golgari Raiders is a tough sell
Yeah.
for me. A 4-mana 2/2 haste that you had to work for is not something that I'm particularly interested in.
Especially when most of the work you're supposed to be doing is Planeswalker management.
Correct.
That's a tall order for any match.
Land number 5, there is a Vraska in hand for Gavin, though. That'll basically be able to answer the Raiders and then die to Ren. Or an animated 3/3 thanks to Ren.
Ren and Realm Breaker. That land remains a creature until the start of Jacob's next turn. So he does still have access to this 1-mana pip of any color.
We're tapping 5, and I also see Oath of Teferi. And is that going to be... Oath of Teferi is going to be deployed here.
Big play, and the Canker Bloom is gone, so we're going to need to see some other enchantment removal here soon from Jacob.
Interesting. Okay.
Jace gets pretty nasty. I mean, Jace is gone now, but Nissa can bring it back. Jace gets pretty nasty with Oath of Teferi, locking down 2 different creatures.
For sure. Tyvar stand the draw. It has been nice. Since Jacob was flooded in hand, he has ripped spell, which is helpful here. He's going to keep upticking Ren. And he might, again, be trying to get that. Can I engineer a board state where this Tyvar stand is just able to steal the game for me? Another bounce land there.
That's right. We are 2 turns away from Ren and Realm Breaker being able to ultimate and still survive. Not a whole lot going. What's in the graveyard that I think would be nice to play right away is the Ganker Bloom. That's what I'm thinking about immediately, just to get rid of the Oath of Teferi. So, Jacob has the hope that the Ren and Realm Breaker survives that long.
Dovin's Veto, a time wipe. Man, that has not been shy for Gavin. And I think this is the Prison Realm? No, this is the Manticore.
Manticore, okay. A 3/4 blocker that does stop the land from getting in, or it could stop the 2/2.
And he's discarding time wipe.
Whoa.
That's got to be music to Jacob's ears. Nothing was said. It's figurative music.
I thought you were going to start singing for us.
Well,
I'll wait till karaoke night later on.
If Rhythm of the Wild comes down, I might have to. Giant Growth 2? Can we see a cheesy win here, please? We're so close.
Oh, man.
All right, animate the beacon. Send out a flare. Send both. Block the 3/3. Gavin's like, I'm sure this is not going to go well for me.
Well, he's got Dovin's Veto, so we save this creature if Giant Growth comes into play here.
Oh, that's right.
And I think it's absolutely worth it to save the Manticore here. Having an indestructible creature that can always protect your Planeswalkers is nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Giant Growth.
But I think Jacob's going for it here.
Oh, he's going to be
This
sorely...
is 5.
Oh, is he responding to his own spell here?
Not even... But it's not even lethal.
Oh. Oh, no.
But I mean...
There's no way he would know that Gavin was going to have a Dovin's Veto in hand.
No, of course not. Of course not. And so he doesn't save the Raiders because he was going for... I think it was still 1 shy of lethal, though.
I think we were just expecting the Ren and Realm Breaker maybe to just end it the next game, but...
Well, Ren and Realm Breaker's gone now. From the Masticore can just pick it off.
Oh, it's true.
Deal 3 and then tap 4 to finish it if you want.
Oh, yep. Yep, I'm going straight for it.
Yeah.
The Masticore.
And now Jacob's in top deck mode.
Yeah. Gavin said, I'm going to Madison, Wisconsin, and I'm playing Control.
Wow. It looks like a Planeswalker.
Okay, let's see what's happening.
The draw.
Oh, a lands in front player we are. Okay, Jacob. Vitugatsi. So this is going to be a 7/7 elemental creature with haste.
Did he just do it? It's a 9/9? Is he just...
Unless we got a counterspell in hand.
Stop it.
Unless we got something in hand.
No, we don't. We have
Nope.
Vraska in hand.
Oh.
Scoop him up. Jacob steals it.
There it is. Jacob.
What a top deck.
Wow. That's nuts.
Wow. And we're going to game 3. I was just about to be like, man, Gavin really just has had a stranglehold on all these games. Like, oh, nope. There you go. Yoink. Got him.
Man. All right. So heading into game 3 now, folks. Lots of Gruul Smash action coming out from the side of Jacob Bruns.
Whoa. We are hopping. Oh.
Sorry, my time magic is, I'm still learning. Gavin, dropping the planes. Not much to report so far here. Bounce land, that's Gruul Turf coming in from Jacob.
Jacob he's been doing this every game. Bounce land, pick up the beacon. Gavin's also seen all of his tricks now. He's seen the growth.
That's right. That's right. You can only the combat trick. It's not going to work, with repeated attempts. There's diminishing returns for sure.
The downside here about doing this on the draw for Jacob is that he did have to discard to hand size on turn 1 from picking up the beacon.
Oh yeah.
So,
But
not great, but he's a landlord, as we know. So
he's got ways to get these cards back from the graveyard, and then ways to interact with the graveyard a little bit. The go guard raiders. We saw the Wrenn and Realmbreaker, which again is going to come out on turn 3.
It's a Dovin Veto check, and it looks like not in hand for Gavin.
No, not this time.
Well,
Tails End and Dovin's Veto, the
This is
2 counter
actually
spells.
such a huge ramp spell as well for Jacob with his bounce lands. Is that on a next turn he could potentially have 6 mana up, right?
That's right.
Tap the turf, or does it? No,
It untaps the land, and you can tap it for any color. 1 mana of it, so yeah. I mean, it's still a land, so you could tap it for its ability again.
No, the land only has vigilance. It doesn't untap the land. I'm wrong. There's no ramping happening.
Up to oh my gosh! It says up to 1 target land you control becomes. It doesn't say untap.
There's no untap.
Right.
Okay. That's a pretty strong top deck here. There's Burning Tree Shaman for Jacob. 3 mana, 3/4. Whenever a player activates an ability that isn't a mana ability, Shaman deals 1 damage to that player. But you also have to feel, if you're Jacob at this point and you're playing against Gavin, and Gavin has 4 mana and is elected to say go and not affect the board yet, he hasn't cast a single spell, I'm a little nervous about overextending here. I mean, it's not overextending when it's just 1 creature at this point, but are you going to lose a creature in a land if Gavin goes Time Wipe?
Right.
That doesn't feel great.
Not at all.
There's an Arlen. There's a whole mess of lands for Gavin, but I see Arlen Court at the front.
So Gavin, 4 mana, all 3 colors in the deck. Well, there's red as well, but we got it with the Interplanar Beacon. He's able to use all of them at this point. And we got 5 down, so most Planeswalkers in the deck can be played. Again, really, really devastating top end in the curve from Gavin here, as we've seen. Jacob's looking to close this game out quickly before he gets too many opportunities to put them on the battlefield, though.
I'm a little worried that Gavin does not have the action in hand. I think there's a Callous Dismissal as well, which could bounce the Shaman if he's setting up a potential double spell turn. Maybe that's what he's thinking about, because I've seen Arlen Court and Callous Dismissal. Sometimes, he's in a spot right now, he has 5 lands in play. You're looking at a 4-drop and a 2-drop. You're like, boy, wouldn't I love to be able to cast these both next turn.
Right.
Is there something good enough I can do this turn to set myself up for that possibility next? Oh, I see an Elspeth's Smite as well, which actually won't be able to deal with the 3/4.
Because that has Vigilance. Elspeth's
Well,
Smite
also only deals 3 damage.
that too. Okay,
Right.
Callous Dismissal. Put that back.
Bounce the Wrenn.
Gonna amass.
That's it, huh? That's it. Turn 5, 2 mana bounce. And there's our amass.
That's a zombie, don't be fooled.
It's a 0/0 zombie with a counter on it. Wrenn in hand and a bunch of land.
So Wrenn comes back into play. We got 2 lands that could be brought up as creatures. Vigilance and Haste. I think you do that just to get in for some damage here.
Oh, yeah.
Again, Elspeth's Smite cannot target them.
So much dickering and dealing over the life totals here with Beacon gaining 1. The Shaman dealing a damage every time an activation happens. Elspeth Smite. That's only 3 to a 3/4. What am I missing here? Curiouser and Curiouser. Okay, here is the 2-mana 2/2. Oh, Johnny's in sight here in the deck. Oh, the zombie token. So in conjunction with the Callous Dismissal token, we were
Block
able
got
to
the 1
finish
damage.
off.
That makes sense.
Yeah, sir. Okay. And it is exiled. Arlen Cord comes down. Gonna be tough to protect fully in the face of the 3/3 lands. And draw for turn is Heartfire for Jacob. Which he could use to just finish off the Arlen. He could be thinking again, as I'm seeing Jacob's deck, there is a lot of ways to cheese out wins. With
Yeah.
the Tyvar stand, the Giant Growth, the Heartfire, as we saw the Haste 9/9 land, right? Like just ways for him to say, oops, sorry.
That's right. Last game, Gavin was 1 Dovin's veto too short to respond to it.
Correct.
So, Renin Realmbreaker. Sending in a land. We're determining blocks here. The wolf is going to take our green creature out here. The land will get through. We got some effects before damage. Oh, once again. Bitsugatsi.
Oh. Wait. That's an instant?
It is.
Excuse? So now that's 12, and now Heartfire next turn wins. If Gavin doesn't have Dovin's veto.
Because that's damage to any target. You have
Yeah.
to sacrifice something.
Sure, so
pay
he
the extra
animates
spell.
the land.
That's right.
This is... I was not expecting this sequence of events from this match.
Certainly not. I mean, seeing Bitsugatsi 2 times in a row be the reason that he's able to come out on top here is nuts.
So we're going to deal 3 to Ren and Realmbreaker. That's only...
Is there a counter in that hand? There's a Tail's End, so that's not going to do it. Not the counter you need here. A Forest in hand for Gavin as well. You
Okay.
gain 1 life. It's still in Heartfire range.
Time Wipe.
Oh.
But this is okay because I believe you can still you can sacrifice a creature or Planeswalker with Heartfire.
That's right.
So as long as Ren and Realmbreaker is in play, and look at Gavin bluffing the veto.
The Tail's End can counter Ren's ability to turn something into a land, but like you said, it can still sacrifice the Planeswalker for Heartfire Hero.
Correct.
So we'll have to see. I mean, it's just you just do it in response, right? In
Yes.
response. And also, isn't Tail's End a 3-mana counter spell? Or is it
No,
2?
it's 2.
It's 2.
So we're going to start by ticking up to animate a land. Gavin says, no, I'm going to Tail's End in response. Jacob's going to Heartfire, sack Ren, use every card given to him.
Do it.
Yeah, he's like, are you tapped out? We're good.
All right,
Heartfire
good.
you. Sack Ren.
There it is.
Rondez,
There
what
it
a
is.
match! Holy
Wow.
cow! I'm kind of blown away by the cheese here. I know the cheese stands alone was last night, but this this match was wild, and Jacob gets the victory 2-1 over Gavin.
Absolutely. Just really incredible sequencing. A good draft for these combat tricks that make these 1-for-1 moments a bit more worth it for Jacob. Just really, really valuable plays all around. from Jacob that game. And, Gavin, the 2 counter spells that he had were impactful and were timely, but it still wasn't enough.
Yeah.
And just really, really impressive performance on both sides and an exciting match. And I think a great way to showcase the creativity that goes into not just building a cube, but also drafting cards from it and coming up with these crazy interactions and opportunities for, high quality sequencing.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And really, it doesn't quite work if you only have the one piece and you're like, I didn't draw Tyver Stand, wasn't able to do it. He had 4 or 5 different ways to go, oops, sorry. Wild.
That's right.
Yeah.
Folks, we're heading on to round 9 here in just a few moments. I'm Rondez. We have Ethan as well, Lord Tupperware. We're going to cut to a quick break, and we'll come back for more round 9 action.
I'm Colin from Cincinnati, and this is the original Old Border Cube. I'll start off by going over 3 cards key to the cube. First off is Psychotog. He really represents his era well. He's strong here, great discard outlet, great win condition, great control supporter. Next is Black Lotus. It's a power cube, and having power makes it feel of the era and makes a lot of powerful, exciting plays. Next is Bob. There's not a lot of new, quote-unquote, old border cards in the cube, but the few feel thematic and fit the era. Next, I'll go over some archetypes in the cube. First are some standard archetypes like White Weenie, Blue Tempo, Black Discard Value, Red Aggro, Green Ramp, Enchantress, Blue Base Control, Storm, Recurring Nightmare Survival, Land Destruction, Fire's Aggro, Blue-Green Madness, Artifacts, Wildfire, and there's plenty of support for fatties across all the colors. Of course, the fatties aren't as good in Old Border, but the ways to get there are just as powerful.
Hello and welcome back to CubeCon 2024. We are in day 2 live from the Energy Center here in Madison, Wisconsin. This event this weekend is brought to you in part by Dragon Shield. Dragon Shield has been providing players with reliable gaming accessories since 1999. Folks, these guys are passionate about creating high-quality gaming accessories that protect the games and game pieces that we love. We're heading back into some more CubeCon gameplay here. We just finished up one of Gavin's first loss here against Jacob. Jacob with some really incredible and timely instant spells here in Gruul colors. But we're staying in round 8. I'm Rondez Green, joined by Ethan Sachs, Lord Tupperware, of course. And in this matchup, we have Rachel for her second attempt, and Wesley for his first appearance on the broadcast this weekend.
Wesley is piloting a Rakdos splashing blue deck here, and I have some good news for you. There is not one, but 2 Nicol Bolas Planeswalkers in his list. So hopefully we will see the God Pharaoh strike down upon us.
Hey, look, unbiased in terms of the result of this game, I just want to see Nicol Bolas hit the battlefield.
Wesley seems to be a person who played a lot of War of the Spark. You're seeing quite a few strong cards in his list. A Dread Malkin, a favorite of mine, double copies of Grim Initiate at the bottom of the curve, some amassed creatures there, Vraska's Finisher, 2 copies there. That's going to be a nice way for him to maybe, hey, I can hit one of your Planeswalkers with something and then finish it off with a finisher coming in. So we'll see how that pairs against Rachel, who we saw in match 1 against Gavin with her Boros list.
So Wesley is up 1-0. We're hopping into game 2 of this matchup. Keep that in mind if you're just tuning in as well. In this cube, both players start off with that interplanar beacon tapped. We're able to mana fix, get 2 mana of different colors. So can be quite big for decks that want to, play the long game. You start off with an additional land. However, Rachel Jones has a red-white based aggro deck. A little bit of a splash for black. We got a couple copies of Sorin, 2 different copies of Sorin in the deck.
She's going to drop a 2/1 first strike on her turn. Hit her lands. Looks like a Boros Charm. Another one of those cheesy win cards. We have Nahiri the Harbinger in hand, Cacophony Scamp. But first things first, let's turn our creature sideways, get in for 2.
That's right. Cacophony Scamp for 1 and pass from the second main phase.
And Wesley seems to be looking at this Ob Nixilis' Cruelty in hand and saying, do I really have to kill one of these creatures with this? And he's probably going to elect to take out, looks like the Hoplite.
That's right. -5 there.
And exiled.
That's right. I don't know that that's going to be relevant here for Rachel's deck. Oh, no, it might be because Soren's here. So that card would need to be exiled. So we're tapping 4, playing our first,
Angrath.
first Planeswalker of the game. It's going to be Angrath. Not the casualty one, is it? No.
Oh, no, that's Captain of Chaos.
Captain of
All it
Chaos.
has is a tick down, -2, amass 2, and I believe all of your creatures have Menace as the passive.
That's right.
Angrath there.
Static ability here. The passive, as you said, creatures you control have Menace. This is a Planeswalker that only down ticks. That is enough to block the Cacophony Scamp, but in Rachel's deck is a number of cards to boost that creature up, give it some counters, flying, first strike, so on and so forth. We saw the Boros Charm. That'd be, I think, quite an expensive way to get through this zombie here, or to, take the zombie out here, but it is an option.
Well, and Rachel has single combat, which we didn't see really reach its full potential in her match against Gavin, and I'm actually kind of wondering if it can't reach its full potential in her deck, as one of the things she's really trying to do is affect the board early and often, and single combat sort of reverses that work.
Right.
But it can be an answer, it's sort of a fail-safe button she can push should the game go awry.
That's right. So we're going to see Nahiri the Harbinger resolve, and it's going to uptick, which is going to allow Rachel Jones to discard a card and draw a card.
Okay. Land
really
turns into an Ossification. That's a nice removal spell. Another way for her to be able to answer the Angrath, should that prove to be a problem. Though part of what she might be thinking is, look, I'll let your Angrath go down to 1. You waste all the counters, and then I'll just answer the Amass token, and we'll call it good.
Yeah, and it really just depends on how strong the creatures are in Wesley's deck, of whether or not Rachel really cares about them having Menace. Angrath, the Flame Chain, she's able to... Angrath could take the Cacophony Scamp right now, but I don't know if that's...
That's actually pretty savage.
Yeah, that would be the end of it.
Yeah,
when you sacrifice it, you can proliferate.
That's wild. Wow, what a huge swing here for Wesley. Gets to take the Cacophony Scamp, connect, proliferate onto Amass, Angrath, and Angrath. This is getting hand. Now there are 2 of them.
That's right. And Nahiri can no longer exile that tapped zombie on their turn. Oh, Nahiri's just gone. It's just over. Big swing, big momentum swing here. When you start taking your opponent's permanents, that's when things get ugly, especially when it just so happens to have good synergy with your deck too.
What am I missing here? Why is Nahiri dead?
So let's see. We saw the zombie swing in for 4.
Oh,
we saw the Cacophony
4/1,
Scamp as well.
I got you. I forgot about that 4 from the Amass token. My mistake. We're back.
We also
How
have that
can
land
Rachel-
there.
This might be a good spot to single combat, though I guess. Did she just play a tap land?
Looks like it.
Oh. Oh, she had to. It's a Boros Garrison, so she picked up the land, so she can't quite single combat. I think she can. Her life total is high enough. I think she can afford to just stand pat here, pass back to Wesley, hope that Wesley affects the board a little bit more, and then use single combat to its full effect. She's gonna say that Angrath is too much of a problem and ossify it here. Ossification gonna enchant a land and then, or enchant a basic land, I believe, and then exile a creature or planeswalker. You put yourself in an awkward spot though when you're choosing to fire off spot removal while you have a sweeper in play, right? Every instance of 1-for-1 removal makes the sweeper that you're trying to leverage a little bit worse.
That is true. I think what's a bit more concerning, and apparently to Rachel's perspective here, though, is Angrath making her discard a card each turn. In a deck that's only drawing one per turn, you know, you got to just pop that off right away.
Yeah, that might be difficult. She did have at least the planes that she picked up from the garrison as something she could take care of. And here we see Wesley really being the first player, actually, to take full advantage of Interplanar Beacon, playing a green-white planeswalker in his red-black deck.
Love to see it. So Huatli, hugely beneficial for creature token decks. Got the opportunity to gain some life.
The mass token goes sideways.
Or pump up your creatures, I should say, based on the pump up your creatures based on the number of creatures you control. You can also put a loyalty counter on Huatli based on the number of creatures you control. So I think that we can expect to see a bunch of tokens be created on the battlefield of Wesley.
And I think just land draw for turn, so still Boros Charm and single combat as the options for Rachel here. And she's gonna... Now, Rachel's allowed to read the cards. Okay?
That's
this
perfectly
is fine by me.
Yes, magic is
Rachel,
intended for sure.
Read away.
All right, so we're tapping 4 and 5 here.
There's single combat. So Wesley chooses one among the creatures and planeswalkers that he has. Rachel would also have that option, but none for her at the moment. He's gonna choose to keep the 4/4. Keeping the beats coming.
Four is quite strong in this instance, I think, for the reason that Rachel's creatures need a little bit of time to get strong enough to surpass it, and they also need multiple cards to do so.
Yeah. Nice top deck there for Rachel in Prison Realm. She can just answer this zombie and answer it without fear of, well, should Wesley be able to kill my Prison Realm, then I'll have the creature will come back.
Right.
No, the token's just going to be gone.
Right. And then still, though, another concern, like this, just cost and benefit, right? Now you don't have this for more planeswalkers that Wesley might play in the next coming turns. Single combat is still here. But no, once it's Wesley's turn, that effect is over, yeah? So Wesley could respond with a planeswalker on this next turn.
Correct. Yeah, Prison Realm gets around it because single combat only prevents creatures or planeswalkers from being cast.
That's right.
Okay. We're amassing again, this time with Death Touch. Says, I believe that is Vizier.
Is it Vizier of Poisons? What's the black
Vizier
one?
of the Scorpion.
The Scorpion.
Nothing for Rachel. She passes back to Wesley. Turn him sideways. Ouch, says Rachel. Goes down to 12. Okay, a Wojak bodyguard. Can't attack or block alone. Has Mentor as well. Can threaten to grow either the Vizier or the Amass token. Nothing wholly exciting from Wesley's side, right? Nothing. We're talking about World War of the Spark. Oh, no, Rachel, that's only 4 to a player. Wait, what's going on here? Seems like she thinks maybe then it has to fizzle, but I would assume because it's not a...
You would just have to elect to choose the player option.
Yeah,
Unless we're going. Okay, we're going back.
I think we're
taking
just
it
going back here. Yeah.
I think
which
everyone's
makes
satisfied
sense.
with that outcome.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right, Rachel.
So we draw for turn.
Hope
Okay.
with Giriper. Not a great option. You'll be able to trade with a 1/1 before the bodyguard can grow it, or potentially if Rachel's able to turn things around, it can be a threat in the air. But we're a far cry from that at this point.
Mulling things over, we're turn order on the side of Wesley Samatula. We got a zombie on the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter and death touch, thanks to the anthem effect from that Vizier on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen.
Rondez, you strike me as someone who has a favorite Planeswalker. Is that true?
It is true. Would you like to know who it is?
I would.
It's Vraska. It's Vraska.
Now, are you talking about Vraska the character as a 4/1 haste is deployed for Wesley? You're talking about Vraska the character, or are you talking about a specific version of Vraska?
I like Golgari Queen the most.
Okay.
My queen, Vraska.
An oldie but a goodie.
Yes, yes. I mean, she's just so badass in the game, right? Oh, instant spell coming in here. Removal spell for the Hope of Girafter.
Yeah, so that's going to get got, and wowie zowie, that's 7, 8, 9, 10. Rachel is all but out of here. Now, she could have... Oh, no, because the removal spell was a minus, not a damage. So I was thinking she could have used the Boros Charm to make her creature indestructible, but wouldn't have saved it.
That's right. So Rachel going to untap here, putting into her hand a land, I think that was. Is it a mountain?
Yeah, and we're
Yeah, that's gonna
going
be
to
it.
scoop him up, and Wesley is going to get game number 2 here.
All right. So Wesley clearing out game number 2, only losing 1 point of life right there. Not a whole lot of action coming from the side of Rachel in the later stages there as we got into top deck mode. So that will be a clean 2-0 win in round 8 between these two players. Thank you all so much for joining us for that one. We'll be moving on to another game here shortly. I'm Rondez Green Mage. This is Lord Tupperware, Ethan. You're at CubeCon 2024, day 2. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Hey everyone, this is Eric Klug, perhaps better known online as Klug Alters, and this is the Pro Tour Cube. The Pro Tour Cube is a 540 card cube that consists of only cards that have won a constructed Pro Tour. Gameplay is similar to a Legacy Cube, and you'll find familiar archetypes like red and white aggro, green ramp, blue control, and you'll find some archetypes that you won't find in many other cubes. Like in black, there's a slight zombie and vampire synergy thanks to Jerry Thompson and Seth Manfield's Pro Tour winning decks. You'll also find some fun combos like Illusions of Grandeur Donate. And you'll also have to reevaluate powerful cards like Tinker, which don't have as many powerful targets as you would find in another cube. you might have to settle for a Bosch Iron Golem. One special rule about the cube that I really enjoy is that anyone who drafts a Squadron Hawk will receive 2 additional copies after the draft, and anyone who drafts a Urza land will receive 2 complimentary Urza lands following the draft. Thanks, and I'll see you at CubeCon.
Hello and welcome back to CubeCon 2024. I'm Rondez Green Mage, joined by Ethan Sachs, my friend Lord Tupperware. And this CubeCon 2024 event is brought to you in part by Wizards of the Coast. Wizards of the Coast. Magic says magic is about gathering. We know that. Play the game your way, whether at your local game store, at home with friends, or online with Spell Table. Ethan, folks at home, excuse me, we're getting into round number 9 of the CubeCon tournament today. Again, this is the 3rd iteration of the event. We'll be watching Jacob and Ethan face off in round 9 here. And Ethan, how are you feeling about our matches so far today as we head into this next round?
Well, we should clarify, I won't be competing against
Ethan.
Jacob. This is a different Ethan. Ethan Ward has made his way to the finals against Jacob. We saw Jacob's Gruul Mize deck. Now, if Ethan is not aware, other Ethan, now I'm going to try and communicate to him, but if other Ethan is not aware about the sort of games that Jacob is able to steal with his Gruul deck in this cube, he might have his work cut out for him.
Yeah, and there can only be one Jacob in the venue today, so we'll have to resolve that one later on. But I'm excited to get into this matchup here. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Ethan is doing me proud here. He's playing with a lot of my favorite cards. I like Obnixilis the Adversary. I like Duretti, Ingenious Iconoclast. There's a Jaya's Phoenix in this list. There's an Elspeth Conquers Death.
Okay.
There's a lot of really good cards, as well as a couple Burning Prophets at the bottom of the curve here. A staple of War of the Spark Limited. We'll see if Ethan is able to contend with Jacob's combat trickery here.
And a little bit going on with the graveyard, like you said, the Elspeth Conquers Death. I'm also seeing Tameo completed Sage, so we'll see how Ethan is able to get a little bit of value out of that. I gotta say also, Ethan, let me know if you find another Rondez in the menu this weekend.
We'll see. Yeah,
and, get to the bottom of that one too.
I feel like Ethan is usually a rare name, but I think you got me beat there for sure.
So turn 2 play here. Got a colorless spell on the battlefield.
It's a Sarah Disciple there, 2 mana, 1/1. Historic spells give it +1/+1 until end of turn. Little cheap evasive threat here.
A light pump, just like me after the gym.
A light pump. Look, you don't want to go crazy. You don't need a huge recovery. That is one of. I asked you about favorite Planeswalkers for a long time. Duretti Spaghetti was one of my favorites. Duretti. I mean,
is it still?
No. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you now, but Duretti Ingenious Iconoclast is so strong. I love the 3 mana Planeswalkers. Tick up. Actually, no, I have an answer for you. I know what my favorite Planeswalker is.
Who is it? Let me know.
It's Renin 6.
Renin 6.
It's Renin 6.
Specifically that version of 6. Okay.
Yeah, I like that. I like to mess around with some lands in the graveyard. We're gonna go Volt Charging here on Duretti down to 1. Not great to fire off a removal spell there and leave your opponent with a Planeswalker. It's crippled, but it's not out.
Yeah, he's certainly just going to get at least some of those loyalty points back. Jacob, with lots of combat tricks and such, is maybe looking to finish it off later, but with Duretti making those 1/1s, it's going to be tough to get through. There are no flyers in Jacob's deck either. So pure ground game. Is that a Chandra? Is that a Pyrohelix?
Pyrohelix. So that is a plan for the 1-2 punch from the Volt Charge earlier. We're going to finish the Disciple and Duretti together. Jacob playing a bit of a control role here as Ethan has presented threat, threat, threat. And here's another one. That is General Ferris Rokirik.
Oh, yeah, I've been going with Rockerick, but I like Rokirik too. So every multicolor spell that Ethan casts, we're going to get some golems on the battlefield. And it's also got hexproof from monocolored. So good little bit of evasion there. Jacob's spells, his removal spells, are mostly monocolored, aside from the fight spells. I think we saw at least 1 or 2 multicolored fight spells, but largely it's green or it's red. Samut, Vizier of Noctamoon, is going to come into play. So whenever creatures on Jacob's side of the battlefield deal damage, we'll get to draw a card.
It's got haste, going to get chumped, it looks like.
Yep, haste and first strike. Solid combat prowess here.
Uh-oh. Are we seeing... Okay, Elspeth Conquers Death.
Oh, okay.
I mean, not much to hate there. Exile your threat, and in 2 turns I'm getting Duretti back.
Yeah.
With an extra loyalty to boot.
And so Duretti is able to repeatedly... Oh, they're both making artifacts. The golem will also make artifacts for Duretti to sack. Like if it, ideally you just want to sacrifice a 1/1 colorless construct
but
artifact
if it comes
token.
to it, yeah,
Absolutely, you've always got some ammo for your boy Duretti. So we're tapping 3, going into Run and Realm Breaker. There is 1 untapped mountain still here, so we could see an elemental be made and swing it on Ethan. And then we're going to see just that.
looks like it.
And so Ethan, they got Duretti that's coming back in 2 turns. But before that, the second stage of that saga is going to make non-creature spells cost more for Jacob, which typically when you're going up against a rule deck, you might think, oh, Gruul Smash, who cares? Well, Jacob's deck has tons and tons of fun combat tricks and things that make all the difference in this Planeswalker-heavy cube. And when something like Liliana Dreadhorde General comes into play, you're going to need those combat damage. This is a high loyalty count Planeswalker that's going to create a zombie, something to chump block for Ethan turn after turn. And whenever those zombies die, Ethan's also going to draw a card. They just got a huge momentum swing in their favor this turn.
Yeah, they really did. I'm sort of reluctant to make any kind of comment about the state of Jacob in this game right now, knowing the turns he's capable of achieving with his deck.
Right.
So Ren's going to animate the mountain, attempt to attack Liliana. The zombie jumps in front. Liliana, trigger, right, passive. Anytime a creature dies, you draw a card.
That's right.
I believe that's a Chandra's Triumph as
It
the
sure
draw
is.
off of that. And here is a Shaman.
Siege Gang Shaman, the 3/4 that we saw earlier on.
It's going to ping for every activation. And activations
Burning
will
Tree
be
Shaman.
aplenty with 2 Planeswalkers in play for Ethan.
So this Chandra's Triumph, I'm wondering where it's going to go. We got 3
Ashiok.
damage. Oh,
Ashiok hitting the board
oh, that's the
here.
big new Ashiok,
Yeah,
too.
it's Ashiok Nightmare Muse, I believe. So it's going to uptick to make a 2/3 Nightmare creature. Whenever it attacks or blocks, each opponent exiles the top 2 cards of their library. You're going to get pinged. Ethan is going to be pressured by
That should also be a golem.
the damage. That's true. I think we're working on tokens here as Ethan is making lots of them. 2/3 nightmares, 4/4 golems, 1/1 constructs, 2/2 zombies. The token stack is being put to work here.
Notably, these tokens from Ashok will not be fuel for Duretti, but the golem that comes into play from casting Ashiok is.
So, a little bit of strange sequencing there. Oh no, we wanted to keep our general in play. So, we upticked the Ashiok to get a second creature. Upticked Duretti to get a creature. Then Liliana downtick both players, sacrifice 2 creatures so we can keep our Lord.
And Ethan draws cards.
And Ethan draws cards. I like that. I like the sound of that. It sounds right. To
Oh,
me.
yeah? I bet.
Sounds good and right to me, as far as I can tell.
Folks, if you're at home, take a look at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. You can see all the cards in this cube if you'd like by scanning that QR code, get an idea as to what the result of this draft was like that has brought us to the situation where we're seeing a Gruul player face off against someone with 3 black-based planeswalkers, a Boros multicolored creature, an Elspeth Conquers Death. Yeah, they also start off with the Interplanar Beacon, allowing them to get 2 of any different colors to cast these planeswalkers with multicolored pips. So a very particular setting that we have here for the War of the Spark Cube that allows this sort of gameplay. 3 big planeswalkers on the side of Ethan. Jacob's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I believe one of your phrasing there was talking about the cube list that brought us to this state. I think Jacob's probably thinking about what brought him to this state in this game.
How did we get here?
How did I get here? I got to the finals of this draft. How do I get the trophy?
Staring down in any situation or context, a Liliana, an Ashok, and Engrab is just nightmare fuel. You're in for a bad time, I think.
You're not loving it.
Yeah, something's
a 2/2
gone
and a
wrong.
3/3 are not quite what you need to close it out there.
No, certainly not. Especially as Ethan just continues to generate token creatures to block and protect these planeswalkers whenever they die. You just more fuel because of Liliana, draw more cards. It's looking quite scary for Jacob, I'll say.
Yeah, Vorak, I believe, going to impulse there, find a land. Other option would have been to add a loyalty counter to Ren, but not quite worth it. And over on Ethan's side, we've got a Vivid Marsh coming in tapped, and just truly no shortage of action and possibilities. Ashiok can plus, or downtick to bounce. Liliana can make a zombie, or double Edict again. We're going to start with a Chandra's Triumph. Just a 2-mana deal 3 on the Vorak.
Very valuable card in that it can also target planeswalkers, but when that one's only got 1 loyalty to it, that's just an easy swing and kill.
So it looks like Liliana's making a zombie. Duretti's gonna... Are we sacrificing the zombie or no? We're ticking up. Duretti is threatening to ultimate next turn. Ashiok makes a 2/3. This is kind of what I was expecting. It's sort of the first... We saw a little bit with Gavin, though Gavin's planeswalkers were more producing value, right? He was scrying and drawing cards, and sure, his Nissa was animating lands, but the sheer production of permanence that Ethan is accomplishing here is a sight to behold.
Yeah, and that's gonna. A big part of that, of course, is the difference in color, right? A lot of these black planeswalkers are able to create some kind of a token, usually something horrifying like a nightmare, a vampire, a horror, a devil.
Well, Halloween is right around the corner, so it seems
love that
apt. All right, Jacob drops a Samut. Nothing happening here. This is the uncommon one from War of the Spark, so it's only got a downtick to give something +2/+1 and haste, and I believe there's a scry attached to it, but
double haste.
When you're Ethan and you see Jacob tap 4 of his whatever 6 total mana available, and it's that. It's not ideal. You go, okay, what else you got? That's the best you can do.
Yeah, they got a lot going on with these Planeswalkers, and Jacob has a tough hill to climb. Pollen Bright Druid.
It's gonna add the counter to the 2/2 over there. Smoot's gonna go +2/+1 in haste. We'll get a scry. We're gonna top. Okay. Wonder what it is. What card could you possibly see and go, oh, that'll do it? What card are you?
Elder Spell, but it's not in your colors. That's really all you can hope for here.
Does Ethan have the Elder Spell?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't look at their deck list. Look at this. We got another Elspeth Saga coming into play here.
Ooh, Elspeth's Nightmare.
Yeah.
That's a nice one. Pick off the Pollen Bright Druid. Going to exile a graveyard. Going to be able to look upstairs next turn, if there is a next turn, to see if there's any pesky spells to be nabbed. Elspeth's Nightmare is a nice little efficient removal spell.
Yeah, I don't know. There's too many tokens for Jacob to get through for damage. The Planeswalkers are not dying. They're here to stay.
Pollen Bright Druid. That was the card that Jacob said, I'll keep that. I'll keep second Pollen Bright Druid, I'll do it.
Yeah. All right. Are we?
We're scooping them up.
Cool.
We're going
Okay.
to game number 2 here. That was a resounding victory
For
Ethan.
sure. Bit of a spanking. Lots of compounding advantages there.
And
Again, coming from the Planeswalker sticking and using their abilities turn after turn.
so there's 2 sweepers that we know are gone from Gavin, right? Gavin had Eternal Wanderer. Gavin had Time Wipe.
And
So
Luca.
We know those are gone. Luca, sure. I have some bad news for Jacob. As I believe Ethan has, as I see Solar Blaze. All creatures basically fight themselves. They deal damage equal to their power. And an Urza's Silex as well.
So to get rid of all permanents.
So I feel like if Jacob even gets out to a fast start, as his deck is wont to do, it may still prove difficult to close out.
Right. So this hero here, this shaman, whenever Ethan casts a non-creature spell, they're going to do damage to Jacob.
And they're going to get a scry.
It's a wizard, Burning Prophet.
Yeah, going to get a +1/+0, and they're going to get it to scry, which is very nice. A little bit of card selection there. Burning Prophet number 2 off the top.
I was thinking of Coruscation Mage, another human wizard where he triggers off the non-creature spells. This one, it actually just scries each time.
Oh, and just Sir
Very common
Ginger enters the fray here. I like it.
Best character in Shrek, by the way. By far.
Oh, no. Was that a discard to hand size?
I believe so. Nothing we were able to play on turn 2 there.
Oh, Jacob.
Okay.
And we're just setting things up nicely with a second Burning Prophet. We're going to get tons of scry in the future as we deploy some Planeswalkers. Okay, a much-needed land number 3, though. Without a red source, I'm not sure that Jacob has a play, actually. Oh, he does have a Ren and Realmbreaker. Okay. All right. It's going to be under duress, and I feel like Jacob is going to have to... He's kind of forced to just downtick and find a land and say, I guess Ren's going to die. Vorak, Mountain, Forest, Mountain.
So we did get a land. We needed red.
Yes, that's what we need. But we kind of needed that turns ago.
That's right.
Stumbling here is really not what you want to do. You know, that's part of the board presence idea of this cube and War of the Spark in its original iteration is just, you can't stumble. I mean, you can't stumble in Magic in 2024, period.
Yeah, no, not with all the abilities attached to these creatures. These ETBs and triggered abilities. I mean, and just sheer pressure from these creatures swinging in unopposed from Ethan to Jacob.
Urza's Silex here mostly is just a way for Ethan to trigger these Burning Prophets and get a couple scries. I believe 2 lands being sent to the bottom. I don't think Ethan will be activating the Sylex anytime soon. But all of a sudden, Jacob finds himself at 11 life facing down Sir Ginger and 2 Burning Prophets.
Golden Graham in chat says, let's quit being a landlord. Good. But we're seeing Ethan take over here. Lots of damage coming through. Once again, all unopposed. I mean, we got the Urza Sylex, so if things do get out of hand.
I'm sorry. Is Jacob saying go? So I see a Chandra's Pyrohelix, which can take out the Sir Ginger. I'm seeing a...
Nahiri? No, that's not Nahiri. I don't know why I said Nahiri. Nahiri's in another deck.
No, Huatli is in hand. We're a land away from that. So we're turning sideways. We're going to Pyrohelix 1 and 1, I assume. 1 face, 1 Sir Ginger. Significantly reduces the clock. And Ethan says go. So Ethan is a bit of a landlord here, not quite punished yet.
I do not like this terminology one bit.
I don't know.
We're a 6 open land, though, so like you said, Ethan, access to lots of mana. I mean, the Pyrohelix just, a bit of a slowdown, I guess, but I mean, you got the Sylex in your back pocket, right? Like, you got quite a bit of reassurance. We also reached the point of being at least 6 mana, so Ethan can play all of the Planeswalkers in their deck. Once we hit Lily, what do?
I don't know. I would say extend a hand and scoop him up. I mean, a 3/4 Vigi Haste can do something, but...
It's gone. Oh, we have a response. No pump spells? No.
Okay.
Sorry, Samut.
R.I.P. Falls to the
Another
Volt
counter
Charge.
on the land?
Another counter on the Vivid Marsh, yes. Thanks to the Proliferate.
Did we scry?
Oh.
Did we get our 2 scry?
Looks like we've remembered the triggers in time. That's lucky for Ethan.
There we go.
Has 2 cards again to the bottom. Burning Prophet's churning through the library here. I believe that's General Ferris off the top.
Another 2 damage in there.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have another non-creature spell to follow up here?
No, I think Ethan
Multicolored
is
spell,
quite flooded at this point.
maybe? Yeah.
Jacob welcomes the lands, though.
That's right. Not looking pretty, though.
Huatli can come down and ping the General. It would then die to the Burning Prophets, but that might be our best option here. Huatli Warrior Poet is going to stick for Jacob. And down tick, deal a damage to the 3/1.
And that's huge, too, because you just stopped all those golems coming into play.
Oh,
There's not
absolutely.
many other spells in Jacob's deck that can even target General Ferris.
Solar Blaze, the draw for Ethan. Not a card they're particularly interested in firing off here, though the Burning Prophets would survive. A handful of action, none of it very exciting.
No, none of it really what is needed at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Samut returns. This has not been very effective for Jacob any time that it's hit the battlefield in these past couple games. But we do have a creature to follow it up this time, and that's different. Our
Okay.
Burning Tree Shaman.
Okay.
So whenever an activated ability happens, Jacob gets to deal 1 damage to Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
But we haven't really been doing a whole lot of activated abilities on Ethan's side this game. It's been just creature damage and removal spells.
And this is so awkward that Jacob wants to activate the Samut so that he can get the Scry, but that's going to ping him.
Yeah.
And he's going to swing. Take a healthy quarter out of Ethan's life total, but yeah, and here we go. We're going to put that in exile. It'll cost 2 more. If Jacob wants to recast it next turn, we'll get a double Scry. We'll get a double +1/+0 triggers on the Burning Prophets.
That's right. For folks at home, that's Soul Partition.
And Ethan electing to say, hey, I've got time. I don't need to worry about your life total right now. I'm going to take out this Planeswalker, even as innocuous as it may seem.
That's right. I mean, giving haste Anthem effect is dangerous in anybody's hands.
Mm-hmm. Shaman comes back.
Bigger price tag this time. Still not super helpful in this moment.
And this is this bolt spell that I need. Bolt Bend is the card in Jacob's hand. This is a 3 in a red instant, costs 3 less to cast if you have a creature with power 4 or greater, which has actually been kind of difficult for Jacob at this point. And it redirects a spell. So change the target of a spell or ability with a single target. Here's Kaito Shizuki for Ethan. We'll trigger those Prophets. And the Sarah Disciple as well.
Yeah, and this is the Kaito that makes ninjas, no? 1/1
It'll
ninjas?
make 1/1 unblockable ninjas. It'll phase out as well this first turn.
That's right.
Nahiri Warcrafting, the draw for Ethan on the Kaito uptick after Sarah Disciple attacked. Burning Tree Shaman, do you think its back is hurting from all the weight it's having to carry in this game?
Yeah. That's it's a tough spot to be in. Your creatures won't get through. We got blockers on deck for Ethan. Even if things get out of hand, we just wipe the board with the Silex. The token generation, even though Ethan will lose 1 a life each time, it's still worth it just because going wide against Jacob is a winning play pattern here, a winning condition.
I mean, we might get so we're gonna get Bolt Bend on this Warcraft.
Tivar Stand.
This is
proof.
Why are we not redirecting this?
That's also a double Scry. Let's see if Ethan takes their chance with this trigger.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
once
we
we're
get
up
the Scry.
ticking, we're not gonna get the Scry here.
Missing out on 2 Scries and some Gullers that would love to Scry.
Mm-hmm. Wait. Oh, maybe that can't be Bolt Bend, right? That's Beam Splitter Bolts.
Very close. We're still bending bolts.
We're still bolting and bending. Sorry, Stone Splitter Bolt. My mistake. From Wilds of Eldraine. I wanted that to be a bolt. That makes sense why he didn't cast it the way before, because it's just a different card. So
Right.
that would be why that happened. In my defense, these arts are remarkably similar.
There's so many spells in Magic the Gathering. It's okay. And half of them have to deal with lightning. So let's see what's happening. We're untapping, going to Ethan's side. Draw for turn. It's a play. Vivid Marsh.
Yeah. Vivid whatever. Meadow.
Vivid Meadow. We're going to swing. Are we going straight into combat? Is that what just happened?
Looks like it.
We can keep the Burning Prophets back, but we got to get some value out of them. We got to get their triggered abilities one of these days.
I remember Ethan has scribed, 4 cards to the bottom so far?
That's right.
And has continued to draw mostly lands.
That's right. Very unlucky in that sense.
So much so that they're choosing to chump the Shaman here. And a Contagious Vorak. We'll find a land for Jacob. Jacob, who I fear is never going to get to live the dream of just Tyvar stand for X equals 8. Oops, I win.
Unfortunately not.
I guess there's always a game 3 if he's able to clutch this out. Though with the Silex looming, it's hard to imagine Ethan will let things go much farther. Peck in for 1 with the Disciple, and here we will pop the Silex.
Just land in hand, so there's not really a response to be had here.
So the Silex here is going to have each player choose 6 lands they control, and then we're going to destroy all other permanents. And when Silex is put into exile from the battlefield, you can pay an additional 2. If you do, you can search up a Planeswalker card.
Oh, man.
So that's what we're going to see Ethan do at this moment.
So with 6 land, we could see Lily.
I mean...
If you have double black.
Don't you want to see a Nicol Bolas?
I sure do.
I sure do.
You know me well. I really would love to, but we'll see where Ethan goes with it. I, for one, Lily or Nicol Bolas would be great. I could understand wanting to go Lily for the blockers and, you know, the reassurance against Jacob building up their void state again. Ob Nixilis. Oh, well, they're low, and it can just keep making the devils or, like, you know, keep plussing.
Just plus.
Yeah. So that's smart.
And perhaps, if I believe there's another, the 2 cards in Ethan's hand, there's a Solar Blaze, and then there's a Vanish into Eternity, the 3-mana removal spell, pay 3 more if you wanted to kill a creature. So perhaps Ethan's also thinking not only about being able to cast this immediately here, but also thinking about the possibility of double spelling in the future. So we're plussing Ob Nixilis here. Each opponent loses 2 life unless they discard a card. Not much life to work with for Jacob.
So solid pressure in that sense.
Giant Growth not great with no creatures as a draw.
This was certainly the smarter call, not only because of the discard and life loss thing, but because Ethan was also able to cast it on the same turn as playing the Silex.
Just get it going right now. All right.
Sorry for my Bolas enjoyers out there.
It's tough. It's tough to see when you have to. You're like, I'm gonna make the correct play. It's not fun. It's not sexy.
Right.
It's not splashy.
That's right.
But it's gonna win me the game. It's gonna get me closer to the trophy here.
Another Burning Prophet.
Wow.
That's gotta feel good.
Maybe
we get the Scry effects this time. We can get to some more non-creature spells.
I mean, what are we? 2 turns away from Obnick's ult? Deal 7?
Yeah. Passed right back to Ethan.
Draws 7 cards, loses 7 life. That would be a splashy way to end things. Okay. My goodness. The lands! They were nowhere to be found, and now they've been found. Also, some pretty sweet deck building. That's it for Jacob here. Heartfire, nothing to sacrifice. Giant Growth, nothing to grow.
That's one of the problems with these, not just combat tricks, but decks that blend instants and creatures is sometimes, or non-creature spells that benefit their creatures with creatures, is sometimes you can just draw the wrong side of the deck.
We're revealing the Sarah Disciple. I am wondering, does that mean that should have been in the graveyard and that somehow got shuffled? Because that was alive at some point.
I didn't see this come into play.
Well, I'm not sure if Ethan has 2 or not. We do have a judge involved here. I think we're also now remembering this. This is something that I noticed. So both Burning Prophets should have been dead. I was kind of curious about where this other one came from. I think we had a bit of some shuffle shenanigans happen
That's
with
right,
the Silex.
because there's only 2 Burning Prophets in the
Correct.
entire cube.
Right.
We saw them both die.
And so I don't
Yeah.
think this one should be on the battlefield. I think we have just a little bit of, I think no malicious intent here, but
Right.
a little bit of chicanery perhaps. And Obnixilos could have ended things last game, or last turn. Ethan choosing to do something different, and we'll potentially see it happen now. Target Jacob, draw 7, lose 7 life, and that's going to do it. And Ethan Ward is our World War of the Spark Cube victor.
There it is. Ending things in round 9. Ethan closes it out. Bit of a slog that game. Not a whole lot going on with Planeswalkers in the final match, but in the first one, the first game, we did see Angrath, Liliana, Ashiok all teaming up to close things out in a decisive victory for game 1.
And then game 2, when you discard the hand size on turn 2, it's nice. You go through the motions. You play the game.
Yeah.
It's kind of called then. It's
sure.
It's tough to come back.
For sure. Jacob playing off the top of the deck and only drawing a card per turn pretty often. Guys, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back to you with more Cube action shortly. Stay tuned.
Hey, this is Kelton hailing from beautiful Seattle, and I just wanted to talk about my Simple Cube. I have designed many cubes over the years, and many of them are fraught with tokens and shuffling and fetch lands and all sorts of crazy stuff. And I just wanted to take something and design something with the key Magic gameplay. None of the frills that we all love, but sometimes can get tired of. I wanted someone to be able to shuffle their deck, set it down, have a life total, and that's it. So this cube is following a couple restrictions. There are no counters of any kind. There are no back faces to cards. No cards will create any kind of token, and there's also no shuffling. And so I'm trying to curate a low to medium power level with a lot of just good, clean cards. The stuff I like to highlight is lots of adventures, which is just a really great mechanic. For this kind of power level, lots of French vanilla creatures, which are can be super engaging, but in a very different way from what people are used to. And then lots of the simplest versions of spells, something like Counterspell or Lightning Strike. Within this, I try to encourage a lot of deep gameplay through the archetypes and through stuff like the Graveyard and Madness, these sorts of things, to make a really engaging archetype within the sort of classic container of Magic. On top of that, I really focus on the aesthetic, so everything is foil and everything is in a base Magic frame with no other edits. In particular, there are clear sleeves, so you get to see the real Magic backs. On top of all of that, it just has a lot of cards that people really get excited about because they don't get to see anywhere else. And so I think those are the big draws. Good clean Magic, just your deck and your life total, and the enjoyment of some real back to basics. Hope you enjoy. Thanks.
Hello and welcome back to CubeCon 2024. We are in day 2. We just completed round 9 of our War of the Spark Cube. And we're here to talk to you quickly about Daybreak Games. Magic Online, a product of Daybreak Games, is one of our sponsors this weekend. It lets you play what you want, when you want. Collect cards, build decks, and duel other players on your time. with the wildest arrays of cards and formats that are always available. Thank you, Daybreak Games, one of our sponsors for CubeCon 2024. Folks, I'm Rondez Green Mage. I'm joined today by Lord Tupperware, my friend Ethan Sachs, and today we're going to get into some more CubeCon action. We have a Planeswalker cube that we just ran through. We got to see a lot of exciting Planeswalkers, the faces of Magic, from Ashiok to Liliana, so on and so forth. But Ethan, we have a new deck from the Cube appearing on stream just next. And you said this one was a little spicy.
So
very interesting the way it came together.
We're going to be checking back in with Gavin, our featured drafter, who's 1-1, going to try and get the redemption match, try and come out ahead with another match victory. And he's going to be facing off against Gwen Decker. And Gwen is leaning all the way in to the planar or interplanar beacon here. They're mono black, but you wouldn't know it from the cards in his deck. There's a white Planeswalker, a blue-red, a green-blue, a black-green, an Esper. Nope. The only basic lands in Gwen's deck are swamps.
And I love that.
So Gwen Decker is on mono black, really taking advantage of all of what black has to offer with Duress, Deadly Derision, Settle the Score, Yawgmoth's Vile Offering. Tons of removal for those Planeswalkers is going to be nice, as the aforementioned Esper Walker hits the battlefield here on turn 2.
And I mean, this is just a really, really powerful, draft. And that, like you said, the premium that there is on Planeswalker removal in this deck, a lot of that value is found in black or is found in blue in the counter spells. And Gwen said, great, I'm going to take all of it. It's all mine. And so dropping a Planeswalker out of your colors and then being able to protect it with that sort of removal package could spell trouble for Gavin.
Amanatu, the Fate Shifter, is that card, and its abilities are quite interesting. +1, draw a card, then put a card from your hand on the top of your library. -1, just to flicker a permanent you own. Those are, I mean, you don't expect a high loyalty Planeswalker like Amanatu coming down on turn 3 to be that impactful, but it'll be interesting to see how Gwen chooses to leverage those abilities, as it gets bounced by Callous Dismissal, and Gwen says, okay, well, on my next turn, I'm going to do something different. I'm going to drop a Thrall Parasite, which will have the Exhort ability, but as well as the ability to remove counters from Gavin's Planeswalkers, perhaps remove counters from this Amass token made from the Callous Dismissal, and a Dovin as well, just to be able to sort of, bubble some permanence as it ticks down.
That's absolutely right. This zombie, the only thing standing in the way of Gwen and Gavin here to have these creatures come in and do some damage. Dovin is going to make some of those spells that Gavin wants to cast a little bit more expensive as well. Karn comes into play.
Okay.
So this is the first time we're seeing Gavin resolve Karn. You're going to get 1 in hand, 1 exile with a silver counter. This is kind of dangerous too, because of course Gwen's going to choose the Planeswalker to be exiled. Keep in mind that Gwen has pretty much all of the instant Planeswalker removal in this cube. And so we could just get rid of Jason, never see him again.
Yeah.
I'm sure Bolas would be delighted at the sound of that.
Speaking of, I think that's a soul transfer that can exile a creature or Planeswalker.
We're going straight for it.
And there it is. R.I.P. Karn, and as a result, R.I.P. Jace.
That's right. Solid 2-for-1 there.
Well, in a sense.
I mean, sure, Gavin got the land.
Gavin got a 2-for-1.
Okay, that's a fair point.
Right,
That's a fair point
got the
because
land,
he had to use the spell
and then the removal spell.
That's right.
But
at the very least, the Planeswalker count is down by 2, and I think that's important because that's what Gwen's going for, is to be a threat to Planeswalkers the whole game.
This is the real question for you, Rondez. Is if I counter your divination, did I get a 2-for-1?
No.
All right.
No. Fair
All
point.
right.
Fair
I
point.
thought you might say so.
But either way, these are cards that can't be put back in. They're exiled. They're not in the graveyard. They're gone. So no Nissa shenanigans.
I know.
Things like that.
Well, and those are 2 of Gavin's card advantage engines, right? The Karn and the Jace being gone, the velocity that he's going to be able to produce in his deck is going to be stifled.
Right. That's absolutely right.
While we were bickering there, Thrall Parasite just ate the Amass token. No problem.
No.
As well as getting a little extort trigger, you can see 4 lands tapped, so that soul transfer triggered extort. We're going to pay an extra mana to drain. And Thrall Parasite was one of the cards I noticed in the list as sort of innocuous. Little 1 mana 1/1. Is that big enough game? But as you saw in the draft with Gavin, if you've been sticking with us all day, thank you so much for doing so. He was pouring over that Chandra's Magma, saying, hey, a repeatable way to ping Planeswalkers seems pretty reasonable, and Thrall Parasite doing just that.
Right.
And then some, I guess, dealing with the token as well.
Narset. First time we're seeing Narset resolve this.
Narset of the
deck.
Ancient Way. Not really under a lot of pressure, so able to drop this into an open board with very little fear of it being answered immediately, though, as you said, Gwen does have a lot of Planeswalker removal. I believe 2 of the 3 cards in his hand do just that.
Keep in mind, Gavin does have 2 counter spells that'll be valuable in this matchup, the Dovin's Veto as well as the Tail's End.
And Gavin respecting the Thrall Parasite, doing a downtick on Narset and drawing and discarding Grazer to deal a damage to it. So, gone it goes. Okay. Confront the past. Fired off to kill Narset. Here is Amanatu. Again, we'll uptick, we'll draw, and then top. What a strange, I wonder if Gwen has other ways to manipulate the top of his library. As Duress...
Oh, Tail's End? Is there a Planeswalker? Get rid of the Planeswalker. Who is that?
Yeah, Luca.
Oh, that's got to go
Luca's
right away.
got to go.
Tail's End is annoying, disruptive, but...
Yeah, knowing about Time Wipe, knowing about Tail's End, knowing about the Liev Sky Knight, sure. Luca, I agree. Gotta go. Gwen agrees. Gonna take a mental note of those cards.
Yeah, blue and black being the only colors in the game that can really interrupt the Planeswalker before it does its thing. You gotta go for it when you get that opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Mobilized District in play as a creature that Gavin can hope to animate at some point. Liev Sky Knight comes in, I assume we'll be locking down one of these Planeswalkers. Gavin will let us know which one in just a moment. Gavin being extremely nice here in keeping the Time Wipe and Tail's End revealed as known information to Gwen from the Duress.
So the stun effect into play here. I think you said we selected the Amanatu. Is that right? The stun effect.
I believe that we are waiting for Gavin to decide. There we go. Now we have selected the Amanatu.
Yeah, I would select the Amanatu as well. But I mean, Dovin's gonna plus or use its ability and weaken it.
Yeah, so we're gonna sort of Dovin sort of bubbles the Liev Sky Knight. It can't deal damage, can't take damage. It just puts it in a nice little pillow fort for a turn. And we know what Gwen's draw was, if I can remember, because we saw top. The Deadly Derision. Yes, there it is. Destroy a creature, Planeswalker, make a treasure.
I think we hold on to that one. And I think if we were to plus Amanatu, we'd have to put it back. I don't know.
Oh, Masticore?
Oh, we can't plus Amanatu, actually.
Look at this on this board.
You start pinging them down.
This is gnarly. Well, you ping it down plus... Gwen can't... Oh, no.
Oh, protection, buddy.
Oh, no, indestructible. Oh, this Masticore. Oh, God, the onboard trick.
Yeah, so there's actually no way that Gwen can interact with this besides other creatures. Because protection from Planeswalkers, your abilities from your Planeswalkers, unless it's like Lily, but we don't have Lily in this deck. It can get indestructible.
Soul Transfer could do it with Exile, though that's been fired off this game already. It's not that Gwen has no ways.
Are there edicts? Any other edicts in the deck?
I don't believe so.
Oh, man. How do you get around the Masticore, Gwen?
I think this is a bit of a trump card in this game. Rondez. I'm afraid.
Yeah.
I'm afraid that Masticore. What Gwen really needed to do was wait. Was to realize the second ability on Masticore, wait for Gavin to tap down below 3 mana, as he definitely would on end step, try and ping down these Planeswalkers. Then Gwen would have had the spot open.
Right.
And he may again have that spot open if he draws another spot removal spell and Gavin chooses to, as Gwen does have these multiple Planeswalkers to take care of. Grist coming in. Nothing to sacrifice, though. And it can't even target the Masticore. Holy cow. Is it worth casting here?
I think you'd have to, just because Tail's End is in hand and they're tapped out. Gavin's tapped out, so you might as well get the card down.
It's gonna die. Like you're gonna get a 1/1 and then
Yeah.
I guess the Dovin has bubbled the Sky Knight, so it's only being attacked by the Masticore, but it's gonna get got. Oh, and this is a very cute interaction. We probably won't see it happen very much, but Grist's Plus does mill a card, right? So you're gonna make an insect and mill a card. That in conjunction with Amanatu saying, hey, I got this land I don't want.
Right.
Put that back on top. Then let's mill it with Grist. Get a fresh look next turn.
That's right. What are some of the more dangerous Planeswalkers in Gwen's deck? We're seeing 3 on the battlefield right now, but none of them are really
There's quite a few. The biggest of the bunch is Garruk Apex Predator at the top of the curve. There is Anissa, Steward of the Elements.
I'm seeing a Ral, Storm Conduit.
There's an Ob Nixilis. There's a Dovin Bond. And then the rest are 3 mana. You're right. A lot of the Planeswalkers that Gwen has, they're cheap. He really leaned in, as we said, with the mana base, leaned into Interplanar Beacon, also leaning into the fact that he's starting with that in play, so any 3 mana walker can come down on turn 2. So really leaning into that, as we see 6 3 mana walkers in the deck, but
Right.
3 mana walkers are not the most impactful.
I'm starting to think that what happened was Gwen immediately went into drafting all the black cards, all those Planeswalker removals, while everyone else was scooping up all the good Planeswalkers. And then Gwen got stuck with...
But the sort of, I don't know, again, to say trump card here in Gwen's deck is at the very top of the curve is In Garruk's Wake, which is a Plague Wind, not only for creatures, but for Planeswalkers. Destroy all creatures you don't control and all Planeswalkers you don't control for 9 mana. So the longer the game goes on, the more Gwen has the option to draw that.
That's right. Also, Yawgmoth's Vile Offering. Gwen is able to take a Planeswalker from Gavin's graveyard. So far, nothing's in there because notably the Jace and Karn are exiled.
Right.
But at some point, we're going to get a Planeswalker in the graveyard that Gwen can take.
All right, Amanatu getting pinged down by the Masticore. And here's a spot, right? Gavin's tapped out of the 3 mana for Indestructible. So we might see a window open for Gwen to take care of it. Gavin gonna attack
Chump block with the
Grist.
zombie.
We're gonna chump block with the insect, yep. No more Amanatu Grist shenanigans, as that's in the graveyard. Dovin on the Sky Knight, as we have been doing. Grist mill a land, get an insect, and sort of rinse and repeat the last turn, which was, I mean, this Masticore has been brutal.
Yeah. That there is only one in the cube is a huge boon to whoever picks it up.
Well, and this is a game where we saw Gavin. Gavin took his time for a number of picks. This is a pick he really.
Oh yeah, because it was this as
versus
a thought.
Phyrexian Revoker.
Right.
He was like, which do I want? They both. I see how they work in the cube. One is cheaper. One is more impactful. He opted for the more impactful one, and it is single-handedly mowing down 3 different Planeswalkers on Gwen's side, and Gwen just drew. What was a Teo the Light Shield? That's not going to do anything.
That's right. And folks, if you want to see what the rest of the cards in the cube are, bottom left-hand corner is a QR code. You can take a look at the full list. Hundreds of cards, hundreds of planeswalkers, and Mastercore is here to challenge them all, to take them all on.
Yeah. A lone swamp in hand for Gwen, as Gavin elects to animate the mobilized district, to mobilize the district, as it were. And we'll send Face. Gwen's life total not yet pressured, as Gavin has been focusing on the board at hand. And tap to ping and finish off the Teo. And this is the Peregrine Dynamo entering the battlefield, which copies activated or triggered abilities. So effectively an additional loyalty activation from your planeswalkers. It's a 1/5, so a hefty butt. Able to block the mobilized district, though Elspeth's Smite, says Gavin, to take care of it in combat and exile it, all the while cracking in with the Mastercore and the Sky Knight.
So at some point here, Gavin may get some of these card advantage engines online, the things that let him scry. I'm thinking about Nissa, it's still on the deck.
I'm not sure he needs it. I think we're going to game 2.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Mastercore can't resolve if we want to win this game, Gwen.
Well, I mean,
It's going to resolve because you don't have counter spells.
the good news for Gwen is that he's not going to make that mistake.
Right.
Again, he's not going to try and kill it with 3 open mana again.
Right.
But that mistake may cause him the match, right?
We shall see. It's looking like it's at least taking game 1 from him. Second attempt coming in. Gwen Decker with the mono black deck drafted from this cube. If you're just tuning in, both players will start with an interplanar beacon tapped. This allows them to play planeswalkers with 2 different mana color pips in their mana costs.
Speaking of, Nissa Steward of the Elements coming down on 2. Get us a little scry on that 0. And Jace the Perfected Mind for Gavin. So a couple of turn 2 planeswalkers.
Yeah. And this is really big for Gwen because there's no other scrying effects in the deck. Black doesn't get that.
Right.
So this is going to be really, really helpful for finding removal as soon as you need it for these planeswalkers. And here comes the first bit of it. Is that Price of Betrayal?
That is a Price of Betrayal. And Gwen just drew Thrall Parasite, and he would love to be able to use that to take the last loyalty from Jace, but it'll be too late.
That's right.
Bottom. You know, you'll notice that Jace milled Gwen here, and the first card revealed was a swamp after Nissa had topped a card. And that's because Gwen has no other lands in hand. Gwen is desperately trying to hit land drops at this point.
Jace upticking to 2. Selecting that Throw Parasite to have a -3, -0, a -3 to its power, we should say. And now Gavin, looks like he's tapping 4 for... Oh, Luca. Big Luca's in play. Luca's able to create a beast. Luca is also able to, based on the power of a creature, deal damage to all creatures and planeswalkers on the battlefield. We're not there just yet, though. We're starting with the 3/3 beast, that token to the bottom of that Luca card, to the right of that Luca card.
We're scrying again, and we do see a land. We see a Dovin and a land. It looks like we're keeping the colorless land. I think that's a Karn's Bastion, a proliferate land. Very powerful in the cube, if we can get there. And we're going to need to get there if we're Gwen.
Yeah.
So Price
Smart
of
call.
Betrayal, let's remove those counters.
How many Price of Betrayal are in the...
I think 2. I think there's only, other than
2.
those lands, the Cryptic Spires, I think any Singleton breaks are just with a second copy.
Yeah.
Okay, Thrall Parasite. Gonna remove a counter from Jace. And I believe we also extorted off the Price of Betrayal. Uh-oh. It's not good. It's not good that when Gavin, did Gavin just go, yeah, 3 mana walker, 4 mana walker, 5 mana walker.
What a curve.
That, and I think this now means it's curtains. Nissa on Nissa violence.
Oh man, look at that. Huge damage.
Wow.
Onto Nissa, Steward of Elements. It's gone. And now Gwen has to respond to 2 5/5 elementals and Nissa. And then this Jace is still here threatening some, card advantage that could build up over time.
Right, that nameless token there is a 3/3 beast from Luca. This Plains will no longer be a creature come Gavin's turn. And Nissa is answered with Deadly Derision. And Gwen will get a treasure, which hopefully will help on a future turn. Yawgmoth's Vial offering a very powerful option in Gwen's hand, but nothing legendary in play as of yet.
So looking at 5 mana on the side of Gavin as we uptick Jace. Gavin has Oath of Teferi in the deck for 5. Gavin has, what else for 5? I mean, even just for 4, Buried in the Garden. You could use that on the Thrall Parasite if you want. There's no enchantment removal in Gwen's deck.
Mm-hmm.
So if either of those come down, that could be a pretty big swing for Gavin.
Simic Growth Chamber comes down, picks up a land, and that's it for Gavin. I saw Tail's End in his hand, so that may be what he's banking on here. Sack the treasure, and that is not counterable by a Tail's End. It's got Planeswalker-like abilities, but it is not itself a Planeswalker here, and that's gotta sting a little bit, because I do think Gavin had plans to just counter whatever, Gwen's deck is full of Planeswalkers, and he's been desperately searching for lands, and now he's finally hit them and got a treasure, and here's my big 5 mana play, and can't counter it.
That's right. And I think we just get Nissa back from the graveyard, maybe? Gavin's Nissa?
In 2 turns,
in 2 turns, yeah.
For now, we'll be having Gavin choose. So Gavin can choose here he can stifle the ability, right? So rather than have to sacrifice a Planeswalker or a creature, can choose to stifle. Instead, we're going to see Mobilize District be animated and sacrificed to Chapter 1 of Eldest Reborn. And I bet the plan is to stifle Chapter 3.
You got to. That's the best use of Tail's End that we're going to see in this game, I imagine. What's in Gavin's hand? What are we going to discard? Quite a few cards here. Maybe, is there a land in there that maybe we want to discard?
Yeah, he just picked up one from the Growth Chamber. I'm sure Gavin's fine. We see an In Bolus's Clutches. Gavin could choose to steal Eldest Reborn if he wanted.
And then save the Tail's End.
And save the Tail's End.
That could be smart.
Well, and you also have to imagine that, sure, Gwen has a lot of creature removal, a lot of Planeswalker removal, probably not a lot of enchantment removal from the Black Mage.
That's right. I think there's none. There's none in the cube at all. I don't think Gavin has enchantment removal either besides Buried in the Garden, and no, he didn't get Prison
Realm.
Realm.
There it is. In Bolus's Clutches.
Very nice. And so now you can make Gwen discard one of these cards.
Ornithopter of Paradise, the draw for turn, settled the score in hand as a removal spell.
There's a Ral. If you get that in now, you get it in under the counter.
Unfortunately, we're stuck, right? Isn't Ral 5 mana?
Ral's 4. This Ral's 4.
This Ral's 4? Okay.
I believe. I could be wrong. Hold on. Storm's Conduit is what we're looking for. This is not Storm Conduit. This
No,
is it Viceroy?
That's 5. Yeah. I think this one is not getting cast this turn. We're going to go Ornithopter of Paradise. Oh, this... I know why Gwen is doing this. I know why getting Ornithopter in play this turn is important rather than casting Settle the Score on Jace or on this 3/3. And it pains me to see it, but in Garrick's Wake being the discard there, as Eldest Reborn ticks up to Chapter 2, we're nowhere near 9 mana. This is actually quite interesting. Thrall Parasite.
You could have removed the counters from your Eldest Reborn.
That's a combo that Gwen has in his deck. Like, he can just keep edicting the opponent for 2 life. He can keep making them discard.
And Gavin said nope.
He can keep reanimating things.
Yep. Very powerful.
That's... he won't be doing that this game.
No.
But I wonder if he had the opportunity to do that in any of his previous 2 matches. A lot of very cool combos coming out of Gwen's deck. Land go for Gavin. And it's a very late swamp for Gwen. Gavin, don't act like you're not countering it.
I was just gonna
picks
say.
up the route. Oh, did you just tap out for a Planeswalker?
I gotta say, there's not
let me think.
there's not a single copy of Ral that I would allow to resolve, even the bad one. Like we get rid of it.
This is just. Why would you let it happen?
Big is it spell. It's got to go.
Yeah.
Peak Blue Mage though to build up the suspense to it, and then just saying nah.
It's
Oh. Wait, no, we're tapping.
We're just getting the extort trigger,
Right?
Because nothing else to do with that last.
Yeah.
All
All right,
there
let's
it
go.
is. All right.
Keep in mind, we still got Yawgmoth's Vial offering as a way to get the Ral back out of the graveyard.
But not yet. Nothing legendary still for Gwen.
Oh yeah, I guess we're relying on the Planeswalkers to be your legendary
We can't resolve it. All right, so Eldest Reborn Chapter 3. See what Gavin decides to. Yep, makes sense. Oh, he can get Nissa Vital Force and get back in Bolus's clutches?
Kinda nasty.
Or get back Luca? This is...
I think preying on Gwen's Planeswalkers is a perfectly fine strategy. He's going to run out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Gwen is down. I mean, Ornithopter, Thrall Parasite. Thrall Parasite has been cute. It's done some things, but stumbling on lands was too big there. And it all goes back to that Jace Mill. The Jace Mill, after Nissa topped the land, really, and then Gwen couldn't find a land for a couple turns. So we got back Luca. And are we just gonna... Do you dare just downtick 4 and pick off the Ornithopter and the Parasite? Or do you just say, oh, I don't need to do that, I can just make another 3/3?
I think the downtick is worth it here. Yeah, okay, we're gonna go for it. Especially because there's no certainty that this Luca is even gonna survive the next couple turns.
And that's it. Looks like Gwen is gonna scoop him up, and Gavin gets the redemption match, ends the draft at 2-1.
All right, folks, we saw it there. A mono black deck running a myriad of multicolored planeswalkers enabled by the interplanar beacon start in this cube, specific to the rules of this cube here at CubeCon 2024. We have another match that's ready, though, Ethan. I think we're going to jump right into this one. Game number 1, we're watching We're watching Lee face off against Rachel. This is Rachel's 3rd appearance on stream and Lee's 1st.
All right, so Rachel looking for the not last spot here, as I think this is our 0-2 bracket. Rachel elected to draft an aggressive Boros deck, and perhaps Lee did as well, as I see Mountain Plains on the left side of the board.
Okay.
Give me a second here. I'll see if I can't pull up what Lee's working with. Yep, Lee leaning into breaking what his color pair is doing a little bit, given he's Boros, but can cast a lot of stuff thanks to the Interplanar Beacon. He's playing a Garruk Cursed Huntsman, an Oko, the Ringleader, but a lot of red-white in the mix, as well as a bit of a hoser card in the Immortal Sun, though we know that's not going to be super effective against Rachel because she doesn't have a ton of Planeswalkers.
Right.
And we also have to imagine that if he's finding himself in the O2 bracket here at the end of our cube, that it may not just be that effective in general.
It's possible, right? A bit of a weaker pull, a weaker draft here. But I don't anticipate that these games will go too long with what they're trying to do. Oko Ringleader comes into play. First Planeswalker of this match.
Okay.
Starting at 4 loyalty.
Oath of Gideon coming down, making a couple 1/1s. Try and tussle with the Monastery Swift Spear. Oko Ringleader, you know, it's a Garruk, just like Luca is, right? Down tick, make a 3/3. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. It was good when the Planeswalkers were first printed, and it's good today.
That's right. 3/3s will be quite valuable here. They do stop a lot of Rachel's creatures in their tracks until they can get a bit stronger. You see in front of you now the Monastery Swift Spear. Getting those prowess triggers is pretty powerful, but the non-creature spells that Rachel's running are all like 2 and 3 mana. This Prison Realm in hand seems very necessary to bring down onto the Oko. And so I think she's going to have to take her turn 3 to do just that.
Okay.
Prowess trigger. It's a 2/3, but it can't swing through those creatures.
All right, Prison Realm going to take it out. We'll get a Scry. And as you said, get that Prowess trigger.
Are we seeing any enchantment removal in Lee's deck? Let's see.
Rising Populace.
Okay.
An interesting card here. Gonna enable a kind of swing all chump attack. So jamming a 1/1 into the Swift Spear, that'll grow the Populace with a counter. As Lee tries to pressure Rachel. Couple of Sorens in hand, though they have been not shy and they have come in pairs. When
That's
we've
right.
seen Rachel on camera today. Fourth land turns in this cube are extremely crucial. That is a lot of times where you start to hit impactful Planeswalkers. One of the things I think we saw Gwen run into in the last match was that loading up on 3-mana Planeswalkers, sure, it's good. It's a little scary to have those on turn 2 with the Interplanar Beacon, but as the game progresses, they're pretty atrocious top decks. And they can often be ignored in some spots.
That's right. That's right.
The 4-mana and above Planeswalkers, those are going to be the more impactful ones. So choosing what to do on these fourth turns is huge because you also have to imagine your opponent is going to be doing the same thing as well. Rachel electing not to drop one of the 4-mana Planeswalkers, instead build out her board a little bit with the Hoplite and the Hope of Ghirapur here.
We've seen, what, Nahiri in Rachel's deck? Nahiri the Harbinger. And with this being Boros versus Boros, being able to see more than a card return is a pretty big advantage.
Yeah, even if it's not card advantage, card selection is still impactful.
That's right.
And looks like just the Elk gonna be sent. Fine to deal the damage, fine to have it trade off, fine to have it chump blocked. And we are gonna see the double block from Rachel. They'll trade, Rising Populace will grow. This is all good news for Lee. Oh, don't miss your trigger, Lee. Get that counter. I'm afraid we might. And who do we have here? We have a Nahiri of some nature.
Is this the completed one here, the Unforgiven?
I believe so.
Yeah, so this Nahiri, of course, a recent addition, not a very popular one, but in this excuse me, this cube, we can see it do quite a bit more.
So +1 to either discard a card and then draw a card, or till your next turn, one creature attacks a player each combat, so a sort of pseudo way to protect itself. And it looks like we did just miss the Rising Populace trigger here. Unless it's non-token. Could that be true?
Let's see. Rising Populace is whenever another creature or planeswalker you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Rising Populace.
So we just missed it.
Yeah, seems that way. All right, so Sorin coming down.
Vengeful
Rachel Jones.
Bloodlord.
Keep in mind the static ability, the passive on this Sorin. Creatures and planeswalkers have lifelink. We haven't really seen that come into play just yet for Rachel anytime that she's played this card. But being able to do damage to other permanents is quite powerful. Just directly targeting things. We're just going to take one off of the Nahiri. The Hope of Jirifer is able to get in the air. I think we're going... Where are we going with it?
I don't know.
We go at the Planeswalker? If that's what we're...
Wonder if it seems like she might be thinking. Yeah, she's
sacrificing it after doing damage to him. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
and in response, Lee fires off the first cut short we've seen on the Sorin to take it down.
I think she still gets the sacrifice off. That's a part of the cost.
Mm-hmm.
So did she do that is the question.
Oh, I think so. I think that's still in effect for this turn. But Sorin's taken out here. Enduring Bond Warden comes in. That's going to drop a counter on the 1/1. And this seems to have been not Rachel's day in this draft, unfortunately.
No, and picking things up here, we just got some more token generation on the side of Lee. Again, the cut short taking down Sorin last turn. That did not target the Hope of Jirifer. It targeted Sorin. And Rachel now has to rebuild the board state, which is quite challenging, drawing a card a turn, taking damage along the way.
She's top decked a Forbidding Spirit, which can lock down a creature for a turn unless they pay 2. So it looks like she's going to do that, perhaps on the Rising Populace. But no shortage of lands for Lee, and we'll see what he ends up doing. I believe that's a Light Up the Night in Lee's hand with a High Loyalty Walker. That is extremely powerful.
It sure is. You can just go to the dome with the first one.
Uh-huh.
Then next turn, send it off again.
But first up...
Oh, now it's, yeah, I mean, once that the Light Up Night's just going to end the game, right? You can take loyalty points off of both of these planeswalkers here and go for big damage for just spending 4. 1 red and 3 colorless.
And that's a Gideon Jorah. Unclear how it's on 9 and not 8. I think that should be on 8.
Is it Oath of Gideon?
Oh, the Oath of Gideon in play, of course, of course. And yeah, that's going to do it. As Lee takes game number... Oh. Oh, no, we're...
Looks like, what is
There
this,
we go.
the 5-mana instant?
We're just lighting up the night here.
Yeah.
Attacking with Gideon.
It was a single combat.
A single
that came
combat.
through.
Yeah, a card that has bought her time, but not really been able to do as those kinds of symmetrical effects. You really want to try and break the symmetry as best you can, and I'm not sure that Rachel's deck is poised to do that.
Right. So that's game 1 out of the way. Light Up the Night. Lighting things up to finish things off with some fireworks. Getting into game 2 this time around.
Speed magic, Rondez.
Sure is.
I'd like to try and play at this pace normally, with no fast forward button.
This is how fast I think I'm going.
The hoplite here for turn number 1 for Rachel. Splatter Thug for Lee. That's a 3/3 first strike. Unleashed, so it can't block. Looking around the hall, I see a Luis Salvato. I see a Tom Martell. You all saw Sam Black and Caleb Durward last night on coverage.
I know our friend Fire Shoes is also in the building somewhere.
Yes. Cacophony Scamp comes in for Rachel as, I mean, the day's gone from bad to worse as she's stuck on 2. Boros Guildgate, the only additional land for her, as Oko comes down for Lee and makes an elk. There we go. A mountain perhaps can breathe some life into the game for her.
Mountain up the top. Got access to 3 mana. We're going for a removal spell on Oko.
Yep.
Is the ossification there?
It's going to exile it. Unless Lee can answer that mountain. If you missed the end of last night's broadcast, Caleb Durward emerged victorious in the Cheese Stands Alone draft. We have an excellent photo of him and the cheese board that I think has to be used as the advertisement for next year's CubeCon.
It's so funny too because he had to Prison Realm coming in to take down the Nahiri.
Okay.
He had to face off against Sam Black, who does not eat cheese.
Yeah, about halfway through the round, right? Caleb said he remembered that Sam was a vegan.
Yeah.
And Sam said, I'm still not going to make it easy for you.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. And the lands came for Rachel as well as removal spells. She's now answered 2 Planeswalkers with the Ossification in the Prison Realm and Torch the Tower. Oh, but Lee, just the hits keep coming. Garrick, the Huntsman, dropping
2 wolves.
Dropping 2 wolves. Are there 2 wolves inside you, Rondez?
Absolutely. Rachel, how do we respond to double token generation each turn, Dreadheart Arcanist, and Monastery Swift Spear? In the graveyard, we have the Torch the Tower that can be pulled from the Dreadheart Arcanist, but you're attacking into creatures that are much stronger than you, into a Planeswalker that's just going to make more of them.
Oh, no.
There's the emblem. It's big, scary Garrick things.
Garrick?
What is it? Trample and +3/+3?
Emblem, I do believe, yes, is a...
Yeah, trample. Creatures you control for the rest of the game.
So you just perma overrun, +3/+3 and trample.
That's right. So I don't think these guys ever get in.
No. And poor Rachel says, fist bump, love to see it.
Time to hang it up.
Unfortunately, better luck in my next cube draft, and Lee is going to get a victory here at the end of the World War of the Spark.
That's right.
I really enjoyed this cube. I think, I enjoyed doing the Changeling Cube yesterday as well, but it was a lot of fun to see, like, all of these. You know, Planeswalkers are sort of in limited, it's their choice. You get a few each set, whatever.
Right.
Oh, it's a mythic, maybe you'll see it. It's fun to see him just, like, battling it out match after match after match.
That's right. That's right. I think the most exciting decks, the most exciting drafts of this cube for me personally came from Gavin.
Yeah.
And it also came from our friend with the mono black deck.
Gwen.
I think Gwen was very, very clever and pulled a lot of really interesting interactions. Even though some we didn't get to see on coverage, the Thurl Parasite with the Eldest Reborn would have been something awesome to see him pull off. But either way, just really, really fantastic games all around. I think that cube brought a lot of exciting gameplay and really creative output from the players. So guys, that's going to be it for myself and Ethan for the day. Thank you all so much for joining us. We have another set of games coming up with a whole new cube in just the next few minutes. And that'll be more action coming to you for CubeCon 2024. Stay tuned.
Hey, this is Anthony Adams from the UberCube podcast, hailing from Raleigh, North Carolina. I wanted to tell you about UberBear's Artifact Cube that's now featured for the third time at CubeCon 2024. And without further ado, we're going to talk about the cube. So the idea of the cube is anti-artifact versus artifact as just kind of a general premise, where you're looking at this world where it's man versus machine, if you will. Let's move into our Azorius section, where you're going to find kind of a control tempo type of shell, where cards like Dance of the Manse or Steel Sabotage or Unctus will take you to victory. But then we move over to our Boros section, which is different than what most players are used to. It's not your aggro strategies per se, but it's going to be your modular or your equipment with like Stoneforged Mystic or Arcbound Shikari. And then we move over to our Dimir section, where you're going to see really cool cards like Baleful Strix or Tameshi or Armix that'll help carry you to victory. Very control-y type of section. Then we move over to our Rock or Golgari section, where you're going to find classic cards like Manglehorn that just hates on the entire cube to begin with. Or you've got Birthing Pod for those Birthing Pod that wants to go really technical. Then we have the section of Gruul that's kind of your anti-artifact, artifact sacrifice section. We get to run cool cards like Kappa, Tech, Wrecker, etc. Brea's Apprentice. Then we have our Spells Matters, Artifacts Matters. Is it really loves artifacts? And you're going to see cool cards like Third Path Iconoclast or Rise and Shine. Then we move over to our Rakdos section, which is going to be my favorite section per se, because I love to do that, sack the artifacts for value with stuff like Onicot Anvil or Trash for Treasure, and then bring them back with Whip of Erebos. Then we move over to kind of our Disruption anti-artifact section. We're going to see cards in the Orzhov that's like Tide Hollow Sculler or Divest. Selesnya is also your anti kind of section, or even your control section, if you will, where cards like Cankerbloom or Nature's Chant will play a major role in the cube. Don't pass these cards. Then we've got our Simic, that's kind of our wild card, that's your ramp mid-range control section, where cool cards like Master Transmuted or Glistening Dawn can take you to victory. And then our grand finales are Titan Cycle, where I feature all 5 of the Gear Hulks from Kaladesh. Other than that, I hope you enjoy the cube. Looking forward to my third time out, and happy cubing!
Hello everyone, welcome back to CubeCon coverage. My name's Hayu. I'm here with Ryan Oberturf, and we are bringing you coverage from day number 2, which is kind of like day number 1, Ryan. Because yesterday was like a prequel day. We had some fun stuff, we had some cheese-related cubing, and today we are back with the main event on Friday. Let's just remind everyone of where we are in the day and what the players have been up to, what they're expecting coming up over this weekend. So you can see that we are here on Friday. Yesterday there was the prequel draft where you could get some points towards your record, but it wasn't as weighted as heavily as today. And then today and tomorrow, all the players are going to be doing 4 drafts, so that's 4 cubes, Friday and Saturday. After the second cube on Saturday, there's a top 128 cut, under which there's sudden death rules. So, once you're in that third draft on Saturday, that's when we're starting to eliminate players kind of from the pods, Ryan.
I cannot tell you how much I want to cover a match determined in sudden death on camera Saturday night. That is what my hope for the weekend.
Yeah, there's going to be some drama for sure on Saturday. And then Sunday, that's where we're getting into the serious business. Top 64 draft in the morning. You have to win your pod to make it to the top 8 on Sunday evening, when we're going to be crowning the next CubeCon champion. And by the way, Ryan, I've seen the trophy sat over there by the judges table, and it is sweet. It's like this crystal, cube statuette, and it's pretty sexy.
I love that, yeah. And you mentioned that today is kind of higher stakes than yesterday. Nobody's winning any cheese today.
That's true.
We're in the main event, though. These matches matter, but they were individually a little bit heavier yesterday, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Well, let's have a look at what our players have been drafting. Today we are going to be covering draft number 2 on Friday. It is Wheeler's 1-drops. So, Ryan, tell us about this very, very unique cube.
Yeah, so there's a lot communicated in the name, and in fact, Wheeler's overview page, he kept it really short and sweet, like the mana cost on the cards. All 1-drops all the time. So if you look at the top right corner of every spell in this cube, save 1. We'll come back to that in a minute.
Okay.
They start at a baseline, they cost 1. Now, that does not mean that every game action you commit in this cube is only going to cost 1 mana. You're going to be looking for some mana sinks. We can build to that later. But at a baseline, mana value 1. You look at these spells. You see, if you look at a Cube Cobra page, right? It's broken down by mana curve. Notice how you kind of got to scroll past, these are all ones. All right,
yeah, all ones.
That is the honest statement. That's not a lie. Every spell here does cost 1 mana generally.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because actually the first cube I ever drafted was a 1-drop cube. I didn't know if it was this specific one, but it was very, very weird and very odd for someone who had just started Magic recently to kind of understand what was happening really in this kind of cube. So for our viewers and cube enthusiasts who are maybe a bit more used to regular cubes, Magic Online cubes, or even retail limited, God forbid, how do they change their mindset to kind of get into approaching something like a 1-drop cube?
It's definitely interesting because a big thing that you're taught even early on, I imagine when you're learning retail limited, the mana curve is really stressed. That's one of the first things you learn about. You don't want too many 7-mana spells because you can't cast them very quickly. You don't want too many 1-mana spells because it's not very high impact. Bad news. If you want not too many 1-mana spells, that's all you're going to get here. So you're kind of trying to find ways to make use of more mana over time. So you're going to be looking for mana sinks here. You're not going to get a 3-mana spell, but you are going to get a card with Kicker. You are going to get a card with Level Up, something with an activated ability. So you kind of want to make sure you're efficient because all your opponent's cards also cost 1. So you got to get on the battlefield. But then you also have to have a plan for having 4 mana and not just be out of your hand because you cast all your 4 1-mana spells.
Right.
So figuring out how many lands to play. I was talking to Ben Wheeler a bit about the cube. He believes the sweet spot is in the range of 13 to 15 lands. This is not a 17 land. Don't go to 17 lands for the data on Wheeler's 1-drops. That's too many lands.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, I think that is just, I think maybe the first question that even comes to mind with this cube, how many lands do I play? So very interesting indeed. And we have a treat for you, by the way, because we have Ben Wheeler himself drafting the Ben Wheeler 1-drop cube. And this is actually pretty rare. I'm not sure it's actually going to happen the rest of the weekend necessarily, that we have the cube designer himself drafting the 1-drop cube. So very interested to see how Ben, nice little wave to the camera there from Ben. Interesting to see how the designer of this cube approaches the draft.
Yeah, we had a chance to ask Ben what he was looking to open here. He mentioned that he likes kind of a big mana, amusingly, a big mana Omen Hawker deck. He likes the cards that make extra mana for activated abilities, or a Teamer Prowess is something he was looking for. So that one speaks to me. We'll find out what he ends up in.
Okay, so let's have a look at what's going on here. Murphic's Secret Keeper, that's a classic 1-drop from Throne of Eldraine draft. Unearth, pull it up to the front, seems pretty powerful in this format. What stands out to you, Ryan? So the Tortured Existence is a really strong mana sink. If you never played much Pauper, or I guess Tempest Limited, you might not know that card, but for 1 black mana, you can discard a creature to return a creature from your graveyard to your hand, raise dead, as it were. That's a lot of value over time, and you kind of just always have access to your best creature. It could synergize with this Merfolk Secret Keeper, kind of milling yourself, and then you get really high access to all the best creature cards in your deck that way. So kind of like that engine building card makes a lot of sense to me, because again, only so many of the cards can be so impactful. They're all 1-mana spells. Right. So kind of latching onto something that generates a lot of value early and building a deck around it makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, Tortured Existence is very fun. I haven't played very much Pauper, but the one time I did play Pauper, I played a Tortured Existence deck. Nice. Yeah, unfortunately, no Golgari Brown scales in this cube. Too expensive. All right, well, it's going to be Preordain, and honestly, that's just a great card in any cube. That makes a lot of sense to me, too, because if we're talking about building a deck around something, Preordain is one of the best card selection spells of all time. Conveniently costs 1 mana. So, quite a lot of lands in this pack for Ben. A couple of Triomes. There's one of the channel lands as well. Thought Scour and Hard Evidence, another cantrip, or a crab trip, as some might say. But Overwhelmed Apprentice looks like it might be getting the nod here. Yeah, there's a few different avenues to go in the cube regarding either self-mill or milling your opponent.
There's stuff that comes out of the graveyard in a few different ways. Escape, the Tortured Existence, of course, was a big one. I don't know if we'll see that one wheel. So the self-mill is good, and then the Merfolk Secret Keeper, sometimes it's me, sometimes it's you.
Right.
Speaking of sometimes me, sometimes you, Thought Scour, very much in that vein. And, if you're keeping yourself open to play like that Teamer Prowess deck he was interested in, it's a card that replaces itself.
See it. All right. Into pack 3 now. Some aggressive creatures going past. Really a Skull Dweller. What stands out to you here?
So something that stands out to me as a really interesting card, if we're talking about milling players, Prosperity, with each player draws X cards. If you weren't playing combo decks in 1997, you might not know this one. It's just blue and X, each player draws X cards.
Okay, yeah.
It's generally considered a pretty weak card, right? Because you go down the spell you cast, and then both players draw the same number of cards.
Right.
But again, this mana value restriction, that opens us up to play it, which makes it pretty intriguing.
Okay, looks like it's going to be Gnarling Vermin. I think that's another target player mills.
Can you mill them? Yeah, target player mills.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a friend who is really big on this card, but
Okay.
he plays in a self-mill deck. So you're right, though.
So you've just associated your friend with this gnawing vermin?
Yeah, I don't think about gnawing vermin too often, actually. I've been exposed.
I see. All right. Okay, so do we think Ben is just kind of leaving himself open to milling either himself or the opponent?
Yeah, I think that there's some mind to the fact that Merfolk Secret Keeper is so specific, it's fairly likely to wheel. The Preordain makes sense to pick over that. And now we're taking some kind of mill stuff that's okay. Like the Vermin doesn't just mill, right? It has a death trigger. That -1/-1 kills most of the creatures in the cube, actually.
Oh, actually, yeah, this card is way better than it usually is.
Right. So he's potentially exploring synergies and taking cards that are just kind of serviceable.
Yeah, Sleight of Hand is going to be the pick here. I mean, you can never really have too many cantrips.
Well, you could run out of cards if we're cantripping and self-milling.
No, we don't want to do that. So what do we have here? Blister Coil, weird, an interesting one for potentially a prowess strategy. Some white removal here in the form of laydown arms. Oh, not that many blue cards, it seems.
Yeah, Illuminate's kind of an interesting kicker card. If it's like red and then has a blue kicker. One with Concealing Curtain, so, the Vermin there. This is like kind of the most high-impact individual card we've seen so far. I think it's weaker than Preordain, but as far as like putting something on the battlefield, when you transform that curtain, yeah, it's just a 3/4. That's huge.
It is huge. And actually, this card does a lot of work, even in kind of formats with a full mana curve.
Yes.
So having a look at the next pack now, Distortion Strike, pulled to the front there, Mutagenic Growth, perhaps Village Rites, also kind of being considered, although but not really in that kind of sacrifice strategies just yet. It is going to be Distortion Strike.
The pump spells at the front of the pack are interesting, because if you look at the cards drafted so far, you're in a Distortion Strike, you're Concealing Curtains, what are we talking about? That suggests to me that Ben is kind of hedging, right? I have Preordain, maybe I can get something like Storm Chaser's Talent, maybe I can get these prowess creatures later and do that. A little bit of hedge in that direction.
Okay, all right. So kind of settling into this maybe blue, black-ish color pair, Rishadan, Dockhand.
Dockhand is funny. Because Rishadan Port tends to be good if your opponent's trying to cast spells that cost a decent clip of mana. I will say, though, with the pressure in the cube to play 13, 14 lands, and the fact that all the cards are 1-drops, you're going to keep a lot of 1-lander hands. Right? So just tapping your opponent's only lands is pretty strong.
The card evaluation is so different in this cube versus other formats.
Yes.
Oh, Candlestick.
Whoa.
In this pack, and Enclave Cryptologist.
That card hasn't gotten a whoa in, 8 years, but that was my honest reaction. That card is very high impact for this cube.
Yeah, that is the 1/1. You can level up, and once you get to level 3, tap, draw a card.
Level up on its face. That's a way to sink your mana. And also, when you are fully drawing cards, great way to spend your mana, just having extra cards.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, honestly, just the words tap, draw a card just have that simple beauty about them.
Poetry.
Poetry, yeah. Perfect. Piracy Charm to pick up in the next pack as we get towards the kind of latter stages of the first pack. And how do you think Ben will be feeling about the deck so far?
I think that the deck is still a little confused. It needs a lane. He has some cards he's definitely going to play, and cards like Preordain that he's very happy to be playing. But his deck needs to do something. It doesn't really have a theme just yet. There's a number of like micro archetypes built into the cube, a lot of synergies you can really push. He'll be ready to do it with his sleight of hand, his other cantrips, whatever. The Cryptologist is good, but his deck still needs to do something.
Right. Dispel is in this pack.
Which
it's
spell?
the only blue. Oh my goodness. But it's going to be Eye Collector. That spell. Eye Collector.
Eye Collector, pretty medium. I like this Hypnotic Grifter. That's a good mana sink.
That's a great mana sink. It's very strong in its limited format. Pithing Needle also is here, but worried about opposing kind of activated abilities. But 3 mana to Connive, just get through your deck, grow the Grifter. You can do a lot of work.
Oh, yeah. And this card's not very impressive if you can just cast a 3-mana spell. Can't do that here. It gets a lot better when that's the case.
I'm so interested to see which direction Ben goes with this. What do you think the main options are here?
I think that he less has options in his pool and more is looking for a really good pack 2 pick one.
Right. Okay, and we're going to see him just round out the last couple of pick Master of Ashes. Getting picked up there, and Dockside Chef on the wheel.
That's just a solid playable card. You know,
I love this guy.
Wheeler not really able to make tokens. You really like to be able to do that with your chef. It's like okay to just like play it, and if your opponent has a removal spell, you just sack the thing in response.
I mean, also the art just looks delicious.
Very nice art.
Yeah. Never say no to a bowl of noodles. Okay, so usually at this point, you know, you're looking through your picks, you're putting them in mana curve order. That's not happening.
We could go for a rarity sort. I think he's looking a little bit, you know, is there any shot I'm playing this stud? I think not. I think that it takes a little too long to make the Grifter a nice thing to thud.
You never know.
If you ask me, is Thud, Hypnotic Grifter a genius or Grifter archetype? I think that's a Grifter archetype.
Well, but you're just grifting yourself, though, surely. All right, pack 2, pick 1. Ben's going to be looking for some direction in this cube. We see Siren Storm Tamer pulled to the front, Scalding Tons, nice mana fixing. Ooh, Delta as well.
Never seen this many fetch lands in my life.
I mean, we did not see very many fetch lands last night in the Cheese Stands Alone cube that we covered, although we did see some great matches there. If you missed that, would highly recommend going back. And the finals in particular, some very intense, very high-level stuff. And Ben Wheeler here, just going to get Pellucid Delta.
Makes a lot of sense to prioritize the fetch lands highly, especially when you're talking about playing 14 lands.
Right.
If you're going to play a second color, you need mana fixing. You can't play 7 islands, 7 swamps.
Right.
Get out of here with that.
Well, yep. Got to get those prize ticks, you know? Got to convert them into some swag at the prize wall later.
Yeah, I like handing that out after pack 1. That's like your achievement for drafting the first pack of the draft.
That's how you know you're locked in. Oh, there's Omen Hawker.
All right, that's one of the cards he literally named.
Right.
He said, I would like to play an Omen Hawker deck.
So Omen Hawker is one of these cards which always gets me very excited, right? It's like a 1 mana, and it makes 2 mana.
It's the blue Soul Ring.
It's the blue Soul Ring, right? At least that's how it feels it should be.
And you know, that's good with cards he's already drafted. That's going to level up your Enclave Cryptologist just on its own. Mm-hmm. That's going to be 2/3 of a Grifter activation.
Nice. It's looking less grifty by the minute.
Right. Looking pretty genius.
I don't know about pretty genius.
Well,
it's moving in that direction.
Let's get the genius meter, the genius bar.
The genius bar. I think someone else has the rights to that, you know?
Oh, right.
Zephyr Boots, potentially the pickup here. Floodhound, also a possibility.
You know, considering that all these mana sinks draw cards, you're fine if you draw multiples, right? And just getting enough stuff where you can get your turn going. Like the Floodhound, you could say it's not as good as Cryptologist, and you can say which is better between it and the Grifter, but I like having all of them and just pushing that Omen Hawker.
This one might be a Snifter.
It might be.
It might be. Yeah, Omenhawker is so sweet. I always wanted to make Omenhawker work, and never managed to make Omenhawker work. At least not in Retail Limited.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm going to set the line at 2.5 cubes. Do you think Omen and Hawker is in more or fewer than 2.5 cubes in the room?
Oh, in the room?
In the room. We have a lot of cubes here featured at
That's
CubeCon.
a lot of cubes. And it is one of those cards that it asks questions.
I'll put it another way. I think this is the best cube in the room for Omen Hawker.
Okay, I'm not going to argue with that. Tragic Slip to pick up here. Nice bit of interaction for Ben.
That's a nice pickup, and I believe he passed Phyrexian Reclamation, which is a big endorsement. That's a huge value engine. I would say it's a bit actually stronger than Tortured Existence, just because you always get to raise dead. I mean, at the cost of 2 life or whatever, so always is strong. But it's like a draw 5, you know?
Right.
So just getting some interaction here, Wheeler valuing, okay, like my opponent's going to be doing something. I should probably care about that. And again, -1/-1. Like you don't really even need to morbid this card that often. Kills a lot of 1-drops.
It does kill a lot of 1-drops. And occasionally it's going to do much more than that.
Well,
not in this cube.
It'll kill a 1-drop.
So there's more removal here in the form of Gruulda's Assassin. There's also Changeling Outcast potential there. And
I like
some
this
equipment.
Chronometon. The choice between Gruulda's Assassin and Chronometon is interesting because the Assassin, once you get that level, it's like Vasar the Dreadful, right? Like it's a really high impact card. I like picking the Chronometon because you know you're going to play it. This could be a mono blue deck, right? Like we have Polluted Delta. We don't have a blue-black land to find. It's going to find an island or a swamp.
Right. Hey, you even get 1 mana left over from your Omenhawker when you use it. That's value.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Cling to Dust here, potentially a black card. Is that Urborg Repossession? I see hiding out in the pack there, which is, I mean, Ben's not really doing green, but that was a really great card in Dominaria United. Cling to Dust, though, a classic. And one of those lovely little, I'm going to play one in my sideboard.
Yeah, I mean,
in standard for 3 years.
it shows up in plenty of main decks too. It's just like, all right, it replaces itself every time, right? Like how much? Like I think Cling to Dust is like easily stronger than Thought Scour, just as a cantrip.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Cruel Sadist out of this pack for Ben.
This one's not great with Omen Hawker, but it's pretty good on its own, and it's not bad with Omen Hawker.
You can do some stuff.
Yeah, what you
Omen
really
Hawker.
need is some turns, less than you need the mana. But this is similar in texture to the Chronometon, which I've already endorsed.
Right.
It feels a little silly to have Chronometon Sadist and not Gruulda's Assassin, but that pack wasn't the choice,
Right. And then really kind of zoning in on the blue and black cards here. Bubble Snare, another bit of removal. Potentially it does have the kicker where, you can tap the creature as well as keep it tapped, but otherwise it's just a 1 mana blue kind of lockdown piece.
The blue Swords to Plowshares.
Some might say. Some might say. Gutter Bones also being considered.
I like the snare pick there. Like the bones might be castable, but this is not an aggro deck.
Right.
So,
I did say the blue Swords to Plowshares in the new set, Unable to Scream, is pretty sweet. Like it removes creatures' abilities as well. It's just
yeah, it's maybe more Swords to Plowshares even than the bubble snare. And this is probably something Wheeler wasn't expecting, was Scalding Tarn coming back around.
What does that tell you about the table?
Tells me the table is likely not playing 3+ color decks. You can talk about whether they're blue-red or whatever, but you really only need to be 3 colors to take about any fetch land. The table's not all Abzan decks.
Right.
Like people are probably being pretty conservative about how many colors they're playing. And to be fair, you're not going to see a lot of gold cards in this cube.
That's true. I mean, there's some hybrid hybrid mana hiding out.
This is kind of a heartbreaking pick here. Thundering Falls and Fear Fire Foes coming back around. Fear Fire Foes, it's pretty close to a Plague Wind in this environment, but you need a red land to cast it.
Right.
So it makes sense to take the Falls there, but you are passing a premium red card for the opportunity.
Right.
But you'll play the Falls in like even a mono blue deck. So.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting as well. Just playing these kind of off-color, slightly interesting lands that do things. Lightning Axe the pick. You ever splashing that? Oh, maybe the thud is back on. Maybe that's what's happening, Ryan.
I think we're more into the axe than the thud. I'll say
Okay,
that much.
all right. You might be more into the axe than the thud.
Okay. We meant Ben Wheeler and myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. It wasn't the royal we. Yeah, just waiting for the next pick. So, has Ben acquired more direction?
Yeah, I think that Omen Hawker was a huge pickup, and it's clearly influenced a lot of the picks since then, as well as subsidized some cards he picked up before then.
What is coming back? Insatiable Avarice. This one of the spree cards?
Gotta say, spree cards as 1-drops don't pass the sniff test for me. You literally cannot only spend 1 mana on this spell.
I don't know. I like the legal definition. I'm like, yeah, okay. This says it's got 1 in the upper. You specifically said if you look at the upper right corner.
That's true.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can tutor for it with Dizzy Spell.
Okay, great. Exactly.
All right, this is disrespectful. What is that
The
Thraven
Thraven
Inspector
Insect?
still doing in
Hello?
that pack?
One of the best 1-drops of all time.
Now, if I'm
Strength
Wheeler,
of
I'm low-key looking out for blue-white lands because I have that Inspector.
Well, he took a blue-white land. He took an irrigated farmland.
There we go.
And you'd probably play that cycling land anyway, right? Even if you
Yeah.
were not white?
Well, the tap land is basically a 1-drop,
Okay.
and then you cycle it if you don't need the land.
Oh, so this is a cube with the lands are 1-drops as well.
Yeah, that's actually something I really like about Wheeler's design. There's no shock lands. There's no ABU duels. The lands enter the battlefield tapped or are fetch lands, but the fetches only find basic or lands that enter the battlefield tapped.
Okay.
So your mana fixing lands are, in their own right, sort of 1-drops.
I like that. I like that it discourages kind of just, 2-color aggro decks that just unpunished.
I also think if you put in a lot of fetchable duels, but particularly ones that enter the battlefield untapped, you're not wheeling Scalding Tarn. The environment's very different. You're
That
not looking
is
at drafting this mostly or just totally mono blue deck.
Right. We're just going to have a look at the picks here. We do see the lands getting shuffled to the back. There are triomes, I believe, in the list as well.
Yep, triomes, and there are the cycling 2-color lands. Of course, only the allied side of that cycle exists.
Yeah, maybe someone should call up WotC.
Someone should.
Someone should. Okay, pack 3, pick 1 now for Ben Wheeler. Having a look through the pack, Defile is a black card. Maybe wants you to be a little bit more in black than Ben.
Dark
Wants
Salvation
me?
is a really strong black card. Talk about a card that scales, make X zombies, and it's also a removal spell.
My
Megacell
heart just
Scroll
skipped a
makes
beat
sense.
because Ravenous Squirrel is so sweet. Just one of my favorite cards, so sweet. Dark Salvation, though. Okay, so you like this card? It's fine for you.
You
but
can
spree-
legally cast it for 1, and if you have a zombie, it's still a kill spell.
Okay. All right.
I'm very passionate about this.
You are. It's just, honestly, Ryan, this is the first time we worked together, and it's very difficult to gauge the level of passion you'll have on any given subject.
I am often described as difficult.
But it's not about the difficult. It's about unpredictable. Shadow Spear was the pickup, though.
You
in
can
that
equip
pack.
that by tapping Omen Hawker. You
Oh,
see, it's another part of our
Love it.
theme deck.
It's all coming together.
Right. Also, just in general, a +1/+1 equipment where many of the creatures are 1/1s. You're literally twice as large as whatever else is going on. But you want to talk about equipments that are powerful. Viridian Longbow being pushed to the front of the pack. This card has a history of being really strong in Pauper constructed.
Okay.
And was really strong in Mirrored and Limited. This is a really strong card that I think is fairly obscure these days, but I think it's awesome in this cube and awesome in Wheeler's deck.
Yeah, that is a great pickup. And you saw Wheeler really considering that blue-black duel, right? It was a fetchable duel. Would have gone really nicely with that polluted delta, but ultimately the longbow too strong. As we look at the next one, Corrupted Conviction is here. Ponder is a nice one, as well as slip out the back, a piece of protection.
On the topic, too strong, currency converter being pushed to the front of the pack. So Ponder's nice because it's good to find the best card in your deck. For example, Wheeler's going to want to find that Omen Hawker early and often. But what if you just had another card that's one of the strongest cards in your deck? I love picking up the converter there. It's also just great card selection.
That's a great Omen Hawker card.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sweet. See quite a lot of black cards here, but pretty specific ones. We saw Ruthless Sniper, See, Spyglass Siren, that's a great one drop.
The Sniper is a combo with several of the cards in Wheeler's deck. Chief among them, that Currency Converter that he just picked up. You can start
That's
just
true.
throwing around -1/-1 counters, which I will continue to stress kills most of the creatures in the environment. Plays it a little safe and takes the Spyglass Siren. It's strong.
Yeah, okay. Come on, give it some respect. The map uses your Omenhawker mana.
That's true.
Yeah.
We now have some more 1-mana activated abilities, so we can
Great.
split the Hawker more often.
Yeah, that would be. Come on, don't you want to see that?
I want to see. Well, this is a casual event. If this was competitive, you would have to like pen and paper your floating Omen Hawker mana. That's what I want him to have to do.
That's what you want? Okay.
You're right,
All
right.
All right. We'll talk to the judges.
To,
We'll see
to
if we can get-
emphasize my unpredictable proclivities. That's what I want.
You just never know what you're going to argue for or against. Like there'll be an opinion,
Right.
but it's not. It's like rolling a die. You know? It keeps you on your toes though, which is
Yes.
nice. Bomat Courier is here, one of the one drops of all time. And,
Whoa! Put some respect on the Bomi boy's name.
I am.
Okay.
That time it was complimentary. I've been killed by this card a lot.
Very, very heavy standard pedigree in this one.
For sure. Yeah, we were talking yesterday about cards that have been most concentrated in standard PC top 8 decks or whatever the stat was. And Bomat Courier's got to be up there as well. Ghost Lantern pulled up to the front. And one of the pieces of equipment from, I think, a Commander set.
I thought you were going to say one of the pieces of equipment of all time.
Goodness. Unlike you, Ryan, I don't just recycle my jokes straight away.
So you're going to wait a pack or two on that one.
Yeah.
Ghost Lantern's a nice
all
little
game
raised dead, and also that +1/+1 counter. You know, getting +1/+1, giving -1/-1. I'll continue to beat this drum.
You're like
Both are
obsessed
great.
with them. Just a little bit of extra power and toughness. I mean, that's what you want.
I'm not greedy. I just need a little.
Just a little. Pacification Array, that's a one drop. I mean, I keep saying it, but honestly, it's just great seeing all these cards that, you know, they fill an interesting role in normal limited formats, and then they're all here.
Yes. I think that the Curious Obsession will be really appealing to a lot of decks that look similar to Wheeler's. He's making so many picks that really push the power of Omen Hawker
Right.
and Spectral Sailor, if that's what we're doing. I
Yeah.
think he's holding out a little bit of hope that he also gets the Enigma Jewel, which would be the other. He's not going to get literal Soul Ring, which I will say is in the cube, but I don't think we're going to see that one this late. But like getting the Enigma Jewel at the last possible spot is, I think, a really real possibility that he's hedging towards.
Right. Spectral Sailor is incredible. I mean, it's already a great card, and then with the Omen Hawker as well in this cube, drawing the cards, you're always going to be able to play what you draw. Very nice.
Answering the question, what do you do with the Spectral Sailor?
It is not too early in the morning, but too early in the afternoon for that, as we look at Otawara Soaring City being considered here, along with Weaponize the Monsters maybe off that red splash, and Scary Terry being sent round the table.
I'd like to propose a house rule for this cube. I don't think you should be able to channel Otawara unless you control 3 legendary creatures or planeswalkers, because that is not a one-drop.
Just... Okay. Moog is his favor, the pickup here. A nice flexible card.
Yeah, decent, mostly removal spell.
Mostly removal spell. You could stick it on your Hypnotic Grifter.
Yeah, get that grifter going. Turn up those beatdowns. Nice card to loot away when you get your Cryptologist. You don't mind discarding this one for value.
Yeah, that currency converter, what a pickup that was for Ben.
Oh, yeah.
So how does he win games?
Slowly. This is a deck that's going to generate value over time. The Viridian Longbow is a pretty nice piece of the puzzle, just kind of cutting down your opponent's creatures. The Currency Converter, making a bunch of 2/2s, going to both slow your opponent down and eventually be able to attack.
Right.
I don't know how many lands Wheeler's going to play. I would ballpark 14.
Yeah.
It's not enough mana to really move the longbow around and close that way.
Sorry, I just got very excited because Undercity Sewers came around.
That's a great late pickup.
Yeah, that you definitely want that in your deck.
Both just wants a mana fixing land and just already has a fetch for it.
I mean, I'm going to say this a lot of times, but I think the Surveil lands are maybe my favorite cycle.
They're incredibly good designs.
Just really lovely.
One
really
of the
elegant.
biggest innovations for Cube Draft in the last 5 years.
For sure.
You know, a couple years ago, almost every Magic Online Spotlight Cube just had like double shock lands, double fetch lands.
Right.
You don't need to do that stuff anymore.
Yeah.
There's another great cycle that you should put in your cube.
Yeah, they're just really, really flexible, really lovely. Scornblade Berserker, again, one of those like tricksy little cards that could do a lot of work and have seen this card do a lot of work.
I would describe it as a neater. It's a
neater?
neat card.
It
Not a
is neat.
heater. Not a heater. It's a neater.
Oh, I see, okay. What temperature is a neater?
Room.
Room. It's got to be above room.
Well, not for long.
Vampire Lacerator coming around. Not sure whether that one's going to be making it.
There's another card that used to get some woes. Not anymore. And it's not getting one from me today. I don't think that's making the deck.
Woe count 0. We should get a little woe-ometer. Is that how you would call it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe just Wometer.
Ryan Overturf's Wometer. And I'm British, so I'll spell it with the R-E. I'm joking. We actually spell things that measure things ER at the end. Nice bit of language for you as we get up to the end of the pack. And, usually there's not a lot coming around, but
Both of these cards are
yeah,
good.
these are playable cards. For Ben.
So they kind of do similar things in Wheeler's deck. We're talking about Vampiric Rites versus Shore Up, where he's not generating a bunch of creatures to say. I suppose the currency converter actually is going to give us some tokens. The thing about that is they're not value tokens. They're actually twice as large as most of the creatures in the cube. So I don't think we're sacrificing them for value necessarily.
Okay.
But you're using Shore Up either to save, for example, your Omen Hawker from removal spell, or the Rites will sack it to value. If you get 2 activations off the Rites, it's a lot better than the Shore Up. If you protect something that's particularly high value, like your Enclave Cryptologist, you maybe wish you had the Shore Up instead.
Okay, interesting. So, we watched Ben's draft. Obviously, Ben Wheeler is the designer of the Wheeler's one-drop cube in the name. So what are your thoughts after that? We can actually bring up Ben's deck. So this was his build. We don't have the land count specifically, but
we could reverse engineer it.
We could. But you already expressed your aversion to counting yesterday, so I'm not going to put that on you.
Counting is not math.
It's part of math. It's one of the mathematics
of all time.
Oh my goodness. What do you think?
I think that this deck is pretty comfortably a 7 or an 8 out of 10. I think that if he got the Enigma Jewel, there's so much stuff here that's a good mana sink for that Omen Hawker, and it's a really nice synergy. And also, all of the mana sinks are just strong cards. Like that longbow, you get that on a creature, you activate it once. You're just killing stuff. You got pretty close to a Visara the Dreadful for this environment, right?
Right.
So you got some strong stuff going on. It would be way more consistent to also have the Enigma Jewel, so you had more ways to really power up these abilities. I think missing that's a little rough, but you have some strong cards you can really lean on. The Currency Converter, the big standout there. And in Pack 1, Wheeler really prioritized these cantrips. He has that Preordain, he has that Sleight of Hand. So pretty good churn to finding the highest impact cards in the deck, which is going to put you over a lot of aggressive decks that really need their 1-1-1-1-1 curve. I like this deck. I like the way that Wheeler drafted it.
Okay, all right. I mean, something that strikes me, though, is that the creature count is a little low, right? I think we were maybe in the, 13, 12 to 13 range.
Is that super high?
Is that a problem in this format?
So it's kind of a problem conceptually, but it's cleaned up. It's finessed a lot by that Currency Converter.
Right.
Because that's going to make a lot of creatures. And we didn't confirm the land count. Somewhere around 14. You discard any non-land, you get 2/2s in return for that converter.
Okay.
And again, those are just big. That card is really strong here. And I think that's going to be a really important part of Wheeler's strategy.
I feel like we're in one of those... like novelty film things you get at Disneyland, like Honey, I Shrank the Cube kind of vibe going on with all these like tiny little critters. The tutus are the giants in the room. We'll see how it goes. And I think we are done with the draft portion of the Wheelers One Drops Cube. We're going to take a quick break, get set up for the first feature match where we are going to be watching Ben Wheeler play out this Omen Hawker deck. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Hello, my name is Bones and I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma. One of my cubes in this year's CubeCon is World War of the Spark. It's kind of like War of the Spark draft cranked to 11. With 100 Planeswalkers in the cube, they will be everywhere, especially since players start with an interplanar beacon on the battlefield tapped. This allows any Planeswalker with 2 or fewer different colored pips to go into any deck. Some of the cards I'd like to highlight in this cube include Sir Ginger, the Mealender, whose top line is probably not going to be as impactful in any other cube as it is here. Pestilent Haze, which allows you to deal with a board of Planeswalkers that's grown out of control. And Burning Tree Shaman, which reminds us that we're on Ravnica, and in Gruul style, punishes anyone who gets too clever. The decks players build in this cube are going to revolve largely around what Planeswalkers they manage to find. For example, you can draft an Artifacts deck with some help from Saheeli, Daretti, and Tezzeret, and there are many artifacts in this cube which can go in any deck and are extremely impactful even without the support. There's also an enchantments theme, thanks to the presence of Planeswalkers like Calyx and Estrid. The Historic batch is extremely powerful here, with cards like Artifacts, Sagas, and of course, Planeswalkers, which are all legendary, appearing all over the place. There's also a Lands Matter archetype with Planeswalkers like these. Don't try to blow up the opponent's interplanar beacon, though, there's no way to do that. Some of the minor themes include non-creature spells matter, or in this case, instant and sorcery specifically, thanks to Ral and Rowan. Creature tokens, which there will be a lot of running around. And Flicker, or Blink. There are multiple ways to reset your Planeswalker's loyalty counters so that you can minus them all over again. There are even some pretty narrow archetypes that I strive to support. Thanks to cards like Tyvar Kell and Freyalise, I make sure that there are enough elves that a deck of that specific creature type can be viable. And as a final note, while I do try to include as many unique or off-the-wall Planeswalker designs that Wizards has made as possible, they must all be within the Magic canon. This is War of the Spark, after all, even if some time travel is involved.
Welcome back to coverage of CubeCon. CubeCon is brought to you in part by Gamers Guild. Gamers Guild Arizona is a company based on a simple idea that's actually also close to my heart: creating a safe, inclusive, and fun gaming space for everyone, specifically minors, LGBTQ people, persons of color, and women. Their vision is to see a Gamers Guild in every city in North America, all united in their love of safe and fun gaming for all. So thank you so much to Gamers Guild for helping make CubeCon happen. So Ryan, we are about to get into our first feature match of this particular cube, round number 10 of CubeCon coming up, and we're going to be watching Ben Wheeler go up against Tristan Brunfeld, and we can actually bring up Tristan's deck because this is pretty sick. Now, I was watching the draft, on behind Tristan and just seeing what his picks were. Pack 1, pick 1, Ragavan. Pack 1, pick 2, Skullclamp.
Woof. Okay, I think that some players might react more bigly to Ragavan than Skullclamp. Two reasons. Well, because of recency bias, because no one's been legally allowed to cast Skullclamp since 2005.
I don't know. I've played a lot of Vintage Cube online.
Well, sure. That card's way better in this cube than it is in Vintage Cube.
Okay.
It's
already great in Vintage Cube.
but I'm talking about like even getting it pack 2 in this cube is outrageous.
Yeah, I agree.
Like Regavan also, this the other side of that context is that so many, like all the creatures cost 1 mana, so it's pretty easy to block Regavan in this cube. But it's also very easy to control a 1 toughness creature to Skull Clamp away. That Skull Clamp goes crazy in this cube.
Yeah, and it's so beautiful as well, that foil one that Ben has.
From the Vault Exiled, a reference to the fact that the card is tremendously banned and you are not allowed to play it.
Exiled from competitive play, but not exiled from CubeCon. So we're going to go down to the feature match and see what happens here. Ben up against Tristan Brunfeld, and we're going to see Tristan on the play with a tap land.
People might have different thoughts about whether being the designer of a cube gives you an advantage as a player. You do have kind of an edge in familiarity. You know, Wheeler's maybe the only player at the table that really valued this Omen Hawker very highly, and it has a nice Omen Hawker deck. But also, you're a little bit more likely to get a little wacky with it when you play your own cube. We'll find out if this Omen Hawker is lost in the sauce or if it's the truth.
I mean, honestly, the turn 1 Omen Hawker, like the Wometer, is already through the roof for me. Oh, and there's Ragavan. So Tristan with the double 1-drop on turn 2, which usually is a very exciting thing to say, but actually that's probably going to happen a lot.
Both of these cards are pretty nice answers to the Omen Hawker. The Stalactite Stalker could over time be a way to remove from the battlefield. With Ragavan attacks and Wheeler does not have another blocker, you got to figure the Omen Hawker would get in the way.
All right, so let's see what Wheeler has going on. His Mogis' favor, so that is being used on removal spell mode. And
Piracy Charm.
Piracy Charm.
Get out of there. You don't see a lot of blue removal spells. This
really is blue Swords to Plowshare.
Well,
kind of.
No.
It's
not. This is the blue Mogis' whatever that card was called.
Okay. Okay, all right. Well, but Mogis' favorite is probably the black Swords to Plowshares in this case.
It's actually the blue Funeral Charm, a color-shifted card from Planar Chaos.
All right, well, Ragavan's back.
That's unfortunate for Wheeler.
Yeah, on Earth. Such a sweet card. Honestly, Tristan's deck looked really, really nice. Nesta Shambler as well to join the fray.
And all the spells Tristan has cast to this point, love them, some powerful things. What I don't love for Brunfeld, that third land.
Too many?
Well, you got an untapped land in the 1-drop cube. Doesn't mean you're holding a spell.
All right, here's Spyglass Siren for Ben Wheeler. There's now potentially a place to use the Omen Hawker mana.
That map is, half of the Omen Hawker's output.
Woman Hawker, as he's known to his friends. His friends being Ryan.
Yes.
And Ben. that would be a fun play group, to be fair. Omen Hawker, Ryan, and Ben. Oh, yeah. Make sure we get the token on the battlefield before we sacrifice it immediately.
Yeah, way to represent the... Oh, wow. Represent the game state and represent the best card in Wheeler's deck.
Yeah, that one. We like to see that one.
That Dutiful Attendant, what's that card called?
Oh, is that the Dutiful Attendant?
A bit of a retail limited card there. That might not be the card's name. I think I'm way out. I think that's a Khan's card. Some kind of restless skeleton.
It's probably like it comes back from the graveyard tapped.
Oh yeah, I know what the card
thing.
does. I'm just really trying to pull the name.
Oh,
but yeah, it's a 1/1 and for 3 mana. It comes back from your graveyard.
Okay. Let's just
it blocks Ragavan is what it does.
Okay. All right. It blocks Ragavan. So here comes the attacks. The obvious blocks get made. And Villager Rights? Is that on Nesta Shambler?
Yep, Village Rights after blocks to sack the Shambler. Get a 1/1, draw 2 cards.
Okay.
Cheeky attack, I like it.
Alright, so get the 1/1, draw the 2 cards. Damage is yet to be resolved. Oh, Persistent Specimen. There we go.
Okay, I was never going to get that name.
Okay. And
that block on the Ragavan is really heavily advantaged Wheeler, I gotta say. But also, you kind of what I was saying, things don't get better for Ragavan. Everything trades with it.
Yeah, pretty interesting card in this cube. Like we were talking about earlier, the evaluations really do change a lot. 4 cards compared to other cubes, other formats.
You can definitely talk about Magic, or try to talk about Magic, in terms of individual power level in a vacuum, but context is king, and cubes are very small formats that give you pretty heavy context, and there's a lot of 1/1 creatures. Ragavan is pretty bad in that context.
Would you call it the CubeCon text?
I would.
Okay, here's Underworld Cookbook for Tristan. No Asmora in this cube.
Yeah, it gives Wheeler the ick, because it doesn't have a mana value of 1. You can cast it for 1.
Right. I mean, this is like those, those charts that are like, really hard for me to explain right now. Well, you're like, this is formally a thing, or aesthetically a 1-drop, or
Yes.
yeah,
The alignment chart.
Alignment chart, yeah. Shadow Sphere is being put on the Spyglass Siren. It is massive for this cube. It's a 3/3. It's getting in. It has lifelink. Tristan down to 16, and I think Brumfeld not really managed to get kind of an engine going here.
No, and that's something that's really powerful about Wheeler's deck, is the fact that he has all these cards that give him kind of a churn, ways to loot, ways to generate value otherwise. We saw on turn 3, Brunfeld made a 3rd land drop, and I said that was bad. That's too many lands. If you're not churning, like, the cookbook is fine. You can start turning extra cards into food,
Right.
but food is worse than cards.
Okay, well, it's just this Spyglass Siren coming in, and that is going to be met with a removal spell.
Vendetta.
Vendetta, yeah. That's honestly Vendetta. Mostly the art is really disturbing, I think.
It's intense.
They went hard on art back in the day. Yeah, this is what you were talking about. Looting through the deck with the cookbook.
Sai of the Shinobi. A little interesting to see this one make the deck for Wheeler. He's just a +1/+1 equipment. You can free attach it when you make a creature. That's like not very good in his controlling deck, but extra toughness, just good in this cube.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to hear Ryan say that over and over again.
Over and over and over.
Yeah. Here comes the team.
They don't call me Ryan over turf for nothing.
Right, so
here's
we're
a
gonna
combo.
What's going on here?
Oh, that.
The specimen.
Yeah, the specimen comes back and just picks up the Sai for free. All right, yeah, that's a combo. The Sai makes way more sense now. I already liked it well enough.
Okay. All right, let's see what's happening here. Tap the Omen Hawker for mana. Equip the Shadow Spear. Specimen's got 1 equipment in each hand. Love that.
Dual wielding.
The dual wielding. This
And
is
in
like
that
got
way-
some like 80s video game vibes going on here for Wheeler.
In that way, the Shadow Spear kind of justifies the Sai. Just getting an equipment, just more, right? Now you have a 3/3 lifelinker instead of a 2/2 lifelinker.
Right. That's the currency converter.
And that currency converter dramatically changes the texture of the game. It already was looking kind of advantage Wheeler on the battlefield, but we're talking about that 3rd land being a pretty bad draw for Brunfeld. Well, the more turns we get, Brunfeld's going to draw more of those.
Yeah.
Can turn them into foods, whatever. Wheeler's cards are turning into different cards, and also 2/2s or treasure tokens.
Would you describe this as strictly better?
You're not supposed to, but I would.
Well, I mean, the Omen Hawker is just putting this card over the top, really.
More of a good thing.
No. It's like when people say, oh, this card is win more. Like, why wouldn't you want to win more? What a weird description. Oh, bit of Floodhound is being pitched.
Little flooded on mana sinks at the time.
Was there a currency converter? Did Ben just choose to put it in the green? Oh, there we go.
Casual rules enforcement this weekend. We'll allow
Okay,
it.
all right.
But you do have to exile that when you actually discard the card.
Yeah, I don't think anything really happened.
Right.
So the specimen is coming in. Tristan has a bunch of 1/1s. They're all jumping in front.
This is the second time that skeleton has just gotten into favorable combat for Wheeler. It just comes back from the graveyard for 3.
Yeah, I mean, Tristan's gonna put 3 creatures in front of it, and it just gets to come back. Like, can Tristan's deck beat this one specimen?
Yeah, set aside all this other stuff that's really good for Wheeler.
Yeah.
That dual-wielding specimen's really going to town.
I was not expecting Persistent Specimen to be the MVP of any game. Ever. Here we are.
So, yeah, okay. This makes sense. It looked like there was no response there, but Brunfeld was holding on the Dark Blast. That was like the trick in that combat. Wasn't really juicy on dealing with the specimen. You can understand why. But cleaning up the Omen Hucker there, that is some inroads for Brunfeld.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's like a double double land destruction.
The problem is, this clears an attack for Shambling not Attendant. What's that card called? Shambling Ghast?
Is Shambling Ghast?
One
Is
mana,
that the
1/1 homie?
Yeah, Shambling Ghast. Yeah, the one that gives -1/-1.
That makes an attack against an opponent on 25. That's about to untap with the engine that makes a 2/2 every other turn.
Okay, but now we have Skull Clamp going.
Skull Clamp's good.
That's got to change things a lot.
Brunfeld would love to have that skeleton, like something that could recur himself.
Right.
But you start drawing some 1/1s, turning them away with the clamp, you can really claw back into the game that way.
Okay, so Faithless Looting happened, Mountain's going to the bin. We're also seeing a Plagued Rusalka, I believe that is.
That is.
Going into the bin.
Guild Pact All-Star. Feature of the hand-in-hand block constructed deck.
Hand-in-hand block. That sounds adorable.
That's kind
just
of
like
a cute
date?
name.
Just like a first date message. Everyone deserves love.
That's just true. Even Plague Rusalka.
Even Plague Rusalka. Wonder what Brunfeld kept. Find out.
Yeah, on its own, the Rusalka is kind of just 2 cards. That's getting clamped. So there's a lot of cards I'd probably keep over that. And a lot of cards that are the exact same value, right?
Right. There's a fetch land. What? What does Brunfeld have in hand? He kept it after the Faithless Looting, right?
Right. And particularly playing this land with the flashback looting on deck as well.
Right.
Must have some kind of multi-kicker or some kind of mana sink up his sleeve. You also have the ability to sack the cookbook for 4 to return a card from your graveyard to your hand.
Okay. Well, yeah, maybe Ragavan Part 3?
That would be really ambitious in the face of the currency converter.
God, Currency Converter. It's just one of those cards where you read it and you're like, all of this?
You only paid 1 for that?
Oh, let's go.
Well, you had the read.
How about third Ragavan?
I don't think Wheeler minds. I'm just going to toss that out there.
Hey, it wears the Skull Clamp real well. Oh, it wears the Tragic Slip real well, apparently.
Hey, where's the Tragic Slip even better?
This is all in end step, so Currency Converter is going to tap, make a 2/2. Slowly but surely, Ben Wheeler is getting towards putting Tristan's life total at serious risk in this game 1.
There's not a lot of ways to make multiple bodies in the 1-drop cube. The currency converter is like easily the best one. But as far as like leveraging Skull Clamp, I see how it's really unappealing to be like, well, I'm going to hang on to Plague Sculpture because I can just kill it right away.
Right.
I see how that's not appealing, but I also don't see a way out for Brunfeld at this point.
All right, we'll just get that Rogue token online. Of course, when it comes in, it's going to pick up that Psy immediately.
That's a nice sketch. I like this Rogue token.
Yeah, it's got a bit of a kind of Zorro feel about it. Is that a weird reference?
It's not a weird... well, it's not what I was expecting.
Okay. Well, it's going to dual wield as well. It's getting in for 4. It's lifelink. Wheeler up to 28. Tristan down to just 8 life. really, really needs to find something. I'm still desperate to find out what that mystery card was that was kept from Faithless Loop. Oh, Dredging Dark Path?
Okay. I like self-milling Lava Dart with Dark Blast.
Okay.
However, that token's a 4/4.
Yeah.
I don't know what our plan with Dark Blast is here.
Let's see what the other card in hand is. Let me see, Tristan. Claim the Firstborn.
Okay.
Your rogue. Okay. It's still a 4/4.
So, something that's kind of funky, you can only equip your own creatures.
Right.
So you toss the clamp on, and now when that dies, I believe Brunfelt will draw the cards.
Right.
There's still the question is, how do you make this creature die?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, Claim the Firstborn is so sweet. Such a sweet card in this cube. This is a huge life total swing, right? Brunfeld's bought himself a lot of time.
Well, yes and no. This is a really big swing if we could talk about this being sustained over time. The problem is Wheeler makes the exact same attack on the way back on his own turn, right?
Right. And then that's just the Dark Blast that was dredged.
And that's face up, right? Wheeler
Right.
knows it.
Just have a look at Tristan's. I mean, Village Rites was a sacrifice outlet. Not sure there were that many other sacrifice outlets. We know that
Plague
Wheeler's the one-
Rusalka?
Oh yeah, okay, the Plague Rusalka. Wheeler's the one who's got the thud that was going around.
Wheeler also has the Vampiric Rites, which would have been pretty nice in Brunfeld's setup here.
Pretty interesting. So the rogue goes back over with the turn. And Wheeler's just in the end step going to do some converting.
Been holding on to the Vermin. That's a fine one to discard. Cruel Sadist, also a little late to the party. Plenty of decent ones to turn into tutus.
Now the triple wielding rogue. Yeah, Cruel Sadist under the currency converter.
The Skull Clamp is convenient if you want to carry a lot of weapons because it's just grafted into your head.
Oh, I see.
You don't even need an extra hand.
Saves your inventory space.
Right.
Okay, well, here comes the rogue. It's the same attack as you just said. Life totals going back to where they were at the beginning of Tristan's last turn, and we've just got Wheeler with quite a few cards in hand. We see that Ghost Lantern, I believe it was.
Yes.
Here's the adventure side.
Well, 2-mana Raised Dead.
Bloodhound time, apparently.
You can't Dark Blast away the Floodhound, I suppose.
That second point of toughness is where it's at.
And the Ghost Lantern threatening to be yet another weapon. If we put that on the Rogue, though, then we're, you get so many hands. We're getting into flavored judge territory.
But this one is a lantern. You could clip that onto your cloak.
Okay, you could hang it off the Skull Clamp.
Sure. That's what the Skull Clamp is. It's just an accessory that lets you wear more accessories. Just putting that Ghost Lantern in the adventure zone. It's not on the battlefield just yet. And Brunfeld's going to start the turn with flashing back Faithless Looting. Can we discuss how Faithless Looting really deserves to come back?
So I'll say two things about that.
Here we go.
I have a framed playset of Faithless Looting in my kitchen.
Okay.
And that card did everything wrong. It deserved every ban it caught.
I just think it died for Hogak's sins,
Well, it died for Golgari Grave Troll's repeated sins as well.
Yeah, but we don't need those.
That's true. Those are gone. That one's not coming back again.
He's come back many times in his career.
There's enough nonsense in Modern right now that you could just put Faithless Looting, and the argument is less, it's fine, and more, who cares?
Who cares? Honestly, I just think, okay, I mean, I don't want to, upset people, but just...
I do. Ben Wheeler is going to wrap up game number one here.
That was the end of the sentence, all right? Just let people have fun.
Okay.
All right, I think Ben had a lot of fun.
I think he did.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun watching him. He's going to wrap it up. Brunfeld is going to scoop things up. We are going into game number 2. We're going to do some wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff. And go to the start of game number 2, changing Outcast, a nice 1-drop here for Tristan on the play. Are there any synergies with changing Outcast to watch out for?
There's a number of typal synergies on the cube. I don't believe we'll see that so much in Brunfeld's deck. There's a lot of cool elf stuff, though. If you get into green-black, you can do some pretty nice stuff.
I will say, though, Ryan, can't be blocked.
Can't.
That's something.
Yeah, it's really nice against this concealing curtains.
Yeah, nice 0-4 you got there.
Can't be blocked, can be clamped. Lot to like about the changeling.
I mean, most creatures can be clamped, you know?
Oh, true, true.
Okay, let's see what Brunfeld's got. He's got to win both of these games to lock up this match win. This one is not single elimination, it is Swiss, so you do get to play all your games, but you do want to be racking up those match points as we get into the second half of Friday and then into the 2 cubes tomorrow morning, and everyone looking to try and make that top 128 cut tomorrow afternoon. Cookbook and Nested Shambler, I believe that is, on turn number 2.
You know, the Shambler is another creature. Brunfeld really does want to turn up the heat because the curtains is already, you know, it's a good blocker. It becomes a good attacker and a better blocker, right?
Right.
The cookbook, you know, for as much as it is a culinary reference, does not turn up the heat in this context.
Oh my goodness.
You do want to turn up the heat more on the beatdowns.
You don't want to put your cookbook too close to the flame.
If I was Brunfeld, I would, because he does need to turn up the heat.
Okay, okay. Well, let's see whether he has any heaters or any meters in hand.
Well, Wheeler's got a little bit of both
I mean, it's
in
just,
the currency converter.
Yeah. I mean, well, the converter is just like, I don't know, thermonuclear or something, I think, at this stage. Can't block the outclass.
Excessive for cooking your pasta.
And we've got that Richard and Darkhand as well. Oh, not Richard and Darkhand. That's a different card.
Oh, that's the Dockhand, isn't it?
Is it Darkhand?
It's the extended
What
art
am I-
Rashad
what
and
am I
Dockhand.
what am I thinking of?
That's a good question, Hayu.
The one that was banned from EDH.
Oh.
It was some kind of Darkhand related card.
Yeah.
Here's Grim Initiate. Is that neat?
Kind of. I want to talk about the disciplined block on Wheeler's side here. So that Shambler came in. Wheeler could have just put the 1-2 in front of it, and getting a token back is fine.
Right.
He just blocked with the curtains because, again, he knows he's not under that much pressure. The cookbook did not turn up the heat, right? And he doesn't want to just lose that Dockhand to Dark Blast.
That is very fair. And the Darkhand, I mean, Brunfeld, no islands. So the island walk thing not really happening, but perhaps the Richard Import aspect of it is going to do some work here. I think Ben thinking about it in the upkeep.
I think it's likely that, you know, after with the third land being the irrigated farmland entering tapped, probably just activate the converter on this turn, and then on future turns you get to do both.
Right. That Plague Resalker is here, by the way. Ready to do some
Attacking
some
for
attacking
one.
for one, some sacrificing. Hard to say at this point. Legion Loyalist came out as well, and that is being met with the blue Logus's favor. That is a scary one, potentially. If the creatures were a little bit bigger.
It is relevant specifically because when you have the battalion, tokens can't block. So that's a way to punch through the converter once it gets going.
Right.
So I like Wheeler prioritizing killing that, even though I think there's a real argument for the Plague Rusalka being more impactful over time. Specifically, Wheeler's thinking about what's a version of this game that I lose look like.
Right.
It involves invalidating those rogue tokens somehow.
Okay. So the you know, Wheeler just blocked with the curtains, still doing the thing, and wow.
Whoa.
I mean, okay, this is turning up the heat. I don't know whether it's in the form of like great cards, but that is pretty sweet.
Hot take, I would sacrifice my land to destroy your land interaction. That does turn up the heat on the takeometer. That's a very aggressive flashback on Lavadar. And, like, you know, I have done a lot of that myself. Specifically, flashback that card in very aggressive ways. I don't know if I have that flashback in me.
Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes you just gotta shoot your shot. You know? And Wheeler does have is thinking about flipping over this concealed curtains, getting a look at the last card in hand.
I like this from Wheeler because you're thinking you had 2 lands and you sacrificed one of them. And you felt good about that, right?
Right.
So what do you got left over? I have to know.
Well, let's find out.
Well, that's not one you want to make them discard so much.
Was that Gravecrawler?
Yeah, that's Gravecrawler.
Okay.
That's a synergy for the Outcast.
Okay, yeah.
If we could get a Skull
see
Clamp
it.
with that, you're cooking. We're not there.
Got the book.
Yeah.
That's something. That's part of it. All right. So we are going back over to Tristan Brunfeld, who sacrificed his second mana source to Lavadar. And this is just so fascinating. Like, the thought process that these players must be going through are just so different to usual games of Magic.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like having a small number of lands is so good. There's so many micro decisions that happen in these games where your spells are generally minimally impactful. You set aside this currency converter. The other cards are so minimally impactful.
Right.
Like, is playing the 4th and now 5th land for Wheeler good? That seems like playing a lot of lands, especially with the discard outlet.
Right.
But he does still just have stuff to do with the mana.
Right, and here comes Shadow Spear. It is getting equipped on that Revealing Eye, I believe is the backside of Concealing Curtains. It's a 3/4, it's now got the Shadow Spear. This is a pretty big attack. Tristan down to 16, and Wheeler up to 18. This Shadow Spear is just pretty impressive, actually.
Yes. The plan for Brunfeld was really leaning on that Changeling Outcast. He has added some more stuff, but again, has not yet succeeded in really turning up the heat. And now it's really hot on the way back with that Shadow Spear. Wheeler is officially cooking.
I don't know if this counts as cooking. Just putting a Shadow Spear on a creature? Come on.
Well, a
I think
3/4
cooking
creature in
implies
this
like a little
cube.
bit more of a shenanigan related
All right.
thing going on.
Well, you tell me what Wheeler would have to do to qualify as cooking from here.
Well, I would like to see Omen Hawker mana be split among 2 different activated abilities.
I think playing that 5th land, that qualifies as cooking for me.
Okay, all right. Just, again, really difficult to judge Ryan's thresholds on anything. Converter is getting activated. Mogus' favor, I think, getting put under it. Wheeler did just trade that specimen for Nested Shambler. Of course, the squirrel was made in the wake of the Shambler dying.
It makes a lot of sense on Wheeler's side there, too. The Nested Shambler is particularly scary if you can grow its power and toughness. I'm pretty interested in taking any trade with that card when I expect it to be a 1/1 when it dies.
Right. I'm going to see a bit of cantripping here from Ben with the Preordain. May as well make the Rogue token. And then what do we have going on here?
I think the favor is escaping.
Ah, gotcha. Put that in the graveyard. Escape it. Escape costs only 2, so you could do that over and over again, pretty much. And now the Plague Berserker is getting hit with the removal. Coming in again with the eye.
And these 8-point life swings are so difficult to come over when the only thing you can draw is a 1-mana spell.
Right. I mean, we talk about how the size of creatures so much. This 3/4 would be really dominating the battlefield even without that Shadow Spear.
And this Concealing Curtains, this was a card that Wheeler adapted pretty early. Mostly had blue cards at this point and thought, if I'm going to go into a second color, this is one of the larger card creatures in the cube. This one's worth it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and it is doing work for him. He is pushing. We're getting a pretty similar game in a way to game number 1. Here is that Faithless looting again for Tristan Brunfeld, down to just 12 life. Really needs to find something here. An answer to the Revealing Eye would be a start. Oh, that cut down is hitting the bin.
That would have been nice on turn 2. A bit late to the party at this point.
Yeah, that is not doing anything about the eye now. And here is Crypt Breaker. So combo assembled.
Yeah, Crypt Breaker is a nice pickup. You have the Gravecrawler and the Outcast. That makes 3 zombies. Can immediately draw a card. We are pretty heavily under the pressure of this eye, though.
We certainly are. And Wheeler's getting through his deck. Sleight of hand now. Doing a little bit more card selection. These cantrips, I mean, you don't really think about... I mean, cantrips are great, obviously. Everyone loves cantrips. But in this kind of deck specifically, where you really just need to get through these extra lands that you don't need, they seem really impactful.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way out for Tristan?
I think it has to start by finding an answer for the eye.
But even then, I mean, that Shadow Spear is still just sticking around.
The Shadow Spear remains a problem. The currency converter remains a problem.
Right.
The eye is both just larger than anything else and has menace.
Right.
So there's just more issues with that than anything else. I'm not saying it's suddenly easy or possible if you get the eye off the table, but it has to start there.
That's step one. Gotcha. Well, let's see what Ben is going on. Who is it? The favor again?
Probably answer that draw engine. Crypt Breaker down.
Okay. I mean, we expect to see Tristan do the draw. Does have to tap the...
There were 4 zombies.
Okay. Take one.
The Gravecrawler is the only one that can't block. But no, it's pretty minor what you do there.
Right. And I'm honestly just having a look at the pool of Tristan to see whether there was any sideboard kind of answers to Shadow Sphere. I'm not really seeing anything at the moment. We're really in a commanding position, as you might expect, maybe from the cube's designer.
Definitely leveraging that knowledge of the cube. No one on Earth has drafted this cube more than Benjamin Wheeler.
Right.
So that's got to be an advantage for him.
It's honestly quite a treat to see Ben do the drafting and kind of playing and just seeing what he prioritizes, what the thought process is. Very nice. Back over to Brunfeld. He's at 5 life. He needs a lot of help from the deck to get back into this one. I see maybe a little Monkey Pirate action in hand, but what is Ragavan even doing here?
So Ragavan might be, well, there's a couple of cards in contention, but it's got to be like one of the 20 most expensive cards in the cube.
Okay.
And I think it's got to be in like the bottom 50 on power level.
Wow.
It is so easy to trade with.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Well, it's going on the stack. Not sure if Ben had a response. Oh, no, here we go. Into combat with the dash. Changeling Outcast coming in as well.
I'd consider a block on the Ragavan.
Top tips. Ryan Overturf's top tips. Ragavan goes down. Start of 5, back over to Wheeler. Currency converter just keeps on going.
Poor Chronometon.
I might see it back at some point.
We'll see a 2/2 rogue anyway.
That's something. I mean, the Chronometon takes a while to get to that size.
Yeah, I don't expect this game will last long enough to make that larger than the rogue.
Wow. Mogus' favor. Honestly, I'm just learning so much about the pick order of this cube from watching this one match.
Wheeler's putting on a good show. We can talk about how the converter is busted, kind of one of the extreme power cards, but the Mogus' favor, if this game was a little bit more, more of the cards were in a narrower power band, if we ignore that converter, that favor would be doing work.
And now with the other mode, putting it on the eye for the +2/-1, it has menace. Tristan cannot block it. And that is going to be it. Ben Wheeler, 2-0 takes down the first round of his own cube. Wheeler's 1-drops here in round 10 at CubeCon. Ryan, what a delight.
A lot to like about Wheeler's deck. That Omen Hawker's sick.
Yeah.
Currency Converter's busted. And I loved watching that Mogus' favor do work there. That was delightful.
Yeah, that's the card that I think has gone up the most in my estimation just from watching that match. Just getting... The escape cost is so cheap.
Yes.
And it just answers everything.
I really like it if you want to do like an enchantment thing in cubes. You know, your Enchantress stuff, especially if you want to push like the Aura Matters cards. And it's just really good as far as cube with a bunch of 1 toughness creatures.
Love to see it. All right, we're going to go away for a quick break. When we come back, more action from round number 10 here at CubeCon. Do not go anywhere.
My name is Andrew McGreeny. I hail from New York City, though right now I'm down in sunny Long Beach Island on the Jersey Shore, talking about the 555 Jank Cube, which I'm bringing to CubeCon in Madison, Wisconsin in the middle of October. This is the 555 Jank Cube is a powered nonsensical draft format. A lot of archetypes that I personally love and enjoy, a lot of creative decisions, though I think there will be some fan favorites in terms of archetypes and cards to draft. From a card standpoint, you'll be able to see things like Argothian Enchantress. You know, Enchantress is well supported. You'll see interesting cards like Intruder Alarm. So like finding interesting ways of, you know, playing within familiar draft archetypes, but then have, you know, cards that are kind of outside of what's typically associated with Cube in those places. You'll see cards like Symbol Status. So like, again, looking to support, you know, your hopes and dreams when it comes to drafting this. There are 40 set symbols amongst the basics. So if you go Symbol Status, you can go real hard. From an archetype standpoint, you have things like Welder. You have things like Opposition. You know, you'll see, you know, Big Mana Mud. You'll see Green Stompy. You'll see Reanimator. You will see, as I mentioned, our Enchantress. You'll see all different flavors of aggro. You know, you could do humans, you know, in a Mardu context. You could do red-white aggro. There's a lot. You know, there's a lot of interesting threads to pull. And the whole point of this is hopefully for you to get a lot of exploration. You know, go a weird direction and see where it takes you, and hopefully it rewards you in a major way, because that's a big part of how I've designed this. So again, looking forward to seeing everybody in Madison, Wisconsin later this year. And let's go draft.
Okay. Welcome back to coverage of CubeCon. CubeCon is brought to you in part by Dragon Shield. Dragon Shield has been providing players with reliable gaming accessories since 1999. Really passionate about creating high-quality accessories that protect the games we love. And I do love I'm partial to a Dragon Shield, a set of Dragon Shield mats myself, Ryan.
Dragon Shield is my brand.
Yeah.
I will say good things about the product because I believe in the product. I will say, though, as a sponsor, if you want to toss me a case, my color is black matte. Yeah.
I mean, you know, we would welcome any donations of really any color. Any color. But especially the pink ones, please. Thank you. For a friend. All right, we can go down to the feature match area. We are back at Magic here from round number 10 at CubeCon. We are in Wheeler's One Drops Cube. We are going to be joining in game 2 of Gage Rona against Drew Bergschneider. And looks like Drew was the winner of the first one, and Gage on a green deck here.
Little Miri's Guile on the play. Sort of Sensei's Divining Top that can never convert into a card, actually.
Okay, that doesn't sound attractive to me, but I just don't really like Sensei's Divining Top.
Okay, well, I was with you at the first half of your position.
I have a policy that I don't play it in Vintage Cube because it's just too many clicks.
I'll tell you what I am really into. This turn 1 Stromkirk Noble.
Yeah, Drew's out after this aggressive start, and you know, what do you think is Drew looking for to follow up?
Likely hoping the coast will be clear. Once you start connecting with the noble, that first hit gets a +1/+1 counter, and you just keep pushing subsequent hits. Once it becomes a 2/2, your attacks just as a baseline get way better.
Right.
So getting that first hit is the most important one. Things get easier from there.
Okay. All right. So we'll see if he can find a way to get that first hit in. There are blockers being presented.
Yeah,
but-
Quirion Ranger jumping in the way.
Yeah.
You'd like a removal spell. This Selfless Saber's not bad, but you don't just get to like use kill spell and then attack. You have to do a bad combat.
Oh, spoke too soon. A lightning bolt. That's got to be one of the best cards in the
That's
queue.
nice. Now the Savior is like a fallback plan, something you can use later.
Okay, all right. So blocker cleared. There was no response to the lightning bolt. Stormcock Noble is getting in, and this is exactly what you're talking about. The start that Drew wants, getting the counter on the one.
This is taking me back.
Yeah?
Two things happening. Player controls Mirror's Guile. Questionable if it has any significance on the game. Player controls Stormcock Noble and is getting busy.
Yeah. All right. So I'm just having a peep at the deck list with these players. It is a Simic, mostly green, light splash, and blue for Gage. Does have Curious Obsession and some kind of green creatures that go big via Pashiri. Nice bit of mana sink for Gage and Drew with this Boros aggro deck. Selfless Savior, just one of the best dogs.
Yes, it is tragic. It is a sad card.
It is a sad card.
You don't want to activate it. I would rather have Benevolent Bodyguard. I will sacrifice a human every day, but don't make me sacrifice a dog.
Right. I mean, as a cat person, I guess I'm a little less. I'm joking. It's adorable. It's adorable. We love the Selfless Savior. We're back over to Drew's turn. And I remember looking at Drew's deck, and this deck is sick. It has so much going on. It has Usher of the Fallen, has the Marshal, Student of Warfare. A lot of the hits in low curve Boros aggro. And the Noble coming in again.
The Noble cannot be blocked by humans. That matters sometimes. There's a kind of an elf theme in the cube and in Rona's deck.
Right.
So the Noble is not unblockable, but it also has not yet been blocked. That thing is getting busy. I believe life totals have been updated for the wrong player here as the game has progressed.
Right. We'll see if we can get that fixed up. And Gage doing the Miri Guile thing. It is helpful, right? It seems helpful at least.
The Guile?
Yeah, the Guile.
Yeah, kind of.
I mean, in this kind of format, right, where you really don't want to...
It helps mitigate flood a little bit.
Gage just having to think about how to deploy what's in hand. Let's see, 3 mana here.
Jiraga Warcaller, little multi-kicker elf lord.
Okay.
That's going to enter with a counter itself and give all your elves +1/+1 for every counter on it.
Okay, so we've got the... And this... is that the wild?
Being told we can't correct the life totals because this is a playback.
All right, well, we'll just have to keep track.
We'll be mindful of it. I've been told that I've been too disparaging of the broadcast, and I am...
Well, Ryan, you are the broadcast. Or at least you're part of it. So
yes.
At most, it's a self-disparage. This is a 2/2 coming in. Pumped from the Jiraga Warcaller.
Oh, Harm's Way is a classic. A Magic 2011. Prevent 2 damage, and then you get to deal that damage somewhere else. So
Ouch.
I will not take damage, and I'll kill your lord. That is such a brutal turnaround. And I am so happy to see somebody casting Harm's Way and blowing their opponent out.
This is the most animated I've seen Ryan in the booth all weekend so far.
All right, it's nostalgic. I loved that card 12 years ago, and somebody got smushed. Both of those things really do it for me.
Yeah. None of this currency converter nonsense.
That was somebody getting smushed, but it took way longer.
The slow-mo smush.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely much more of the fast, go hard smush plan, I guess, for Drew here. Thinking about this Alseid of Life's bounty, I think, in hand. Oh, it's actually going to be
Novice Inspector.
Novice Inspector, the new Thraben Inspector.
A strictly different version of the card. Not the exact same creature types.
All right. Dog staying back.
See, I would also always attack with the dog, so I'm not going to block with the dog.
Right.
I don't ever want the dog to die.
It's like a little mini game for you.
Right.
Just
You have to cast the dog and preserve the dog.
preserve the dog. Someone should make a cube about that.
Yes.
That's my new thing this
That's my
weekend.
project
Whenever
for next year's CubeCon, the Preserve the Dog Cube.
Preserve the dog cube.
Both players control a selfless savior, and if yours dies, you lose the game.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, the live totals have now been switched over. Thank you to our wonderful production team.
Shout out to Rashad Miller.
Yeah,
The best to ever do it.
best to ever do it.
It being correcting the life totals in this
oh
match.
my God, Ryan. Just learn when to stop your sentences.
You know I can't.
I know you can't. I'm learning that. Every minute. We got a little Hydra action.
You got a big Hydra action.
Got a big Hydra action. I think this one's actually Termagant Swarm, I'm going to say.
Little Warhammer 40k biz.
Oh, right out of Warhammer 40k. I have to say, I'm not as familiar with
Nobody
this one.
is. Every card has 7 paragraphs of text. So this has a Ravenous ability.
Okay.
So it enters with X +1/+1 counters. It has X in its casting cost. If that X were 5 or more, you draw a card. That's just in the reminder text of that ability.
Okay.
And this one does
That's
some other
good.
stuff too. They all do some other stuff. I don't remember what this one does otherwise. But it's a 5/5, I'll tell you that much.
It is the biggest thing on the battlefield right now. It
Actually, it might be a 4/4. One of them starts as 0. It's not clear to me. You got
It
that
is,
on your computer here?
I
I can maybe
figure
pull it
it
up.
out.
I might have the cube cover page.
I'll figure it out.
We got to do right by the swarm. Termagant.
Yeah, I can't even spell it, apparently.
Okay, so this one starts as a 0/0, so it's just a 4/4.
It's a 4/4.
It has
Okay.
Death
When
Frenzy,
it dies,
which is a flavor ability, not a keyword.
when it dies, create a number of 1/1 green tyrannid creature tokens equal to its power. So when it dies, it is going to make 4 1/1s, and currently it's threatening to trade with that Stormcook Noble. Not a human.
Yeah, exactly. Best thing going on in this card, not a human.
Not a human, although Drew does have a dog and an Alseid that might have things to say about it.
Yeah, the swarm is a nice answer, but this second kind of protection creature goes a long way in keeping up the momentum for the noble.
Right, this is such a difficult decision here for Gage. I mean, it feels so bad, right? You just spent 5 mana?
You're gonna have to block. If not this turn, it's next turn, and next turn it's worse, right?
Right.
But you can't just take 4 and then 5. Like, if you don't have a plan rolled up next turn, you gotta
Yeah,
block
but-
now.
You're gonna take 4 next turn at least anyway, right?
It's not getting better.
It's gonna take it.
All right.
It might get better.
That's gotta mean he's got a bounce spell or something on deck, or
Right, something kind of going on. I mean, his ancestral vision.
we see a rogue elephant has been floated by this Miri's Guile. That one, not so great.
Is that just an elephant that's gonna run away? It's like broken free from its cage at the zoo, and it's just being followed by helicopters down the highway.
Sure, yeah, we'll say that.
Great.
Yeah, the flavor in Weatherlight was weird.
This is one of the landscapes, I think, from the New Modern Horizons set.
Yep, little fetch to shuffle away that elephant and the other land that was floating at the top of the deck.
Big fan of the landscapes.
Yeah, they're nice.
Okay. Very, very sweet design.
I prefer to be able to cycle them. Do we have a third color in this deck? I mean, the fetch was nice because the top of the deck was so bad.
I do not believe so.
Yeah, and you wouldn't, like, play the third color on the splash to cycle it, so that makes sense.
Yeah, if you drew that as one of your first 2 basics, come on. It'd be upsetting. Alright, I mean, stuff is happening. Virtual Rangers. Classic elf card. I feel like we need to get Dana in here to give her judgments on the elves that are going on here.
Weigh in whether she might have morphed that one.
Oh, that's a way to cycle. The
the
Virtual
Ranger.
Rangers.
The Ranger. Oh, wow.
There we go.
Yeah, the fetching, I think, still better if you're cycling into Rogue Element. But that's a really good point.
Okay, so Gage is getting in with those creatures, and it looks like Drew's going to take the damage. I mean, this doesn't seem like a race that Gage is winning.
So I haven't looked at the deck list. There's a card that comes to mind. So this attack, as opposed to a blocking strategy, means that there's some confidence or faith that the Swarm can cross the finish line. So I'm going to ask you, a card I saw at the table that I know is in the queue, does Rona have Berserk?
Berserk. I'm going to have a look. I don't believe so.
Well, that's unfortunate for him.
Yes, Tyvar Stand. That can get you out of nowhere.
Okay, that's a nice pump spell.
Yeah. Nick Spawn Hydra, that can get you out of nowhere. I mean, there are ways to go over the top.
Cards.
There's cards. And we're going to see Drew.
A Hyena Umbra.
Just extra protection. All the protection.
It's a pretty aggressive use of the Alseed.
Okay. But I mean, now you have 2 more layers of protection. It's hard to...
Yeah, it's not getting destroyed,
Right.
though we're using protection to get around a 1/1 blocker, right? If the Swarm is back, then yeah, you got to do something to push that damage. Maybe there's just a lot of burn. There are several cards in hand for Bergschneider, so maybe the math is just, if I
Right.
get in this turn, I have enough to cross the finish line. Rona going to 4, and I'm not 100%, but I want to say I see Firebolt in the hand, and that card does roll this up.
Okay, all right. So we're going back over to Rona's turn. Really needs to find something with the mirror he's got. I mean, land, Noble Hierarch?
Woof.
That's not going to do it. Yeah, I may as well draw a creature. Is Fireball going to do it?
Was a surveil land. There was kind of an argument to get rid of the other land. But, I mean, what are you trying to draw to, right?
Right.
Like, Rona has played in a way that suggests the Swarm has to cross the finish line.
Right.
I feel like blocking the 4/4 Noble was the way out, certainly the way the game is shaped up. You had an idea to
Right.
get aggressive before, but it's just not panning out.
No. But I wonder if there's some kind of feeling that if he trades his Swarm for a dog, and then just has a bunch of 1/1s, like
It didn't look
he
good.
has more go tall than go wide synergies, right?
Right. Yeah, the idea is the 4/4, and it's still off. Then both sides are 4/4s next turn. You kind of like work through it,
Right.
but
Just work through it. Just go to therapy.
head to the grindstone.
Okay, I see 2 different interpretations of work through it. Student of Warfare, that is a classic. Drew's deck is just solid, right?
These cards are just good.
They're just good Boros aggro cards. And it's nice that you can do this in this.
It wasn't Firebolt, it was a Reckless Charge. All right, that one doesn't just roll it up, but it is A, totally sick, and B, pretty strong.
Okay, we're gonna make a soldier. I think that's the heroic ability.
Yes.
Triggering the... Does Reckless Charge give trample?
No, it gives
Okay.
haste.
Gives haste. Okay.
So where to split is kind of interesting. Yeah, just give something else haste makes sense.
Right.
You could go for your heroic thing and make another 1/1, but your 7/1's getting blocked.
Okay. Well, here comes the heroic guy. That's a 4/1. These are both 4/1s, right? Coming in off the Reckless Charges.
Yep. Yeah, so the student's a 4/1.
Bunch
the
of 1
hero's
power
a 4/1.
guys. And then this giant Stormcock Noble with Hyena Umbra.
I will say a pump spell versus a burn spell. I would like to have preserved the Alseed with the battlefield looking like this, but this attack's really nice.
Yeah, and that is going to do it. Drew Bergschneider, 2-0 with Boros aggro against Gade Rona on the Simic Elves build that we didn't really get to see a lot of, but Drew does get to go on and play it again in the second round of the draft. Ryan, what do you think about this Boros aggro strategy we saw?
It looked nice. There's a lot of really strong individual cards, particularly if you can be on the play. So I talked a lot about how Regavan is not good in this cube. And Stormcock Noble is very similar texturally. But the difference is, if I connect with Noble, it gets progressively easier to connect. You can argue that's true depending on what you hit with Ragavan. But you can just miss on a spell, and you still just have a 2/1. That Noble gets going, and it just is like a boulder downhill. The momentum gets hard to contain, and that's exactly what happened in that game.
Yeah, that did seem just extremely difficult for Rona to really do anything about with the cards that he drafted.
Yes, and there's some other powerful cards. That Student of Warfare came late, but that's another strong mana sink that gets huge.
Right.
So the Boros deck, obviously, like every deck in this cube, is very low to the ground, but it goes tall over time as well. So there's a lot to like there.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, that is going to do it from round number 10. We're going to go away for a quick break, and when we come back, we will have the next round of Magic from Wheeler's One Drops here at CubeCon. We'll see you shortly.
Hello, my name is Bones and I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma. One of my cubes in this year's CubeCon is the Amonkar Desert. This is a modern, balanced take on a desert cube, which means that you must draft all of your lands. I took a lot of inspiration from the Amonkhet and Zendikar blocks, which is where the name comes from, and so the major themes include cycling, landfall, as well as deserts matter. 3 of my favorite cards in the cube are Unearth, which is super flexible and lets you get back cards that you've discarded or milled or have just died in normal combat, as well as being able to cycle it if something's happened to your graveyard if you don't have any good targets. Trade Routes, which is one of the coolest, most flexible enchantments in the cube. It lets you replay your landfall triggers or your lands into the battlefield abilities, and if you flood out, you just turn them into different cards. And finally, Astrid Peth, one of my favorite creatures ever printed, not well known because of the limited release of the Doctor Who set, but really cool. Love that it works with food and clues, and it also sort of turns them into maps. Would be Cycling, which is centered in blue, but can splash into red, white, black, or multiple colors. The best payoff for the deck is Gavi, of course, which was signed by Gavin at the first CubeCon. A classic blue-black mill strategy, one of the most efficient and lethal ways to end the game in the desert. Hedron Crab, an all-star with a cycle of 10 fetch lands. And the Alchemist, another really good way to both graveyard hate the opponent and give yourself a wide board to block or eventually swing out with. Lazav, a really cool way to get some value out of the cards that you're milling from the opponent's graveyard, and since most of the cards that mill do target the opponent, you're committing crimes. Or you can mill yourself with classic payoffs like make a creature every card in my graveyard, win the game if my graveyard is empty, or get a whole bunch of landfall triggers. Deserts, of course, featuring some of the new Thunder Junction Commander cards, as well as a new card from Modern Horizons Commander also. The Signpost, Azazon, is in Dominaria Commander, and then we have an original from Hour of Devastation, still one of the best threats in the game.
It's Friday afternoon here at CubeCon, and CubeCon is partially brought to you by Wizards of the Coast, Ryan's favorite company that makes Magic the Gathering.
That is just true.
It's true. You can play the game your way, whether you're at your local game store, at home with friends, or even online with Spell Table, which is actually a very cool way to play with your friends. I've played quite a few games of Spell Table, and it is a really sweet app, so definitely check that out. Let's talk about the next feature match that we have coming up, round number 11. So we are going to be following Ben Wheeler again with his really cool Omen Hawker currency converter blue-black deck, going up against the other deck that we saw win in the feature match area. Let's just pull that up. It is Drew Bergschneider's deck. We didn't get that close of a look at this before, but it has a bit of this go wide theme going on, Ryan, with cards like Usher of the Fallen, has the Martial Paladin class, maybe pumping the team as well.
I do think that Paladin class is going to be a really important card in this matchup. because Wheeler has a number of those really good engine cards, but importantly, a number of ways to answer one toughness creatures. Take a look at the spread here. Mogi's favor is cleaning up the battlefield pretty nicely against these creatures.
That's true. Well, I mean, there's some stuff going on here, right? Like we saw in that previous match, Bergschneider really is able to grow the creatures tall as well with, you know, the Stormcock Noble, the equipments that are going on here, and that Swooping Lookout. It's got 2 toughness by itself.
Lookout, a favorite Hoplite stands out as a 1/2 creature that also grows really, really well. So Wheeler needs kind of a specific answer to that right away, and then it gets out of hand quickly. So the Boros side, I do think that there's a lot to like there. More pressure on Wheeler to get the rogues into play quickly, and they're going to do more blocking than attacking this time.
Okay, all right, let's go down to the action and find out what happens. Game number 1 here with Benjamin Wheeler on blue-black up against Drew Bergschneider with Boros aggro. And it looks like Ben is on the play with Polluted Delta.
That is a good coin flip to win.
Yeah. Oh, and is it time? We are Noblin? I'm just trying to think how many of Ben's
Ben has some humans.
creatures are humans.
I think the Grifter is a human.
Wow.
That's unfortunate, too, because it's a 1/2, right?
Right.
You would like to be able to block.
Yeah, that is not necessarily what we want to see. Let's see what he has by way of defenses. And we know he's got some O4s, some O2s, that kind of thing going on. So full grip of cards.
There we go. Mogi's
right.
favor. Good God to worship in this scenario.
Stop that train before it even leaves the station. Yeah, side, just explaining what the side does.
Yeah, getting the side of Shinobi online, so all the creatures are going to be a little bit bigger, and that's significant here. Because, like I said, regarding those rogues, Wheeler's role is going to be to play the control and is going to try to do some blocking in this match.
All right, well, here is Novice Inspector. Can't Mogus favor that?
You could.
Well, okay.
I would not.
It's a legal game action. To Mogus favor that. That's the level of discourse we're at already on Friday. 2 more days to go.
And I think more notably, this Blood-Forged Battle Axe, sort of a bone splitter that keeps cloning itself when you get a hit in, that's going to make these attacks even good through this side of the Shinobi, +2/+0 every time.
Yeah, that is a sweet one. I want to see some copies of this card. Oh, Grifter's out. That is a human. It seems. And the Berserker, I mean, I guess a human, the type's doesn't really matter that much anymore with the Noble dead.
Right. Cleaning up the Noble was pretty important given this spread of creatures.
I like this, by the way. Scornblade Berserker, putting that +1/+1 token on the Grifter, just making the biggest creature seems to be the name of the game.
Yes. Yeah, getting a 3/4 there, that's enough to block a 1-power creature equipped with the Battle Axe.
What do you think the highest number of Battle Axes in any game?
Any game of this cube, any game ever.
Ever.
Somebody in Commander, I'm sure, found some way to go, like, not infinite, but mathematically determined significantly large. It's got to be a number way bigger than the opponent's life total.
Yeah.
Don't ask a question like that and expect a short answer.
That's fair. That's fair. That's on me. Back over to Wheeler. It is time for the Grifter to get in. It's pretty big. It can even get bigger.
Get its grift on.
Get his Grift on. Oh, it's time.
The Chronometon.
Maybe this time.
I've been waiting for this moment. That one gets really big as a blocker. And, it just keeps growing, right? Eventually Wheeler's already making a good attack,
It's like a Stormcock Noble that doesn't need to get in.
Yeah. You just get to do it.
Just get to do the thing.
Unless.
I mean, look, Drew knows where it's at. He's recognizes what the threat is. And here's Hasdem Marshall, so that is going to be able to start pumping out tokens if believe it's 3 creatures are attacking, including it.
Really aggressive block there. I think Wheeler was just out of gas in hand. Just saved 1 life to sack the creature.
Yeah, I mean, that is what the Berserker does best.
And it makes sense because that Marshal with the Battle Axe, we have a 5-power creature now.
Right. Yeah.
We did.
We did have
You do need cards in the bin for the favor, so that makes even more sense.
This favor is so broken.
It's looked
It's
really
so
good.
broken.
You know, in the previous games, we saw it when Wheeler was already arguably winning by a lot without it. Now we're seeing it do the heavy lifting.
Right. Okay, back over to Bergschneider. Just try and find a way to defeat really just this Moga's favor. Like, just so much of his deck just doesn't function until he can get it out of range of the favor, and it's tough. Maybe Alseid of Life's Bounty would be a good pickup.
Well, until it dies to the favor.
There's no escape. Wow.
Well,
That's also a good reason to put the Berserker in the graveyard, right?
yeah.
The axe is getting equipped. Let's go. Let's see some copying. No copying. Oh, the harm's way.
All right, now combat math getting really crunchy.
All right, talk us through it, Ryan.
I was hoping you would, but we have a 3/4 blocker blocking a 3/2 attacker. Harm's Way is going to prevent two damage and then deal it back the other way. So it's kind of like -2 on your power, +2 on mine. And now it gets even crunchier because Wheeler's going to give his creature +2, -1.
-1. Does the -1 matter here?
It's I think it was already dying, and that's just going to
Okay.
be irrelevant. It's not going to kill it ahead of time.
Right.
And now it gets back up to 2 power, so it would at least trade with the Inspector.
Okay. There's more. Lunar Frenzy on the Inspector.
Does that give first strike? Yeah, it's +X +O
think
and
so,
first
yeah.
strike. All right, so now that 2 power is irrelevant.
Okay.
And that -1 toughness.
-1?
So we're talking about how
Maybe
much
that-
toughness our creature has.
Yeah, it's
we
gone.
get eaten.
Wow.
I think we
What
were
a combat
determining
step
whether
that
we were
was.
trampling because that would matter for the axe.
Right. I don't think it gives the first strike and trample, but it looked like it was exactly the right amount of toughness. So no copy of the Blood Axe, but was a very, very exciting combat step that ultimately ended up with Wheeler's Grifter in the graveyard. Oh, Babos Nez's. Let's just get rid of this right now.
The blue Swords of Plowshares.
I mean, Amogus' favor, cleaning up anything with 1 toughness. Dark Hand is wearing the Sai.
Little unfortunate Wheeler playing the Otawara there as a 5th land, but kind of just had to get on the battlefield there. It made sense. You can't just take a hit from the Battle Axe.
Right. It's just going to get out of control. Here is the favor on Alseid. As predicted. Gonna give protection to the Novice Inspector from blue. That bubble set falls off. Love a bit of... I just love that interaction with the protection.
Good catch there by Bergschneider.
Yeah. Sure. Okay, we're gonna switch it around. Put the axe on the... is that the spirit? Yeah, the Indebted Spirit.
So that'll trade with the Dark Hand, and now Wheeler, once again, needs to get out from under this Novice Inspector.
I have to say, the equipment in this cube has been really impressive.
Absolutely. Yeah, when you're dealing with an environment with many of the creatures sizing the same or very similarly, equipment is a way to stop the games from boiling down to board stalls. Both an exciting thing to watch and play with, and an important and dynamic aspect of the environment.
All right, Specimen's back.
That's a big pickup, especially with the Saya the Shinobi.
Okay, and the Blood Axe doesn't give any toughness. So Bergschneider's just going to pass it back. And there is Path to Exile
It's about the perfect answer. Yeah, exile that.
Oh,
That lands of no consequence. You know, Path to Exile much better on the all 1-drops cube than in most cube
Right.
environments.
and now Bergschneider starting to run away with it. Battle Axe is getting copied. May as well stack it onto the Inspector as well with all that mana.
That's a big tipping point. It becomes
Right.
much harder to block your way out now.
Is it too little too late for the Converter?
The Converter's nice. Soaking up a hit, it's a problem, but there's still really only one creature. Until another body shows up, you can't just like equip battle axes to multiple things, so your 2/2 will be good. But the problem is, Wheeler here is discarding a land to the converter. That doesn't turn into a 2/2, it turns into a treasure.
It does not turn into a 2/2. This Inspector is pretty big, pretty massive. Wheeler's down to 11. Battle Axe number 3.
This is some fancy technology because it's number 3 and 4.
Oh, 3 and 4. Okay,
Each of the axes, I believe.
Oh, Recruitment Officer. What a card for this cube.
Wow.
Just activate, get to go searching. Can get anything. Here's the dog. That's a layer of protection. Okay.
All right.
Berkshires deck is so sweet.
Burst Snyder's turned the corner in a big way here.
Okay, well, here's Spectral Sailor, though. And Wheeler did not want to trade that with the Inspector. Could have, right?
Yeah, and I think that with things being kind of dire with the converter not making it 2/2, Wheeler sees that he probably needs to draw some extra cards, actually.
Right. So here we go. Get rid of the Recruitment Officer.
That one gets around the Selfless Savior. Indestructible, irrelevant against going to 0 toughness.
Now what? Oh. The
Land
tragic slip. The morbid.
Yeah, that gets rid of the 2nd toughness and the theoretically 3rd through 13th toughness.
What a swing. Nice Selfless Savior you have there, says Benjamin Wheeler. Just 2 X spells. Now the dog is wearing 3 battle axes. Wheeler said, yeah, this Concealing Curtains can just jump in front, do its duty. Mogus' favor takes care of the dog. And now Wheeler's getting busy.
Things turn around really quickly for Wheeler there. And the big thing is that the axe just doesn't pump toughness. The All Seed of Life bounty also would have been way better than the Savior there. Just kind of drew the wrong card. Nothing he could have done about that, but just the texture of the game, really unfortunate for Bergschneider.
Wow, there was a moment where it really looked like things were pretty dire for Wheeler, right? There was just that Inspector couldn't wear the favor very well, had the battle axes going.
And the real story of this game, take a look at that pile of cards right above Wheeler's deck. Those are cards that were exiled to escape Mogies' favor.
It's looking from here taller than the library. Oh, here we go.
Oh, the Omen Hawker. Now we're cooking.
Now it's a game. Crusaders joins the fray as well for Wheeler.
And Wheeler even playing a 7th land, and the Spectral Sailor allowing that. He'll be able to use all this mana.
Okay, yeah.
Well, time was.
Yeah. That is, did need to kill the Spectral Sailor there.
Yes.
For Bergschneider. Is there a way? Is there a way for Drew?
At this point, you really have to have some kind of really nice burn spell. Wheeler stabilizing at 11, that's a super high number. We saw Reckless Charge. If Wheeler gets really aggressive and just kind of taps out, that's it's one of the tough things about playing against the cube designer, right? Wheeler's got in the top of his head, all right, these are the 5 cards I could potentially lose to. You don't expect him to play into any of them.
Right. Omen Hawker's going to pick up the Sai, just start getting in for 2. And Wheeler's found a use for that Gnawing Vermin as well, pitching it to the Currency Converter.
I like discarding a card finding a use.
Look, yesterday we had Gadrick being used to sacrifice. Cling to Dust now for Wheeler, just infinite card draw. Well, I know.
On an infinite timeline with infinite other cards.
Within a certain limited definition of infinite. In for 4.
It's not the largest infinite.
No. But they did find that all infinites are the same size, didn't they? Yeah.
So there.
So that. Take that. I knew something about math. Student of Warfare. Can that do something?
It can become a 3/3 and watch Wheeler close the game.
Okay, and Drew says, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to pick up the cards. Let's go to game 2. And Berkshire is going to be on the play this time with the Boros aggro deck. Let's see how the start goes.
And you can definitely see the play mattering. Bergschneider came so close to fully turning the corner and closing the door there. Wheeler had enough time, and the converter came out fast here. That's going to be a problem.
Come on, that's woe worthy.
We need a Stromkirk Noble here.
Well, the Swooping Lookout is here. The is it Marg Fanatic? Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's a good battlefield. Good curve.
Good curve.
Nothing that scales just yet.
Well, Lookout, pretty nice against the Favor. Marg Fanatic. I love the art on this card. Just the composition.
Such a classic, iconic Magic card.
Right. Just not quite as good as Fanatic Firebrand.
Also not quite as good as
Also
it literally used to be. This card existed for a long time when you could stack damage and actually trade with a 2 toughness creature. But it's still just like pretty playable.
Wheeler on the 1 lander?
Oh. You know, that happens sometimes.
Okay. It's Bloodhound. And,
Okay.
oh, ouch.
Well, this axe might have been too much if Wheeler hit the land drop.
Right, and it's definitely going on the Flying Vigilance. That is a 3/2. Copy of the axe, and this game is already starting to look like it's getting a little bit out of hand here in Bergschneider's favor. Wheeler needs to find a second land. He does find a second land, though. There's the Swamp.
It's pretty tough with a lot of his removal spells. You know, we've been talking about the Mogies' favor a lot. Only being able to handle 1 toughness creatures. And then the Selfish Savior tends to cover the ones that can handle larger creatures.
Right.
Finding a way to Morbid and Tragic Slip is kind of what he's looking to do from here.
Right. There is that blue, the Pirate's Charm, or whatever it was called.
Piracy Charm?
Piracy Charm.
You can kind of like combine the X spells or the toughness shrinking spells.
And we saw Wheeler doing a bit of that in the previous one, but for now, he's going down to 11, thanks to another attack from the Lookout for Bergschneider. Just doing some converting. This game is looking pretty dodgy here.
It's tough.
No real, mass removal effects.
No. Even as far as sweepers you could theoretically put into a 1 mana value cube, there's just not that many. And the one, Wheeler doesn't have it. You know, there's Killing Wave, but Bergschneider would pay a hefty amount of life to maintain the creatures here.
Right. We are Hawken. Remains to be seen whether that is going to affect the outcome of this game as we go back over to Drew. Bergschneider has that Swooping Lookout. It is absolutely massive. It is in the air. Incredibly difficult for Wheeler to deal with. And we'll see what else Bergschneider is putting together. Just keep stacking them.
Yeah, this equip means if this attack works, you have lethal next turn. It's a little scary in the face of this 2 mana being up, but I like this line just because, you know, what happened last game was Bergschneider was in a similar position where it's like things were looking pretty good for him, but if you give Wheeler enough time, he has a lot of advantages that compound.
I just want to appreciate our judges for drawing more copies of the Battle Axe. That's dedication. And this, honestly, part of the charm of events like this, that you have these community-focused events where everyone really wants to lean in to the fun side of Magic. You know, we're talking a lot about strategy and tight plays, and we're definitely seeing a lot of that, but Cube is that perfect format that just sits at the nexus of fun and competitive.
Absolutely.
Okay, Wheeler needs something here. Hawker's going to provide the mana this time for the currency converter. Oh, what's he looking for? I think I see that Piracy Charm. Maybe.
Problem is, you need a second thing.
Oh no, it was the Ghost Lantern. Yeah, that's not helpful right now.
I think anytime you see 3 cards fully under the currency converter, it's a sign of weakness. You know, you want to get making tokens. Bubble Snare here is nice. And with the mana to kick it, because that creature had vigilance.
Right, and Omen Hawker's mana ability really coming in handy there, enabling the currency converter as well. So no air, but does get in with the team here for Bergschneider. The combat trick is going to do it, and we are going to see a deciding game between these 2 decks. Wheeler on the play this time, and It's close, Ryan. It's been close.
Both of these decks are strong.
Start off with the Surveil land on 1.
Saw Berg Schneider resolve a mulligan. Good sign for Wheeler.
Okay. Definitely see some planes going on. Don't see any red mana, but might be hiding out there in the hand. And Ben's gonna go preordaining.
The pack 1, pick 1 overall in the draft.
Wow. And that's Boros Elite, I think, there for Drew Bergschneider.
A poor match for the 9 Vermin.
We found a use for the gnawing vermin. Shout out to Ryan's friend. And Bergschneider's just going to pass it back. Maybe a little bit flooded, actually, looking at the hand.
Oh, yeah. No action on 2 there is unfortunate.
Wheeler's already grave digging with the Ghost Lantern.
This was actually kind of sick. So the preordained stride 2 to top, and the Vermin deliberately milled a card. Wheeler just turned on the raised head. It was the Cruel Sadist, but hit an even nicer target with the Concealing Curtains.
Okay, all right, gets to get that back and play it. Defenses are well and truly up here for Ben Wheeler. And Bergschneider's going to be looking for some action here as we get into turn number 3 for him. I think see that has the Marshal Lunar Frenzy in hand as well.
Definitely a Brute Force, and I believe Sentinel's Eyes. So you can make the Elite a little larger.
Okay, so Sentinel's Eyes Elite is now getting, I think it's just +1/+1 in Vigilance, right?
Correct.
Okay. Curtains are still very much in the way.
The Brute Force is so awkward, because all it does is allow you to not have your creature die to the Gnawing Vermin.
I mean, maybe that's helpful. Maybe that's worth it.
It's not nothing.
It's not nothing. But Wheeler's really getting to go off now. Map token is getting made by the Siren. Here comes the Rashad and Dog hand as well. The Lantern getting equipped. And is this a format where if you're behind, you're just behind?
Largely. You know, what you were saying about sweepers not really being a thing. And especially your Boros aggro deck probably wouldn't have access to them anyway.
Right.
The ways to catch up will really be to find a way to really shove damage. We see a little bit of that in Bergschneider's deck. The Alseed is a way to give you protection and push some damage that way, but we're looking at needing to push 20 damage. You know, these tend to be chip shot kind of cards.
Right. And it definitely seems like it's hard to get your 2-for-1s. I mean, you can get value by drawing cards, right? There doesn't seem to be a lot of value that way, but it seems hard to really get your removal or your combat tricks to 2-for-1 in a consistent way.
Yeah, so it's kind of a thing. If you look at a lot of cubes and the history of Magic, blue cards and artifacts have a leg up on being power outliers and card advantage sources. And restrictions in cubes often make it like compound that issue of the historic Magic design just because you're less likely to exist in the spaces where exceptions where the other colors can do those things.
Right. Yeah. Okay, well, here is the Revealing Eye getting flipped. That is going to take away the Brute Force from Bergschneider's hand. Bergschneider gets a draw. We saw Raugan Triome, I believe, was the third card after the Brute Force.
And when we're transforming and attacking with that Revealing Eye, this looks really good for Wheeler's position. Also, that dock hand, look at the mana base for Bergschneider. Plains, Mountain. We can just keep him off red.
Yeah, that is awkward. And Omen Hawker, he's got to come down. All right? It's got to happen. Raugan Triome gets cycled. Red Source gets tapped. Oh, and that is a uncastable Lightning Bolt, I believe, for Bergschneider. Does get to play out some nice stuff, though. Here's Paladin class, plus the Alseid. It costs 3, I think, to level up the Paladin class.
Yep. So the dockhand doing work there. But, you know, that Paladin class is really only successful. Like, it's good to leverage if you have decent or good attacks before. Bergschneider has attacked none times this game.
That is not where you want your Boros aggro deck to be. Yeah, I mean, Wheeler just really had the defenses from the get-go. And Berkshire was not able to find any way to get through them. Here we go again.
Moise's favor just keeps coming back.
The inevitability associated with this card in the cube is just so extreme.
And Wheeler got that favor late.
Right. Yeah, and that's, I mean, the advantage of having played it a lot of times, right? Not just because he designed it, but the experience that you get. And you bet if any of these players that he played against plays this cube again, Moise's favor, top of the pickle.
I'm not. Fool me once.
So we're going to see the Dark Hand try and tap down the mountain. Berkshire has the response this time.
Yeah. Makes sense to just use that lightning bolt.
No, still has to draw for turn. May as well use the mana on the Paladin class, 2 red spells in hand. Lunar Frenzy, and that's the Akroan Crusader, I believe.
And giving a read to Viridian Longbow, seeing that it is another card that makes it really easy to kill all of the creatures in Bergshider's deck.
Yep. Berkshire is at 13 still, but with the Revealing Eye, it is the biggest creature on the battlefield, has Menace. This card is so sweet. Honestly, just by itself. The power level of it, great design. So Gnawing Vermin's going to tap, give the -1/-1. Oh, and here's the Berserker giving that backup ability to the Gnawing Vermin, sacrifice, draw a card, give another -1/-1. And that's going to take care of the Boros Elite and put the Sentinel's Eye in the graveyard for now.
And I talked about that Paladin class being a very significant card in Bergshider's deck. It's just none of them are significant when you fall this far behind.
Right.
You know, Wheeler is disable. I mean, imagine there were 3 creatures in play with 1 toughness. They'd all be dead.
Right.
1 with 3 toughness, it's dead.
Yeah, it's just the suite of removal that Wheeler has, just devastating. Devastating.
Acadian Javelineers ain't what it used to be, and it's not looking pretty on this battlefield.
Not doing a lot here for Bergschneider, and the advantage is pretty overwhelming. At least there isn't something like a currency converter just yet for Wheeler.
If you specifically don't like losing to that card, that is a silver lining.
Like, does that help? I'm trying to pump up the Drew Bergschneider fans out there. There's some hope, maybe.
In the tournament, certainly.
Yeah. Down to 7, and it's not going to be very many attacks needed to wrap up this game number 3. The deciding game here in round number 11 between Ben Wheeler, the designer of the cube that we are watching, and going up against Drew Bergschneider, who did draft a really sweet Boros aggro deck. It's just lining up very poorly against Wheeler's removal suite.
Something happening here. Wheeler still at 20, has been prioritizing cleaning up the creatures. The longbow can also damage players. So now that Wheeler's got Bergschneider down to 7, it becomes really easy to cross the finish line. You know, the Curtains is still pretty good at attacking, but the longbow means that he can kind of cross the finish line on his own time.
Oh, look at this! Omenhawker tapping to cycle the farmer. That is so sweet.
Busted.
That's a war moment for me. That's the kind of thing I love. I'm that person that every set preview comes out and I'm like, what cantrips did they give us, you know? Okay, so we're going to see the map token get cracked here. Sleight of hand on top. Not interested in that one.
Just binning sleight of hand.
Don't need it. I think that's a Spectral Sailor in hand.
I got enough going on.
There's plenty of value to be had. Here it comes. Just throw them all. Shove the team in front of it.
You tell me.
Maths is for attackers. Okay. We'll line them up in the way that you might expect. The heroic creature at the front, but the longbow. This is the first time we've really seen the longbow kind of do its thing for Wheeler.
Mm-hmm.
It's doing something. Oh, and the Ghost Lantern puts the extra counter on as well.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. It's so tricksy. This cube.
And there was 1 point put on that last creature, so the longbow could now clean that up.
Wow. I mean, I thought the Plague Wind was not in this.
You said that there was no Plague Winds, and yet Wheeler has been casting Plague Wind every turn of every game.
Yeah, just cost 1, and it's called Mocha's Favor. All right, Chain to the Rocks is taking care of the Grifter, but there are so many problems here for Bergschneider. It still has 7. And Wheeler's creatures, they are providing a lot of value, but they are not killing Bergschneider quickly. Right now. Maybe later. This one can get big, though. Nice 1/1 flyer you got there.
2/3. We got the Paladin class.
Oh, okay.
3/4.
3/4. No, I meant Bergschneider saying to Wheeler,
Oh, sure.
Spectral
Blocking
Sailor.
the space.
Yeah,
Sure,
he is
okay.
my...
He got a removal. He's the control tech now, is what you're saying. All right.
We can tell who the beatdown is.
It took me a little bit to take in the fiction you were spinning.
Yeah. You really get immersed in the narrative here of the game, you know? That's what play-by-play is here for. Oh, Shadow Spear. That's a sweet one. Still doesn't let the Spectral Sailor attack past the lookout there.
No, but we don't need anything for the longbow to just go upstairs.
That's true. Did you have a game won by a longbow hanging down from 6 on your bingo card?
Did not. At the top of the weekend, I did not. When I was watching Wheeler drafting, I did.
Okay. Oh, wait. Look at this.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I haven't Plague Winded enough times.
Okay.
Piracy Charm.
My goodness. The full... Okay. 2 goes with the longbow. 2 cards. Takes care of the flyer. Sailor is getting in. And here's the Inspector.
Yeah, you thought that sailor was contained.
The sailor cannot be contained. It's spectral. I mean, the Inspector is something. It's getting pumped. It's still pretty big. It's not doing anything about the sailor.
Not doing anything about the sailor. Not doing nearly enough to clear this 20-point life total.
Schneider's just not going for anything, but...
Ooh, and now we're on the beatdown planning with the favor.
Okay, that's going to do it. There's the handshake. And Benjamin Wheeler is going to advance to 2-0 in the 1-drop cube. Wow. Just wow.
I was kind of wondering if Wheeler would spend one more turn killing the creature just because.
Just for fun?
Yeah.
Just try to get the perfect victory?
I've been having a pretty good time with this. I'm going to let it simmer. Let it linger for a little bit longer.
I wouldn't be surprised. Well, maybe he wants to go and have some lunch before the next round. Who knows?
Yeah.
All right, my friends, we are going to go away for a quick break, but it is not enough time for you to get lunch because we're going to be back in a few minutes for round number 12. See you soon.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jake, also known as Deinonychus, and I'm from Portsmouth, New Hampshire. My Bodleian Cube is going to be featured in the upcoming CubeCon 2024 main event. Bodleian Cube showcases iconic and powerful cards with an emphasis on strategies that combine cards to be more than the sum of their parts. Power level is designed to allow these iconic cards to shine within and alongside archetypes which often suffocate in cubes designed to maximize individual card power. The strategies within the cube are set up to combine and cross-pollinate to encourage emergent deck building and present drafters with many possible directions throughout the draft, even once they've identified a lane. Each drafter begins with a Clockwork Librarian to enable them to speculate more effectively on the build-arounds within the cube. These function as written once the draft begins. The only difference is that each player has one in their pool to start. I also want to mention that Bodleian Cube is Baltimore Singleton, which means it breaks Singleton for fixing lands. In the case of this cube, fetch lands and shock lands. This break enables drafters to make decisions about how much life they're willing to trade off to get access to great mana. If you're drafting the cube for the first time and you want some advice, focus on cards like Yawgmoth Threatened Physician or Philia Exuberant Shepherd. Their floor is great and the ceiling when you build around them is extremely high. They are better than the best cards in the cube on individual rate. If you're unsure how to rate Clockwork Librarian in the draft, think of it as equivalent to a fetch land for a deck that wants to stay open early. Use them to take anything you would take over a fetch land, and draft other copies as though they are fetch lands. I hope you enjoy the cube, and if you see me at CubeCon, please stop and say hi.
All right, my friends, welcome back to coverage of CubeCon. CubeCon is brought to you in part by Daybreak Games. Daybreak Games is the steward of Magic Online, and Magic Online does let you play what you want when you want. So you can collect cards, you can build decks, duel other players on your schedule with the widest arrays of cards and formats always available on Magic Online. So check that out. Thank you so much to Daybreak Games for making CubeCon happen. Ryan, we're here in the finals of the Wheeler's One Drop Pod, and fittingly, Benjamin Wheeler, the designer of the cube, has made it to the finals.
Yeah, and really been demonstrating his knowledge of his own cube, playing some really nice Magic with a deck that I think shows off some things you might not expect that show the steepness of the learning curve in the cube, where you hear the cube's all one drops. Oh, I'm going to do some stuff for 1 mana. We'll see how that goes. Wheeler's doing a lot of stuff for 3 and 4 mana, a lot of scaling effects and showing, you maybe think that this is a really flat kind of environment, but no, there's a lot going on here.
There is a lot going on, certainly in Wheeler's deck. But we're going to get to have a look at his opponent's deck for the finals, and this is Kyler Pittman, and Kyler has drafted Is it Prowess? It's Delver.
I like this deck. I mean, this is the kind of deck that will continue to trick me as long as I play Magic. If this deck was horrible, I would play it anyway. I love this. I want to highlight a couple things, though. The Delver, it's kind of died a lot of the cards in Wheeler's deck, but the big one to watch here is that Molten Vortex. This is a really nice both mana sink and a way to leverage extra lands when you draw that. Just for 1 red mana, you discard a land to deal 2 damage, and that kills about all the stuff in Wheeler's deck.
Okay.
And sometimes that kills Wheeler.
Okay, I mean, there's a lot to like here. I'm with you. I love Prowess decks. It's very difficult for me to resist these Delver type things. We see a Terramander in there. We saw Blister Coil Whisk. There are a few of the threats, but just so many cantrips. A lot of aggressive burn spells as well. I'm excited to see what happens. Let's go down to the action here. Benjamin Wheeler against Kyler Pittman in the finals of Wheeler's One Drop Cube Round 12 at CubeCon, and lots of match points on offer here for the winner as we get into the last round here on Friday of CubeCon. Kyler Pittman on the play, no 1-drop though just yet. We're just going to start off with the Chromaticon.
We haven't seen this one on turn 1 just yet. Maybe we'll see it really outsize and run away with the game this time.
Okay, so Kyler's going to play a Terramander, and this leaving up 1 blue mana, is that suspicious to you?
I don't know about suspicious. I have spotted in the hand that he has an offer you can't refuse, which is a pretty cool card to show off in this environment. It's functionally in the gate, except you have to give your opponent 2 treasure tokens. Your upside only costs 1 mana, and it has kind of the punchline there is, what's your opponent's deck of all 1-drops going to do with 2 treasures?
Right.
So it's a neat card to include. We'll see if it catches anything, but notably, Wheeler has quite a bit of stuff to do with 2 treasures.
Yeah, so Wheeler's deck has lots of ways to use up all of that spare mana. Pittman finds some red mana for himself, and I think he just kept a hand with Oni Island, so we'll be pretty relieved to get that second color online. Terramander is coming in.
Gonna take a bit for that one to evolve.
Right, but you know, these prowess decks, you can just go spell, 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 and all of a sudden.
So much for the Chronometon. Searing Touch going to take that down. A little bit of a win for Wheeler, not able to buy back that Searing Touch. That would cost 5 mana.
Okay, so maybe a bit later on, as we see Floodhound getting on the battlefield. And Wheeler, no black source just yet. Nope. Spoke too soon. Always the way. He's going to have a look at the top of the deck with that Undercity Sewers, surveilling it into the bin. No!
Wow!
No Moonwalker! Come back. What does that tell you about Wheeler's hand? Oh, the mountain being tapped down there by the Dark Hand?
You know, the mountain off the top to make this Magus of the Scroll. That's a really nice pickup. You know, losing the buyback on the Searing Touch, that's unfortunate, but how about a different repeating source of damage?
Yeah, Magus of the Scroll. You can, I mean, I love these weird cards. I love these, like, random effects. It's pretty restrained, right? Like, you can make it happen, but we're going to see you can't refuse on sleight of hand for Kyler Pittman.
That's a big win for Wheeler.
Right.
Even of the cantrips in Wheeler's deck, that is not one of the stronger ones. You would have probably seen it by now if he already had the currency converter, but this Viridian Longbow would have been a much better card to tag with the offer you can't refuse.
Ouch.
Especially because there goes the Magus.
Ouch! And that was the mana given by the treasures as well.
Okay, back up.
Okay.
The rapid hybridization is going to take care of the Floodhound. So the Magus lives for now, and also that gets Pittman out of card in hand, so that Magus should be able to answer the dock hand.
Okay.
So this could be good for Pittman.
His deck is sweet as well.
Yes.
Really, really nice.
Talking to Wheeler a bit, Magus of the Scroll, of course, a reference to Cursed Scroll, a card that Wheeler recently cut from the cube on power level. The Magus dies to a lot of stuff that the Cursed Scroll doesn't, so it's a little bit more tame, but when you get it going, it is strong.
It is very strong. We see that frog lizard being made by that rapid hybridization, and honestly, the trade-off, 3/3 is big.
Yes. And you got to do something about that because that 3/3 is going to pick up the longbow.
Right. No, we're going to see what Kyler has to say about it. Terramana count is not high. Not high enough.
No, we're
Let's
not quite
see.
there. I think we're only one off. We got 3+4 lands. That'd be, a lot to use a turn on.
Okay. Is that just straight up curiosity?
That it is.
Okay. Nice to see. I love the new versions, but the curiosity, again, we've talked about it before. It's the beauty found in simplicity.
There's kind of a lot going on with this attack. I'm going to try to unpack it a little bit.
Okay.
So the Terramander attacks with Curiosity. I believe Pittman wants to draw something to do about the longbow, I suppose. But once you draw that second card, there was one card in hand on that attack. Magus of the Scroll is going to cause you to name a card and randomly reveal a card from your hand. Once you have two cards with different names, you're no longer paying 3 to do 2 damage. You're paying 3 mana to flip a coin to decide whether you can deal 2 damage.
Well, I mean, the EV is 1 damage.
So, it kind of makes sense to try to see that card, but if you don't get something better than the Magus,
Right.
now your Magus is also worse.
It is awkward. Kyler is in a bit of an awkward spot. Didn't quite get a good look at what that card he found was.
Yeah, no Dispels what he was holding, which is
Yeah.
fine to leave up, though
Right.
you gotta figure Wheeler's gonna do some longbow stuff on this turn.
Yeah, there we go. It is getting picked up by the frog lizard, and in my mind, that is the tongue is doing the drawing the bow.
That is horrifying. I'm going to have nightmares about this tonight.
Great. And, you got to take your victories where you can. I'm just going to start shooting at the Terramander, get the 2/1. And it was an attack as well with the dog.
All right, flip a coin.
Look, the EV is 1. What can I say?
Well, it's a 2 toughness creature, so that's a little tough.
Yeah, that's not helpful. That's not helpful. I agree. Dispel was the card that was revealed. Not sure what card was named.
I would wager it was not Dispel.
Which spell? Got him. Back over to Pittman. Something here. was is that Illuminate?
I want to say it was Hearth Charm, and I will say that card is in. Oh, it's Firestorm actually.
It's
okay.
Firestorm. Okay.
Old time
Wait.
Dredge Enabler, the Firestorm.
Okay, sorry. I thought the Magus was tapping. I was like, come on.
Now it's really time.
Yeah. Okay, well. That is mass removal.
If you have the cards
Kind
in
of.
hand,
Yeah.
you know it's kind of a Magus Enabler as well, if you think about it.
That's true. What a synergistic deck this is.
At the
It
stage
may
of the game,
even cross over into the combo.
combo territory. Yes. Pretty unfortunate draw at the pace of the game that we've got to.
How about this one? Says Wheeler. Kyla's like, I probably should have held my offer. Maybe for some of these more impactful permanents. That is going to resolve. So currency converter hits the battlefield. We've seen Wheeler go off with that card over.
And here's the combo. You're talking about going off.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So currency
Go
converter
on.
just has separate clauses. So it has a looting ability, but also just when you discard a card, you can exile it to the converter. So he cycles the irrigated farmland and just gets to turn that into a treasure.
Love it. Love to see that. Oh, this is a card that we talked a lot about during the draft portion, but actually is the first time we're seeing Ben actually play it.
Yeah, Enclave Cryptologist showing up. Starts as a 0/1. That's not great. But once you pay
Continues
2
being
mana,
a 0/1.
it does continue to be a 0/1 in perpetuity. But once you pay 2 mana, you can start looting with it. And once you've paid 6 mana, you can start drawing an extra card every turn.
Is it Firestorm time?
I do want to clean up that Cryptologist. If you have 4 cards, you can just Mind Twist yourself to Plague Wind your opponent.
Sounds like an offer I can't refuse. I have to say, like, you know, we make jokes about the new names of cards, the kind of punny names, but they do provide a lot of material for coverage. It is Firestorm time. Pitch my entire hand.
I love this too, because Pittman waited for Wheeler to level up the Cryptologist. That is so sick, because you expect him to do it too. Because when it comes to that currency converter thing I was talking about, the separate clauses, you would rather loot with the Cryptologist. So Pittman expected that to happen and just said, well, all right, what if I just kill all your stuff in response?
Okay, I mean, Pittman has 4 lands, nothing on the battlefield, no cards in hand.
You know, that stuff's not good.
No.
If you want to focus on the negatives.
I am just describing the board state and the game state. Part of my job is to keep people informed about what's happening. Darkside Chef, down for Wheeler. And Pittman's passing it back. You know, that's the thing about these prowessy decks. Not a lot of threats.
No, you really need that volume of non-creature spells, typically instants and sorceries. The pickup was a reasonably strong card in the environment with Electrickery, but contextually really weak against Currency Converter, and not even killing this Dockside Chef.
Come on, Cube contextually. We've talked about this.
Yes, CubeCon textually.
CubeCon textually.
Game contextually. Less good.
That's good. Currency Converter's going to keep doing its thing. Is that the specimen?
That is the specimen.
Okay.
More
That's nice.
Discarding for value.
Yeah, love to see it. Chef is just getting in, by the way.
You know, this is a really well-oiled machine for Wheeler.
He's maybe done this a few times before.
Yeah.
Okay, more lands for Pittman. I mean, these two are really fighting for those cantrips, it feels like, in the draft. Wheeler's gonna start off with the Darkside Chef. Pittman's down to 15. I mean, he's not dying quickly.
No, it takes some time.
Here's that sigh.
Once those rogues show up, though, it goes pretty quick.
Oh, and another land off the top for Pittman. It's just not what you want.
No.
Wonder. Wheeler's like, let me look through your deck. I know all the cards in this cube.
So one of the higher impact cards in Pittman's deck is Devastating Summons.
Okay.
So 1 red mana sorcery. You can sacrifice X lands and create 2 XX creatures.
Okay.
So if you want to, in addition to you want to back up, Mind Twist yourself with that Firestorm, we can in the future Armageddon ourselves to make some large creatures. And that's good on some battlefields. This currency converter is gonna be a little bit much for even that to overpower.
Right. Oh, and Shadow Sphere as well. I think, the hopes of racing the converter are just really diminishing now for Pittman. And we're going to see Wheeler getting in. Pittman's down to 10 life. The life gain is starting on Wheeler's side. We've seen this before already in the 2 matches that we watched. What can Kyler Pittman find? Basic Mountain. Not going to do it.
No.
Okay. Wow.
It's only going to take 1 or 2 turns to close from here for Wheeler.
Right. Although this turn there's no rogue forthcoming this turn at least. Some small slivers of comfort for Pittman as he goes down to 5. Just anything. Is it devastating summons?
How about Island? How about game
scoop.
2?
It was devastating. Just not the summons. All right, so game number 2 here. Kyler Pittman on the play, getting down early on turn number 1.
Yeah, there's that Molten Vortex.
And, is this going to be a problem for Wheeler?
So it kind of depends how many lands Pittman has and is willing to discard. And Wheeler also has some cards that really get out from under this. That Molten Vortex does nothing against Currency Converter.
Wow, and Delver of Secrets is going to be met with the Piracy Charm, that Blue Swords to Plowshares it's been called in the booth. And Wheeler with the follow-up as well. Love to see that Cryptologist getting on the board. But maybe this time we'll get to see it draw some cards.
Cryptologist matches up pretty poorly against the Vortex.
Yeah, and plenty of lands here for Pittman to pitch to the Vortex. So board is still somewhat clear. I think that's Wizard class drawn for Kyler Pittman. That's a nice one.
Yeah. A 1-mana spell that can become a Divination.
Love Divination.
That makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Later on you can do some pumping.
We're seeing some tension in Pittman's hand. You see he has the Firestorm and the Devastating Summons and the Vortex in play. All 3 of those cards are kind of competing for the same resources. Cards in hand and lands. And drawing all of them, none of them can leverage the other cards outside of the Firestorm. But with the Vortex already in play, it's less impactful in that way. Some of these cards are giving up value to some of the other cards. You're not converting all of them.
Okay, all right. Some might call it a nombo. Divination time for Kyler Pittman. But Divination is going to solve all the problems. Just you wait.
It's good. It helps. We're now getting cards in hand to discard to that Firestorm. That'll enable us to discard that Devastating Summons, I assume.
Wow, and Spectral Sailor on the end step for Wheeler. There's the 4th land as well. Could potentially start drawing cards, but is going to prioritize getting in for now. Pittman down to 17 after the attack.
Sailor 4th land is really nice for Wheeler. It incentivizes him to just use that mana to draw a card now and not play into this Firestorm more.
Okay, so there's a Blister Coil Weird. That is a threat that Pittman could deploy. A lot of options for him.
A lot of options, some mana woes. Only red source is 1 basic mountain. Hand's pretty heavy on red cards. There's no land and nothing really in far as red mana to really push the Vortex even if you had them.
Let's see what he decides to do here. He's probably going to lead off with the Weird. It is a weird card.
That is true.
It's
that is its creature type. That is its name.
I just love saying true things.
It has not prowess, but something
prowess.
similar. It has kind of prowess. It has weird prowess.
It's weird prowess. Rabbit Battery gets to come down.
It's Wheeler going to work, drawing that extra card.
Okay. And the longbow. And
yikes.
No counter spell for Pittman. and just Wheeler now gets to equip the longbow onto the Spectral Sailor. Now, is Wheeler gonna just start cleaning things up here?
I like going to work on the rabbit battery there. It's kind of tough. You don't have a guaranteed shot on the weird.
Right.
You know, an instant would just pump it. And the battery is nice value over time.
All right, so still no fourth land for Kyler Pittman. And we've been talking a lot about mana in this cube, how much of it you want, how many lands you want to draw, what you're going to do with it. And I guess it's Firestorm time.
Yeah, that Floodhound, that was the point. You know, I like the longbow play, but that means we're taking down Spectral Sailor and casting a third creature into that Firestorm. Allows Pittman to make some inroads into this game.
Okay. The Weird is going to get in for 2, having been pumped by the Firestorm being cast. So, Wheeler's going to...
Okay.
Just...
That's a good pickup. And there's the combo again.
Oh, you got to feel for Pittman. You know, just had that great Firestorm turn. Wheeler didn't have that much left in hand. He got rid of a lot of the value engines that he had going on, and then just Converter, Farmland, 1-2 punch, plus the Siren as well. Just Wheeler's deck is so sweet. It's just so sweet.
Yes. Been really impressed with how this deck has performed.
Pittman has got a Blister Coil Weird. And Wheeler's just continuing to game action.
That Explore Finding Swamp, you know, it's okay, you draw a card. You'd kind of like to have a third toughness against the Molten Vortex. But even still, the life total is pretty high, and the converter is online.
Sensei's Divining Top. Now, for Kyler Pittman, going to start using it straight away. Use a dig. Is he looking for mana or spells here?
More spells than mana. Lands are kind of nice, because they, at least as a floor turn on the Vortex, you would like to just kill that Hypnotic Siren right away.
Right. And is the Blister Coil Word instants and sorceries? It is, right?
Yes.
It's not actual prowess.
Weird prowess.
Weird prowess. So weird. So it's still a long one. Doesn't really have attacks right now. The Spyglass Siren is wearing the Sigh of the Shinobi. It is dominating the battlefield as a 2-2 in the air.
More of a Glass Siren.
You can tell it's getting late in the day here. Pittman with that last card, it was a red card. I couldn't quite see what exactly it was. Yeah, going back over to Wheeler's turn though, makes the treasure with the currency converter. Has the Spyglass Siren available. Looks like Swamp and card in hand. No creature lands in this cube.
Not in this deck, anyway.
Okay. All right, Darkside Chef was the draw for Wheeler, so doesn't really have anything to sacrifice right now that he necessarily wants to, but could do some work later.
That's a win against this Molten Vortex. You know, that's kind of checking the creatures, and now Wheeler can just say, well, you should answer this one first, because every time you try to kill something, I'm just going to turn it into a different card.
Okay, so we're going to see Sensei's Fighting Top get put... Oh, Ingenious Prodigy! This is a heater in the cube.
Yeah, any X spell is nice.
Right. A spell that is a creature that's difficult to block and gets you value turn on turn. Really nice draw there for Kyler.
Oh, and this is a nice interaction. The Dockside Chef allowing Wheeler to sacrifice that treasure the converter made to draw a card.
Okay. All right. Oh, and here's Ghost Lantern. This just... The amount of consistency that Wheeler has, like every game has looked similar, right? From our perspective.
He just draws so many extra cards.
Sailor is back. What can Wheeler find? So, you know, in terms of what Pittman needs, like what's the game plan? Is there a big finish from him that can kind of overwhelm these small flyers?
So this 3/3, it's more of a retail limited card. Give me a taste of the text box on that
It's a
one. Never
3/4.
mind.
Okay.
Never mind.
In
Don't
your-
care. That took a tragic slip.
In your upkeep, you can remove a counter, draw a card, and it has Skulk.
Okay, so that would have been a useful start.
It's an 0/1. as
Drawing
well,
extra cards.
by the way. So
Oh,
it's a
sure.
3/4.
It doesn't just die to state-based effects
No,
normally.
yeah.
Okay, that's a good feature of a card.
Here's top. And it's gonna go digging. Let's see, mountain plus. I don't know why I'm leaning sideways to try and see more.
It's very human behavior.
Oh, thanks. You qualify as a member of the species, are you?
Well, I was just saying, you said you didn't know why, and I did.
Okay.
Because most people in that spot would have done that.
Thank you for explaining that to me. We're going back over to Wheeler's turn, who just straight up blindly put a preordain under the currency converter. Why not? It's going to become a rogue later on. Meanwhile, he's getting in. Pittman is taking the beats.
Yeah, so a couple of turns ago, I was saying how you asked, is Pittman looking for lands or spells? And the answer was yes. He kind of needs more stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those extra cards would have been really useful. And since he's divining top, it's not really extra cards. That's not getting there. And the Wizards class, the level 2 drew some extra cards. Level 3 does not do any of that.
Right.
So-
It is a combo with the Prodigy, though, by the way.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Yeah. And we see this interaction now you were talking about a little bit earlier, where Pittman is pitching a land to take care of the Spyglass Siren, and Wheeler just says, okay, I will sack it to the Dockside Chef. Get through more of my deck. Speaking of getting through the deck. See, this is why I don't like top. It's just clicking.
Earlier
Just clicking
I referred to it as stronger than Mirror's Guile, but in this game it's performing weaker. You don't have to pay a 2-mana upkeep cost on Mirror's Guile.
Right. Okay, well, there's that rogue being made in the end step by currency converter. And Pittman says, I'm going to draw this land I put on top, pitch it, take care of the rogue before it can pick up the Sai.
I would refer to that as treading water, but what that actually is plugging the holes in the boat with gum. You're
Explain.
not. Well, okay, so treading water is you're kind of in a holding pattern, or you're sticking to your position in the game. This boat is sinking. This boat is nearly sunk.
Right.
And gum is weaker than the stuff you should make your boat out of.
It's fitting that Omen Hawker's here.
Yeah, Omen Hawker should be here.
Should be here. This major part of the team. The team player.
The captain.
The captain.
The team captain. Well, co-captain with Benjamin Wheeler and Omen Hawker.
Okay, yeah. A feared duo in this particular cube context. Back over to Pittman. Is there anything? We already saw the Firestorm, so that was a mass removal effect that helped stem the bleeding a little bit. Did have to Mind Twist himself.
Could go for a moral victory, draw this Electrickery, and kill the Omen Hawker before losing the match.
Okay. I'm down.
Wheeler would
It's
be
not gonna be
left to pilot the ship by himself
Oh no.
without his co-captain.
Sleep Curse Fairy, great on turn 1. Not great when you're about to be hit for lethal.
Ooh, here comes the Armageddon myself.
Oh! You loved Mind Twist myself. The value. From the creator on. We bring you the new summer blockbuster, Armageddon myself. Make 2 4/4s. What do you got, Wheeler?
Yeah. I have sacrificed all my lands. The top card of my deck is
This
Sensei's
is the
Divining
moral
Top.
victory.
Yeah.
Oh, the vermin doing the thing it does best.
And, if you don't kill me and you don't block, these 4/4s are going to close it in 3 turns.
It's true.
Just in time for the Sleep Curse Fairy to untap.
That's a plan. That's a plan. Okay, well, it doesn't seem like he's inclined to let that happen. Move the longbow around a bit. Do a bunch of damage to the face. Pittman is down to 2. No, Pittman's down to 0.
Pittman is down to go get dinner.
Down to go get dinner. Benjamin Wheeler taking home the 3-0 from his own cube. I mean, we kind of expected it, right? But it was still really incredible to get to watch that play out, right?
The unfortunate thing is we never saw a counter added to the Chronometon. I really wanted that. But in general, this was a masterclass. One-drop cubes are something that I have seen referenced, I've seen lists, but I have never actually drafted one. So getting to see this, especially getting to see Ben Wheeler, a very, very strong player, and of course the curator of the cube, just show us how it's done. That was a really cool experience. I was really happy to be able to cover that.
So would you want to go and draft this cube now?
Yeah, and it's something that I kind of have on my list of like something for me to work on. Do a lot of 180 card cubes, the Tuberts. And the one-drop Tubert is something that I have thought about but never really executed. And there's a lot of good notes for me to pull from Wheeler's design. I love the tap lands being one-drops, the mana sync stuff. I'm not going to put currency converter in mine. I think it's a little strong.
Okay, how about Mogus' favor though?
Oh yeah, that is sick. That is sick.
Slam dunk.
I love that.
First card in the cube. Love it. Love it. Yeah, I think this list is really sweet. Like I said, One Drop Cube was the first cube I ever drafted, and I would love to try it again. I would love to try Ben's version. Would love to take a currency converted platform pick one. Just Magic Gods, if you're listening, Mogus, if you're listening. That's the god we're praying to here. But I mean, that was an absolute masterclass and a delight to watch. Congrats to Ben to taking home the 3-0. And I just learned you get this really cute trophy pin.
Yes.
If you 3-0, which is so sweet. Like, just the little details happening at this convention just shows the love and care that goes into this event. And we love to see it. And you love to see it. And we would love to see you back here tomorrow morning, 10:30 a.m. Central Time. That is when the stream is going to start. But we are going to be signing off for now. So for tonight, thank you so much to everyone in the hall, to the production team, judges, staff, the players, and of course to all of you for hanging out. And thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Hayu.
Aw, lovely. All right, my friends. See you tomorrow. We'll be here early for Saturday.